Arc 6, Chapter 66, Second Chance Toward the Denouement. The first thing he did was to make his heart accept the truth that he had returned by death. Whilst stroking the concerned Beatrice's head, who was in his arms, Subaru reflected onto the predicament that he had experienced immediately previously and also were happenings of the future. The fact that he had returned by death meant that he had been unable to evade the circumstance of crises befalling onto his life. Abandoning the disasters he knew would arrive, he had exposed the lives of his comrades to hazard. No, that was naive. That was not what had happened. He had not exposed their lives to hazard. Subaru had let Emilia and the others die. He knew that would be what it would come down to, yet he missed it. The existence of the 5 obstacles assailing the tower, difficult to be neglected. Despite knowing of them, Subaru had failed to evade the problems due to his indiscretion and naivete. At the very last moment, what had perhaps decisively taken his life away had been the colossal black shadow, which relentlessly destroyed this humongous and gigantic tower itself. That was the greatest and the final obstacle. Including that, he arranged the 5 obstacles in his mind again. The first was the large horde of witch beasts, pushing into the tower all at once. The second one was the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, coming with the aim of Subaru's memories and name. The third was the Titanic Scorpion, which invaded into the tower in some time unknown and lurked in a blind spot, subsequently attacking. Fourth was the rampaging Reed Astria, swaggering about freely in the tower, ignoring all enemies and allies. The fifth one and the last one was the Black Shadow, which swallowed and ruined everything. Their circumstances evolved at the same time, and overlooking even a single one of them would easily cause the entire plan to collapse. Could it be said that the jet black shadow which should rightfully be feared was a gesture of kindness by this unfair and absurd world by notifying Subaru of a time limit? He was in a dilemma whether it was an issue he should feel grateful for. Subaru, leaving the first one, the large horde of witch beasts, to Meili and Shaula. This choice could be affirmed to not have been wrong. Last time no, it would be last time now. In the loops until last time the 5 obstacles must have also concurrently occurred. Subaru had also witnessed the scenario of the witch beasts invading into the tower. Should that happen, crucial fighting forces like Emilia and Julius would have to face the witch beasts in order to restrain them. That had been avoided in this loop whereby Meili had survived. The strength of Meili's existence was unmistakably a single step forward. However, it was still not sufficient. Even if the large horde of witch beasts could be held back, Subaru and the others were helpless against the following obstacle. Emilia had gotten her name robbed by the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony who had appeared, and though they somehow managed to have Julius join the fight against Batankatos, subsequently Reed partook in the battlefield. Resultantly the two Emilia and Julius were forced to employ open tactics against the frontiers of both Gluttony and Reed, causing valuable time to be lost, ultimately leading to the Titanic Scorpion's intrusion, and directly hitting the declaration of time up by the shadow. In other words, that balance mustn't happen. Their number of moves were lacking. On top of that, what Subaru feared was if the words of the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony Louis Arneb were correct, 2 of Gluttony were supposed to have arrived. He had encountered Les Batankatos. However, the other one's form was nowhere to be seen. This was bad. This was bad. This was bad. This was bad. At any rate, this was bad. Even though the situation was progressing with every second, even though Subaru alone had got a grasp on all the problems, despite piling up so many deaths, he did not have the full picture in clarity. It had taken far too long for him to take a step. Why did his self spend so much time in inactivity? Beatrice, calm down, I suppose. Subaru, a higher HK. Subaru's brain overhead and almost started fuming. That was when Beatrice strongly sandwiched his cheeks between her 2 small hands and brought his consciousness back to reality through pain. With her hands still on his cheeks, Beatrice resumed at distance close enough to exchange breaths. Beatrice, Subaru, tell what happened in the book. In fact, it'll be fruitless if you take it upon yourself alone, I suppose. Properly talk about it, and it will be thought about together. That is, Betty and the others' forte, in fact. Subaru, what happened, in the book, huh? Hearing Beatrice's earnest appeal, Subaru looked down onto the situation he had been placed in. He has accepted the truth that he had returned by death. And similarly, he must also recognize and etch the place he had returned to as well. This place was the library of the third layer of Taygeta. In the room surrounded with bookshelves housing countless books of the dead, this was the scene immediately after his consciousness returned from challenging the Book of the Dead of Reed, and, speaking of what had happened to Subaru in the book. Subaru, stand up, happened. Beatrice, eh? Subaru, no, I mean I got my back kicked and was driven out of giving up. Shit, this is so pathetic. I've made no progress at all. Subaru scratched his head in front of Beatrice, who rounded her eyes. Subsequently he stood up whilst keeping Beatrice in his grasp, and slowly looked towards the environs towards the two of Echidna and Meili, the members who had been waiting for Subaru to wake up. He was already aware of what the missing Emilia and Ram, Shaula and Julius were doing. The circumstances were already breaking forth, there was no time to halt. That is why. Subaru, I'll cut it short. I failed to see Reed's memories in the Book of the Dead. Something got in the way. Books of the Dead are connected to the souls of the existence called Odd Lagna, that is where I encountered a problematic one. Hearing Subaru's short and quick explanation, the three widened their eyes in surprise. Subaru gestured an apology for not giving them the time to halt and give thought to it, and continued his words. Them being: Subaru, the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Louis Arneb has declared war on us. Echidna, though I must say, we come so far to the boundary in the east and Sin Archbishops again, huh? It seems that there is a profound and immeasurable connection between them and Natsuki-kun. After listening to his explanation, Echidna ridiculed Subaru's circumstances with that comment. Whilst hearing that comment, Subaru and the others jumped and descended the staircase of the library, moving in order to reunite with their comrades who had distanced themselves from Taygeta. Subaru, unfortunately, I happen to have amnesia. I have no idea about having a relationship with these Sin Archbishop folks if it was worth calling profound. Am I really that connected to them? Beatrice, at the very least, they are the ones responsible for making Betty and the others come to this tower, I suppose, made a long journey through the desert, seeking a solution to what all they had done. Subaru, I thought I had heard just the surface of the aim behind coming to this tower, so they were the true origin. They really can't do anything better. Frowning in tediousness, Subaru was stumped by happening to have a destined relationship with unpleasant parties. Although he did not press them much about it, both Beatrice and Echidna did not limit the people he was connected to as only gluttony. If Subaru's ideas were correct, then there were perhaps 7 people who were all Sin Archbishops, thus he conjectured that the ones he had gotten involved with had not been solely gluttony. Subaru, that depresses me, so I don't want to talk about it right now. Oh. Echidna. Subaru, you're also there? And, when Subaru and the others returned to the 4th layer and sprinted towards the aisle, the person who came dashing towards them just in time, Julius, raised a voice of surprise. Last time as well, Julius had returned to Taygeta in order to inform Echidna and Subaru of the atypical situation surrounding the tower. They had now encountered him a bit earlier. Seeing Subaru having safely returned from the Book of the Dead, Julius said, Julius, so you are safe, Subaru. Did you secure the vital information from the Book of the Dead? Subaru, though it'll be the same explanation as what I gave to Beatrice and the others, but failed. The detailed explanation is a question for me later, so I'd like to solve these abnormal circumstances concurrently. Julius, what do you mean, in other words? Subaru, it means I can guess what the situation basically is. Right now, which beasts are surrounding the tower, right? The moment Subaru fired his question, an immense tremor jolted the tower. That indistinct and constant something akin to tremors reached everyone present inside the tower. Its cause being correctly guessed made Julius gaze in slight wonderment. However, He immediately lowered his chin and nodded. Julius, just as you say. Currently, the environs of this Pleiades watchtower have been besieged by a great number of witch beasts. At the outer edge of the tower, Miss Shaula is aggressively struggling and stalling the witch beast's invasion but. Meili, if the identity of these tremors is a horde of bad animal chans the N, no matter how strongly the naked Oni-san may stand, she'll eventually not be able to restrain them. Julius, henceforth, I want you to lend your strength. What do you say, Meili? Meili jumped into the conversation, and Julius faced and requested her with sincerity. Accepting his sincerity, Meili turned a profoundly meaningful gaze towards Subaru and the others. Getting the impression that the gaze intended to ask about the pros and cons about her actions, Subaru lightly inhaled and nodded. Subaru, I'm requesting you too, Meili, nothing will get sorted if it isn't for you. Sorry for this being so sudden, but please cooperate so that we can all take a step forward together. Meili. Geez, Oni-san, still so pathetic even after saying such grand words. But, since you asked me earnestly, leave that place to me. Be grateful. Subaru, my heartfelt gratitude. I love you. Meili, how pity. Making a sour look in response to Subaru's gratitude, Meili consented to cope with the witch beasts. With this, one of the 5 obstacles will be cleared. Till now it had been the same as last time. Hence. Julius, well then, let's take her to Miss Shaula. Subaru, no, we will be taking a different code of action. Meili, do you know where the balcony is? Work together with Shaula there, and somehow stall the witch beasts. Meili, the end of the aisle, re-GHT? Really, you don't know how to treat people. Hearing that, Meili spilled a sigh and dashed off. Though languid and unenthusiastic, he understood that that was her own pose, seeing her move in accordance with Subaru's orders. That was, as fast as she could run. And Julius, Subaru, with the witch beasts aside, you seem to possess confirmation of some sort. What are you aware of? Subaru, I guess so. I'll explain it along the way. Come with me for now. We must hurry, or Emilia-chan and the others will be in danger. Julius, HK. Julius widened his eyes in astonishment, and Subaru ran after, patting his shoulder. He held Beatrice in his arms, and Echidna hurried behind them as well. Julius had been stumped for a moment but shook his head, and caught up to his back quickly. Subaru, earlier I told you that I failed to dive into the Book of the Dead, right? I couldn't see Reed's memories. Instead of that, I came across another chap over there. I encountered the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony. Julius, no way. Why would gluttony be in the Book of the Dead? Hearing the name of the enemy he had a connection to, Julius' expressions froze. Echidna called out to his side profile saying Julius. She alone was making an expression of feeling chagrined pertaining to the speed of her feet, as she raised a single finger. Echidna, according to what Natsuki-kun had said, the Books of the Dead are an apparatus of the cradle of Odd Lagna. The Hall of Memories, in order to take custody of the memories of the dead, the paths of life walked. And, the Sin Archbishops of Gluttony eat the memories and names of others. In other words, Julius, their authority, is making use of that end of Odd Lagna's power? No, you said that you met gluttony in the book, right? If that's so, then Subaru, the reason behind your memory loss is. Subaru, yeah, it's nothing like the tower's trap or mechanism. Sheer foe. It was an accident caused by a random encounter is what it means. The same way of victimization as you say. It was impossible to imagine having to encounter gluttony when facing the Book of the Dead. That too, if Subaru and the others' imagination last time had been correct, then the Book of the Dead possessing the possibility of encountering gluttony was solely the Book of Reed, who had been reconstructed in the tower. How terrible a fortune would one need for that to happen? He also wanted to object to the deeds of the Subaru until yesterday. Such that he had started wanting to believe idle gossip like truly had a connection with the Sin Archbishops. Julius, For it to be the same as this, quite an awful preference, I must say. However, if there had been contact between you and gluttony at the point of last night, then this charge of the witch beasts too? Beatrice, it would mean that the enemy ended up getting the time of more than half a day for making preparations, I suppose. Had Subaru remembered, matters might have been. Betty is not reproaching Subaru, in fact. Subaru, I know. But, it's a matter of course that you'd reproach me. It would have been better had the me until yesterday not made this blunder. It would have been better if the present me was smarter. Had that been the case, they would have surely been able to face the enemy in a further prepared state. But saying that now was pointless. Contesting with all cards they possessed, that was vital. What was needed was readiness, decisiveness, and the intent to have faith in oneself aside, in comrades. Subaru, just as what you judged, the horde of witch beasts is gluttony's doing. On top of that, gluttony himself will march in and enter. And will be aiming for Emilia-chan and the others. And before Subaru and the others reach, having been late at noticing, the isolated force of Emilia will be coerced into making strenuous efforts and letting Ram and the rest escape, calling the result of getting her name getting eaten upon herself. They must stop that from happening this time. For that purpose, he had taken shortcuts in several positions of the game. Subaru, if we don't let Emilia-chan's name get robbed. Perhaps, they might avoid Ram having to withdraw from the war front. Last time, the reason why Ram was unable to undertake action was the result of Batankato's stealing Emilia's name, for she had been unable to catch Emilia's lack of existence and the absence of memories. Should that risk be done away with, it would be plausible to expect Ram's existence as war potential. Should they hold on to Ram and take care of her, whom she had brought with herself, then there shouldn't be any issues in that regard either. And, if the tag team of Emilia and Ram could hold Batankato's down. Subaru, Julius. There's a job you have to do as well. We'll somehow manage things with gluttony. The opponent you've been connected to as well. I very well get your feeling of wanting to send him flying, but... Julius, but, what? In this place, an opponent which should be prioritized above gluttony can't. Subaru, Reed will come down. If he manages to interfere, then everything will come down to nothing. There's the role, to stop that. Receiving that elucidation, the repeated surprise yielded wrinkles on Julius' middle forehead yet again. However, rather than meager astonishment this time, it was composed more of perplexity and doubt. It was a matter of course. The attack and raid by the large horde witch beasts and the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony. Both of those could be disposed of as things he heard directly by Gluttony in the Book of the Dead. However, matters shall differ should Reed's existence get tangled with that. There was no point of contact between the existence of Reed and Gluttony. Because at the very least, the facility of the tower and the Sin Archbishops were unrelated. Henceforth, seeking a logical basis for that explanation was not possible. Julius, if that is true, then let's assume Reed Astria shall arrive downstairs. In this state of affairs, the possibility of him acting whilst ignoring them, Subaru, can't imagine that happening, right? Really? Does he seem to be the type of guy who would be influenced by the surrounding situation? Beatrice, sorry but Betty can't imagine that happening. In fact, that thing has the nature to prioritize what he wants to do, I suppose. No matter what the situation. Beatrice assented on the basis of an unpleasant confirmation whilst being carried in Subaru's arms. Julius reached the conclusion hearing her and then looked at Echidna, as if asking for final thoughts. Echidna shrugged her petite shoulders in response to his gaze. Echidna, I agree as well. Regardless, it is difficult to believe he would start walking around freely in the tower. Though it would be more accurate to say that I don't want to believe that. Nastuki-kun, that information too? Subaru. That's right. I heard from Gluttony. After hesitating for a moment, Subaru nodded and boldly lied, responding to Echidna's question. As a matter of fact, the possibility of Gluttony playing a role in the sequence of events of Reed walking freely was slim. At the very least, Bat and Kato's had been surprised by Reed's presence, and looking at how they dealt with each other, he must not have summoned Reed as an ally either. That's why this had been entirely unable to convey the authenticity of the information Subaru had and was more like a safeguard. Listening to Subaru's answer, who was at a somewhat rough spot, Julius dove into his thoughts, making a strained face. However, even when they were troubled with thoughts, time continued to flow moment by moment. Especially presently, the situation of the tower was worsening, with a horde of witch beasts and sin archbishops. Recognizing that fact, Echidna called out, saying, "Julius. Echidna, in the present situation, I am also hesitant about keeping distance from visible threats and turning towards potential hazards. But, Natsuki-kun's words, Julius, should be trusted." "Yes, I know, Echidna. To be honest, I find it regrettable to turn away from the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, a bitter enemy of mine as well. However, Subaru, Reed Astria, can only be left to you. Just as I told you earlier. Julius, if I don't win, our calculations will fail, was it? Geez, such incorrigible killing words. Should their calculations fail, should the gears come disjointed, perhaps what would be yielded forth would be a tragedy lacking reason. As if having caught a glimpse of that in Subaru's earnest, black eyes, Julius let out a deep sigh. Julius, I promise you, I shall take the responsibility for Reed. However, if things turn out that he cannot move from the second layer, then I shall join you. Any objections? Subaru, none. There can't be anything better than you being free and Reed being immobile. I leave the timely judgment up to you, but it's your duty to win against Reed as well, you know. Julius, very well, I understand. Echidna, Beatrice Summer, I shall leave the rest to you. Subaru, leave it to me. Subaru distorted his cheeks at the remark of the other two aside from himself being entrusted with it, whereas Julius smoothly caressed his bangs and gallantly turned their back towards them. The cuffs of his white clothes getting disordered, Julius kicked the floor with his lengthy legs and headed for the staircase to the second layer. Echidna, I will not press you much regarding how you got that affirmation. Echidna, what is important is that we trust you. I will appreciate it if you don't betray mine or his feelings. Subaru, I don't know what you're talking about, but you have my gratitude. Having seen off Julius' back, Echidna addressed in a low tone. The true intent of those words identified the lack of connection between Reed and Gluttony. Gulping down that unease, Echidna and Julius made the gesture of trusting Subaru's discourse. He must respond to their trust, their expectations. Subaru, ugh. Abruptly, just when his mind came upon such thoughts, a chilling sensation rose in the interior of Subaru's chest. Beatrice furrowed her eyebrows upon Subaru's response, but Subaru narrowed his eyes and turned away from her reaction. He had memories of this warmth. It was the queer warmth he had tasted immediately prior to being swallowed by the shadow in the previous loop. His heart rate increasing, Subaru suffered the chilling warmth and closed his eyes. What levitated at the back of his eyelids were balls of light shivering with fleetingness and transience. One within his arms and one right next to him, and one in the direction Subaru was facing. Subaru, let's hurry. We all have to go by ourselves and join Emilia-chan and the others. Echidna, that is all well and good, but will we be of any help? To say it clearly, the present you and Beatrice, and me on top of that, we are all non-combatants. Beatrice, Betty can act as a bit of fighting force upon wanting to fight. Besides, Subaru must not be aiming to be a reinforcement either, I suppose. With Subaru having sprinted ahead, Beatrice and Echidna exchanged their views. Echidna's anxiety was undisputable, and Beatrice's idea was correct. Sadly enough, Subaru and the others could not act as reinforcement for Emilia in terms of war potential. Instead of them, Ram, Barusu. So you have woken up. Subaru, Ram. By the edge of the aisle, the same spectacle as before appeared, the figure of Ram on Patrash's back, with Rem in her arms. She jauntily jumped off Patrash's back and handed over the reins to Subaru. Ram, you took too long to wake up. Look after Rem. Protect her with the will to die. You won't be excused if you hurt her or touch her in a weird manner. Ram will. Subaru, wait. In a lot of ways you're too fast. I get what you're talking about, but calm down. You are. Ram, the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony is here. Emilia Summer is fighting back, but she won't fare well. Ram must return immediately, or it will be too late. That instant, the emotions recurring within Subaru's chest twisted. He was relieved pertaining to Ram, who hurriedly wanted to return to the battlefield, and hearing Emilia's name from her mouth, and rage sprouted for the abominable Batankato's existence being confirmed, his bitter enemy. Keeping those aside, Subaru handed over the reins he had been given to Echidna. Subaru, Echidna. I'm counting on you to take Rem and Patrash to a safe zone. The balcony or the second layer won't do. You can't get close to the green room right now either. Probably Taygeta should be the safest. Echidna, Natsuki-kun, what about you? Subaru, Beatrice and I will go with Ram for the Sin Archbishop. Subaru glared into the pale cerulean eyes of Echidna, who had been startled by suddenly being handed over the reins. Whilst she inhaled faintly, Subaru caressed Patrash's neck and jerked his chin, seeing Rem on its back. Subaru, earlier, you had said to not betray your trust. I'm counting on you for the same. Rem is in your hands. She is an indispensable girl for Natsuki Subaru. Echidna, what a curious thing to say. Even though you yourself are supposed to be Natsuki Subaru. Subaru, I also trust you for understanding my feelings a bit, you know. He had heard that the existence of Echidna consisted of having borrowed the body of the young girl named Anastasia. That could also be said to be a position similar to the present Natsuki Subaru, who was overwriting the existence Natsuki Subaru with himself. Receiving those words from Subaru, Echidna made a staggered expression. Echidna, Natsuki-kun, could it be that you are? Subaru, I'm counting on you. Not letting Echidna complete her words, Subaru sprinted, leaving her and the rest behind. Ram had already been heading towards the front of the aisle. Leaving whilst catching a small glimpse of Rem's sleeping face, atop Patrash's back, and stimulating her own courage. Ram, why did you come, Barusu? Rem is. Subaru, Rem said, to do what needs to be done instead of looking after her. That was preached to me in the book. Ram, HK. By Rem? What does that mean? Ram's light crimson eyes gave way to unrest upon Subaru's words, who was right next to her. It was just that they simply did not have enough time for him to cordially and courteously explain the events of the Hall of Memories. That's why Subaru conveyed only what was utmost important briefly. Subaru, Rem said, to fight and regain. That's why I'll go with you too. Beatrice, of course, don't forget that Betty is there too, in fact. Ram. That is fine, for now. You'll be cross-questioned about it 100 times later. Subaru, isn't 100 a bit too scary? Subaru shivered, since he couldn't even hear it to be a joke in Ram's case. However, it was her compassion for letting Subaru bypass through that despite not explaining a single crucial thing, and the circumstance where that was required to be done, approached right in front of their eyes. Ice Brand Arts. The following moment, Emilia's back was visible in the center of the frozen aisle as she fluttered danced about with armaments of ice. Confronting her was the Sin Archbishop of dirty appearance, Lay Batankatos. Catching sight of that, Ram shouted, Ram, Emilia Summer. Subaru conceived that they had made it in time considering that was Emilia's name. And at the same time, Emilia noticed them behind upon being called and responded with a, Ram? Emilia, why did you come back?
And Subaru and Beatrice too, I'm glad you're okay.
But this is really dangerous right now. Stay back. Get away. Rem has been evacuated to someplace safe. Now on, Ram shall also assist you in battle. Emilia, but, Ram, you are. Ram, to be taken away, even if you say that, do you think Ram will allow being taken away? Whilst responding to Emilia, Ram reached to her legs and unsheathed the slender wand equipped there. The wand was shorter than what normally magicians could be imagined to have. Though it seemed like an article with no peculiarities, it could also be felt that it exerted a sense of enigma and queer pressure. And, seeing Ram's form preparing to use it, Gluttony laughed at a distance away from Emilia. Lay, ha ha tilde. What's this, so you came back, nay summer. Oh dear, how handsome. Why is nay summer so cool? Truly, nay summer is wonderful Sue. Ram, irksome. You're getting killed, Sin Archbishop. Ram fired her quiet intent to kill towards the Sin Archbishop, clapping his hands and guffawing. It was intense rage enough to send chills down Subaru's spine, who had never been faced by it, as he glanced from the side. Despite receiving that direct eye contact, Batankato's composure did not flinch whatsoever. Lay, how nice, so nice, very nice, quite nice, as it's nice, isn't it nice, as it's probably nice, as it's perhaps nice, as we think it's nice. Gluttonous drinking Sue. Gluttony Sue. We apologize for arbitrarily and overwhelmingly bringing an end to the connection, though in actuality, it was supposed to be a much more touching reunion, you know W. Ram, what are you? Lay, something like stealing the name and memories of a valuable person, feels like becoming the greatest enemy upon being thought of revenge, right? Yet, the people eaten by us, in most cases don't remember about that is what it means. Even though we love, we understand nay summer this much, nay summer doesn't know even the slightest bit of that feeling is what it means. That's like a wasteful way of usage, like showering salt onto a salivatingly high-quality ingredient, isn't it? Attentively and profoundly, the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony commenced explaining circumstances completely impossible to be referred to. The truth was, the power Gluttony wielded of stealing the memories of others was an act equivalent to trampling upon life. Should family members, lovers, benefactors be attacked and hunted down by them, the worst possible phenomenon would be that they would be forgotten and disappear onto the other side of oblivion, and the hatred which was supposed to exist would also vanish. In one way, that would function as safety against letting anyone take revenge on themselves. However, Lay, isn't that the greatest level of boring? However, none other than Batankato's declared it to be boring. Lay, like the rich hatred which was originally supposed to be attained, or the rumbling corrupted rage, such freshly aromatic and fetid emotions get thoroughly denied is what it means. That's a great loss for us. Until the Onii-san over there shows up. Subaru, me? Lay, why Onii-san, for some reason even after we eat the name you can still remember that person, right? We pretty much do get the reason behind that. The place Onii-san was born into must have been a bit different from here, but what's important is its result. Onii-san is our savior. Whilst saying so, Batankatos opened his arms wide and continued looking at Subaru with an intoxicated expression. With a passionate and zealous gaze as if he was truly deeply in love with Subaru. Lay, no, let's dare state it this way. Onii-san is our hero Sue. Innocent, hard-working, uneasy unless someone is by his side, mean, makes our chests sting and hurt the more we think about it. On top of that, a hero who understands those feelings. Subaru, stop with such eerie comments. With what intention are you? Lay, of course, these are emotions from the bottom of the heart. How RSH, how pathetic. Even though we are so gallantly, we are so wholeheartedly, thinking of Onii-san, you know. Subaru could not comprehend how true a remark that was, composed of blended emotions. He couldn't imagine it, neither did he want to. However, taking Batankato's comments until now into account, it naturally became clear. The emotions of the existence captured by him, directed towards Subaru, were being no, deception was unnecessary. The emotions of Rem, who had been captured by him, were being. Lay, how about it, eh? If it suits you, then let's repeat that touching passion once again. Let's start from here, Onii-san Sue. From square one, no. From Z. Emilia, here. Lay, whoopsie. At that instant, after having stalked up to Batankato's rear, Emilia slammed the large ice hammer she held in both of her hands into the back of the Sin Archbishop's head mercilessly. Batankato spilled the words in a ridiculing tone as if in a manga or something and fell towards the front. Engrossed in recreating the memories, he lost his attention from those other than Subaru. Even so, he must have still remained vigilant of Ram, but the ones he ought to have paid attention to were not merely Subaru and Ram. Beatrice, Murak, I suppose. Along with Emilia, I snuck up to him, and bam. Subaru, we won? Emilia, I did it. The silent and inactive Batankatos, while Emilia made a triumphant pose with her fist clenched, nodding towards Beatrice who reciprocated. Subaru widened his eyes at the far too quick conclusion. Beatrice, the curtain fell way too quickly, in fact. Ram, indeed. Where should Ram take these feelings when she was just about to tear that thing to pieces? Emilia Summer. Emilia, what? Was it wrong? Ram. No, it was splendid. Yes, truly splendid. Beatrice, who was being hugged by Subaru, and Ram expressed their disappointment for the collapsed gluttony. Ram, who had the connection between her and the bitter enemy trampled by in an unexpected manner, seemed to have a complex state of mind pertaining to Emilia's action. However, Subaru, well, there's certainly a mountain of stuff I'd like to say, but the words which come up the first are Emilia-chan, good job. With this, we should tie up gluttony and... Unfortunately, it can't be allowed to go that way, Oniai-san. Before Subaru, who was thinking that the second of the 5 obstacles had been digested in an unexpected fashion, Batankato slowly and relaxedly stood up despite being supposed to have collapsed motionlessly. Subaru widened his eyes in response to that unnatural movement, whilst Beatrice stiffened herself. Of course, Emilia and Ram also had a hue of vigilance paint their eyes. Ram, did he go crazy by getting hit in the head? Also considering his courting comments towards Barusu, if he can't discern the situation then. All that is fine, we have also already conveyed our feelings, and neither do we intend to do something like hold back. Intercepting Ram's views, Batankato's remained with his eyes cast downwards after standing up, hiding his face behind those long, dark brown hair, he muttered and whispered something. As if overlapping with those whispers, a distorted and repulsive sound echoed through the aisle. Emilia, no way. Emilia blinked her amethyst eyes in response to the bizarre happening accompanying the repulsive echo. What was being reflected in her beautiful eyes was Batankato's body changing from its very skeletal structure, giving rise to a distorted report. The flesh body of the petite youth changed into a muscly and brawny giant. A nightmarish occurrence, but what was truly nightmarish for Subaru was waiting ahead. Yay, Oniai-san, were you surprised? This is solar eclipse. Well, kind of like one of our trump cards. Unlike earlier, this time we'll make you ours through sheer force. Subaru, you sure are saying some pretty eerie stuff, transgender bastard. You are. Seized with nightmarish dread, Subaru asked whilst sweating cold. Receiving that, the giant smiled sweetly and without hiding his eccentric ambience, bowed. Louis, which cult Sin Archbishop representing gluttony, Louis Arneb. Louis, can't stay for much long. By snitching and eating, we must clean up everything while Oniai-chan is asleep, you see. Arc 6, Chapter 67, Little King. Witnessing the figure of the man before his eyes ridiculously claim himself to be Louis Arneb, Subaru voiced in surprise. The man's way of appearing was unforeseen and unnatural, but what was further unexpected was the name he had given for himself. It was difficult to conceive it as a mere prank, and even when considered as a phenomenon it yet remained grueling to accept. Ram, they did say something about a form-changing Sin Archbishop, it seems that was regarding this. However, the choice of the form taken is rather questionable. Did you think you would receive any mercy if you chose this appearance? Louis, form-changing, huh? You mean that prattling loudmouth woman? Grouping us with that thing hurts even us. Besides, the principle of that thing and our solar eclipse is totally different. That is being a copycat, while this is reconstruction. Ram, copycat, reconstruction. Using that interim mighty body, Louis replied. As he frowned at that answer, hearing Ram mention another sin archbishop left a bad taste in Subaru's mouth. Though it was only to be expected that there would be sins and sin archbishops other than gluttony existing, knowing even one of them stemmed into an immediate dislike for all of them. Though they were supposed to be form-changing, it was intriguing why they had not used that ability till now. Louis, that being said, this body, being treated as an unknown person, was actually quite a famous person, you know? Though sadly, Nay Summer and the others wouldn't have any memory of the people eaten by us. Ram, famous person. In other words, borrowing the form of an eaten person. Is that so? Truly the worst kind of thing to do, totally fits you people who have committed themselves to doing evil. Nauseating. Louis, wah-ho, Nay Summer geez, your words are so dirty they hurt, you know? If you say that, then we, who still have the memories as your younger sister, will feel ashamed. And that was as far as the interim Louis conversation went. The interim Louis flexibly leaned forward, and the blow that came from behind he dodged the strike by the hammer of ice. Of course, the attacker was Emilia. Ah, yeah. Louis, how Su, how merciless, Emilia Summer. Only I-chan may have allowed you to let him get a taste of it, but we won't allow such an ambush to hit us, you know. Emilia, if it won't hit, then I will just keep attacking till it hits. I don't even want to ambush you, I just want to strike you down. Proclaiming so, Emilia changed the hammer of ice she held in her hands into twin swords of ice and attacked the interim Louis. However, the interim Louis dodged her attack with an extraordinary jump above, and aimed for Emilia's slender hands from a higher angle. Louis, Hiesu. Emilia, Kea tilde. Her body sharply rotated, Emilia's frame was thrown off balance. Emilia twisted her body and used her arms in order to prevent herself from falling on her back. However, the interim Louis aimed straight for her face with his toe. Should it be too late, then Emilia's face, which was the cutest in the world, would get squashed. At that point. Ram, stop ignoring Ram and fighting all by yourself already. Emilia, Ram. Ram, confirming the movement of the opponent who was aiming for Emilia's face, pointed the wand that she held in her hands towards the face of the interim Louis. At that moment, an extremely small wind was born, and transforming into a blade, was launched to slice up the opponent's face. Louis, palm of the fist king. Nullifying Ram's powerful attack with minimal strength using his palm, the interim Louis avoided the damage and then pounced downwards. His perforating palm received the blade of wind from below, swallowing the wind in its shockwaves and scattering it away subsequently. Crushing the wind from his right hand, the interim Louis then tried to grip onto Ram with his free left hand. However, by the time his hand reached Ram had already taken Emilia away with herself out of the opponent's reach, diving into a downward position outside the battle. Louis, you're doing it. Ram, HK. Clenching her swinging free left hand, the interim Louis applauded Ram's judgment and strength of action. Shaking his praise away with a ridiculing exhale, Ram then pulled Emilia's hand towards herself. Ram, Emilia Summer, are you unhurt? Emilia, why yes, thank you. It would have been really painful for me if it wasn't for Ram saving me. Even so. Did you see that just now? Ram, it seems, he has clearly gotten stronger. Ram nodded, gesturing her knowledge upon Emilia's response. And, witnessing the short dialogue between the two, Subaru also held the same opinion as them. Although it was only a short exchange of moves, the interim Louis maneuvers were swift and accurate. Though it was the opinion of someone inexperienced, these abilities probably exceeded those of Baton Kato's. At the end of that exchange, Ram's attack had been completely crushed, as if reality was messing around with them. Louis, the one right now, was palm of the fist king. Named by the one who possessed this body and memory, Fist King Neji Rockheart. Possessing the strongest palm, capable of blasting away anything, a powerful person with no enemies on the Gladiator Island. Ram, it seems that you are not familiar with revealing your strengths. In the end, you are just trying to show that you are at the disadvantage. Ram will not be fooled and hesitate because of this. Louis, we would not mind that at all, nay Summer. To the point that if you can corner us, then we want you to corner us. See, don't you look back onto the sweet memory of defeat later on? Ram, who knows? Ram only knows of victory, so she doesn't understand that. Louis, is that so? That's just the waste of not knowing the sourness of life. The moment he said that, the interim Louis figure was scratched out of visibility. It would seemingly be more accurate to say that he literally disappeared rather than just moving swiftly. Ram. Ram widened her eyes at the enemy's unexpected move. Even she had been unable to grasp the opponent's position. There was no way for her to escape. Emilia, Ram, watch out. Saying that, this time it was Emilia who grasped Ram and leapt backwards. Several of Emilia's beautiful silver hair were too late to escape that attack, as they were caught up in the impact and got slashed off, scattering around in the aisle. And, the one visible was not a fast warrior, but instead a bald man, as he laughed saying ha ha su. With a somewhat jumpy appearance and wearing an orange gown, the man smacked his lips at the form of the fleeing Emilia. Louis, how nice, so nice, isn't it nice? Can you dodge the next one? At that moment, the form of the famous person disappeared into thin air and that of a different one appeared. This seemed as if it was a payback for the earlier surprise ambush. From one blind spot to another, a flashing dagger made accurate attacks energetically. Emilia, whilst holding Ram, continued to defend the attacks off as she got completely dominated. Louis, ha ha ha. You're doing it, doing it, doing it. How did you see through these secret maneuvers of Lipa Dorkle? It's truly a mystery. Emilia, that's obvious. I guessed it. Ram, of course, that is not all to it, there is also Ram support. Emilia Summer. Emilia, why yeah. Flying into a blind spot, the interim Louis launched an attack. Although the opponent was someone capable of flying around freely, all whilst maintaining that vicious smile, Ram was able to see where he would appear next. On Ram's call, Emilia swung her long legs rapidly. With that, when the bald man appeared next, Emilia's heel struck his side. Louis, Gu. Su. Emilia, higher H. Emilia thrusted her heel into his face, and struck the opponent down. At that moment, Emilia grabbed one of the pillars of ice erecting from the ground in her hands and launched its sharp, pointed tip towards her fallen opponent. If the blow were to not be defended away, the strike would penetrate right through his chest and it would make for a truly unpleasant finish. However, unfortunately enough, it was not effective whatsoever. Emilia, A. Louis, carnivorous beast belly Hainelga's skin cannot be pierced, not even by the holy sword, is what they used to say. Shattering the pillar of ice with his bare back, was a middle-aged man with an enormous beard, smiling ferociously. Lying down, he aimed for Emilia's waist with his arm, which was seemingly as tough as a log, and somehow defending away that attack, Emilia made haste and flew backwards. Emilia, hey, at this pace. Ram, Emilia Summer, please let go of Ram. Emilia, no. As if I will abandon Ram, GHK. Ram, that is not the case. Emilia escaped from the enemy with Ram in her grip, and Ram sealed her lips by gently placing a finger onto them. Ram shook her head looking at Emilia, whose words he had interrupted. Ram, it's about time you let Ram also attack is what it means. The moment she said that, she swept away Emilia's gripped arms, and stood firm directly against the giant. Seeing that, the interim Louis smacked his rock-hard lips, and launched his palm towards the young girl. Louis, hoo-hoo-soo. Get crushed. Ram, assuming that is even possible, politely say please be crushed, Ram Summer. With that comeback, Ram charged straight towards the approaching palm. If the situation was to be slightly exaggerated, then it could be said that the palm was enormous enough to crush Ram's entire body. Recklessly clashing with the palm up front would be the same as clashing with the front of an approaching car at the very least. That appeared to be so in Subaru's eyes. In response to that, Ram, at this level, you shouldn't even think you can catch Ram. At the moment those fingers were about to reach her, Ram, with her lips relaxed, dodged the attack with minimal movement and launched her elbow onto her opponent's face. That fair elbow, with its sharpness resulting from its fragility, came in contact with the opponent's nose, mercilessly sending shocks through the body of the carnivorous beast. And, at that moment, Ram's left hand was visibly coming down to grab his throat. Louis, Sue. Ram, you have continued to blabber nonsense for quite some time, it is getting irritating now. Embrace your misfortune, and choke to death at the hands of Ram here, you despicable thing of a person. The interim Louis faced problems, as he tried to pursue the crucial points of the body whilst lacking proper training for doing so. Using that to her advantage, Ram resumed her offensive and this time, pointed the tip of her elegant wand towards him, and, as its tip became the center of a beautiful gathering of energy, it subsequently released wind magic, pushing the giant slightly behind. Subaru, strong. Subaru intently stared at the sight of the interim Louis splattering blood onto the aisle whilst skillfully rolling. Till now, he had concentrated on observing the fight so much that he had forgotten to breathe, but the moment Ram stood upon the battlefield, the flow of the fight faced slight alteration. Of course, though all of it was based on the fact that Ram could not drag on battling for too long. Subaru, Ram fighting this much is a miscalculation I'm happy for. Beatrice, that is not the case, in fact. You cannot rely on just Ram, I suppose. Subaru? What does that mean? Was what Subaru intended to ask Beatrice, who was in his arms whilst tilting his head. And, before Beatrice could respond to his query, the answer itself appeared before him. Ram's posture, as she tried to step ahead, broke down. Subaru observed whether she had accidentally slipped, but that was not the case. Ram's forehead and neck were flooded with sweat, and it was visible that every continuing breath was hurting her. At that moment, he wondered how much of defense and prolongation of the battle he could actually speak of, taking the unforeseen spectacle before him into account. Beatrice, if it is for a short period of time, then Ram's fighting sense can follow. However, Subaru, she has a time limit like that? Oh no, Ram. Unaware of such a weakness of hers, he had sent Ram into that dangerous situation. Along with Subaru's panicking voice, the interim Louis changed into the form of the muscle-rich huge man once again at the same time. Aiming for the stationary Ram, the enemy moved forward briskly with his palm pointed outward, seeking to make a successful onslaught. If she were to receive a direct hit, it was unknown how much of it Ram would actually be able to take. Subaru, Ram. Louis, shut your mumbling, you are so damn loud for a man, Subaru called out desperately, but Ram showed no signs of response. At that moment, the interim Louis blow captured Ram's face directly. Emilia, I know Ram the most, almost as much as I know my own weaknesses. That's why. Emilia, I am fighting alongside Ram. Louis, Sue? Jumping over Ram's head, with her silver hair fluttering, Emilia positioned her knees elegantly against the opponent who had his palm pointing towards the front. The tactics Emilia had chosen were very simple. The move she had chosen was to have an innumerable amount of weapons of ice float in the air, and fire them all towards her opponent at once. Emilia, hi, ya. The interim Louis launched off his body, as he had positioned his empty palm against the rain of ice. The interim Louis avoided, dodged, defended away, destroyed, and crossed through the range of the overwhelming storm of ice flawlessly, with nothing managing to even scratch him. That ability was again that of an expert who had achieved heights in proficiency. The truth was, the Fist King who had been victimized by gluttony was perhaps a true warrior, who had trained with extreme perseverance to gain such prowess. That power was now being exploited like this. The power he had trained to achieve and the fame he had received for being such a great warrior, gluttony had stolen everything away from him and continued to mock and ridicule his journey of life. In fact, it was possible that they had achieved new heights in skill, heights which had not been achieved by this memory originally. Louis, Tilde. He could not help but despair seeing the form of gluttony, who had defended away all of Emilia's attacks and blows with ease and was now sighing an exhale of achievement. Louis, how nice, this is the best. How do we put it, sort of like, we had completely reconstructed the catalogue specs of this memory, but only after we exceeded even that, we felt as if living in this body would be worth it so. Sort of feels like we made better use of the borrowed soul than its original owner. We're glad we were able to live it so. Ram, for someone who is into such evil deeds, you are quite thoughtful of such things, aren't you? Louis, perhaps so. But you see, for us, who are different from normal people, don't you think it is only natural that what we find happiness in would be different too? Don't you think so? Perhaps you think so. Possibly you think so, Sue? Ram, who knows? Isn't that so, Emilia Summer? Emilia, no, you're wrong. In response to the words of Ram, who shrugged her shoulders, Emilia responded to the interim vicious-looking man no, Louis Arneb, whilst letting go the chunks of ice she held in his palm. Doing that, and upon receiving that question, Emilia then upheld the spears and axes of ice that got erected from the floor. Emilia, no matter how different you may be from people, you can still be happy and sad by thinking of the same things. I, for example, was always alone, but I enjoyed stacking rocks on river beaches. Ram, that, as well, feels unique in its own way though. Louis, we see. Indeed, we also have memories of stacking rocks on river beaches, but that's, Emilia, see. Louis, but, we didn't do it because it was fun. It's just that there was nothing else to do. There was just no other thing to kill our time with. Emilia, is that so? Surprised, Emilia made a confused expression, seeing the happiness of her memories get rejected down. And, behind Emilia, who had that reaction, Ram called out Emilia Summer with more strength than normal. Ram, please do not get swayed by the enemy. The opponent is a Sin Archbishop. If they want to demolish our plans, they will use whatever words necessary. Don't get deceived. Emilia, is that so? That is so. Yes, I know. I won't be deceived anymore. Louis, what can we say? That was a truly hurtful thing to say. Even though our one and only Nay Summer would leave us behind, so we had no choice but to be doing that. Ram, shut up. Once again, Ram kicked the frozen floor and launched her body towards Louis, who had repeatedly voiced words which had pierced straight through her heart. Her body's condition was not at its best. Well aware of that, Ram charged straight towards the enemy because she knew that she must get her own hands dirty in order to clean up this mess. Ram's intimidating roar piercingly struck Louis. However, Emilia, this time I'm with her, so if you want to surrender yourself, this is your chance. Louis, gratitude for such graciousness, but there's no need for it. Ram, enough of your stubbornness. Making a cute expression but using brutal attacks which were not cute in the least, was Emilia. The duo of the enraged Ram and Emilia went in together, however, Louis repulsively kept switching his form and battle style with absolute freedom, controlling the battle's pace as per his own will. In this overwhelming duel, there were two things that would surprise the observer. First, was the flawless, breath-to-breath coordination between Emilia and Ram. In the previous loop, Emilia's name had been stolen away, due to which her existence was forgotten and her battle style became unknown to all, thus there was discrepancy between her and Julius, who was unaware of her style of fighting. However, there was not the slightest of that discrepancy in Emilia and Ram's case, not even the slightest of lag. Of course, though it does not mean that the adjustments Emilia made were meaningless, what was of utmost relevance here was Ram's wonderful sense of combat. Ram, HK. Louis, TCH tilde. Truly, what a nuisance you are, Nay Summer. Just when he was about to counterattack, her wand was pointed towards his nose, and narrowly dodging the subsequent piercing blades of wind, Louis pulled out his tongue. Although what Ram did was not something too substantial, Emilia used such gaps to their advantage by further putting pressure on Louis and halting him from counterattacking. Although her moves weren't too showy, it granted her a convenient position to launch attacks without holding back. The breathtaking cooperation between the duo of Emilia and Ram was all thanks to Ram's judgment. That was one of the things which surprised Subaru the most. And there was something else which was equally surprising. That was Louis, haha tilde. How nice, so nice, very nice, perhaps it is nice, surely it is nice, isn't it nice, maybe it is nice, probably it is nice, as it is probably nice. Gluttonous drinking Sue. Gluttony Sue. Our mood and feelings are also perhaps gradually pumping up Sue. Emilia, khhk. He's right, his strength is gradually increasing. Ram, irritating. Chewing on her own teeth, Emilia launched the twin sword she held in her fist whilst Ram darted a blade of wind aiming for the opponent's feet. However, Louis, becoming the fist king, crushed Emilia's twin sword with his palm, becoming the leaper, dodged Ram's attack, and becoming the carnivorous beast, rolled his body through the passage of ice. The shockwave he released impacted Emilia and Ram, pushing them backwards as they let out a screech. The coordination between Emilia and Ram was undoubtedly highly refined. However, as surprising as it seemed, Louis' prowess in using and switching memories was even faster. Possibly, by changing forms, Louis was able to perfectly reconstruct those memories, with no limitation whatsoever. Solar eclipse, that is indeed what Louis had said. Rattenkatos, before he had lost his body, Louis' elder brother too, in the previous loop had copied Emilia's awesome technique called Ice Brand Arts, but its reconstruction was limited to him maintaining his own form. Louis had exceeded that. Solar eclipse was a phenomenon in which the sun got hidden behind the moon's shadow, consequently becoming invisible, that was perhaps Louis' true body being treated as the sun, which got shadowed by the moon, the reconstructed names and memories. In other words, solar eclipse could safely be assumed to be an ability to change into the form of that respective eaten memories. Consequent was the Louis before them, using that ability's advantage. And Subaru, if there's solar eclipse, then it's natural to think that there would be lunar eclipse existing too, but what kind of power would come by the hiding of the moon? No, can I even figure it out beforehand? What happened oftentimes in such patterns of copying abilities was that the user's inexperience and lack of proper knowledge to use those abilities resulted in a discrepancy, becoming a cause of defeat. However, the copying abilities of gluttony, which obviously would include Louis as well, overcome that weakness perfectly by using the victim's body and memories. It was clear that this was a flawless, perfect copying ability. Subaru, this is bad. If Emilia-chan and the rest get overpowered, the situation will change. Tightly grabbing his own chest, Subaru gnashed his teeth at the sense of helplessness which was visible straight in his eyes. Echidna, who had evacuated Rem and Patrash to Tegeta while Meili went to attend to the large hordes of witch beasts surrounding the tower. And, considering Julius' battle was still continuing, the violence had spread to 2 layers in the tower. Subaru, Julius, must be struggling a lot too. On second thought, should the opponent here be Reed after all? Beatrice, Subaru. Just what are you saying? Where are you looking, at what? Subaru, where are you looking, and what are you saying? Ha, Beatrice. That's. Beatrice, within his arms, heard his muttering and looked up, blinking once. Subaru tried to respond to her and clear up her confusion. Unquestionably, right now, he would be unable to firmly state what he was saying or looking at. But Subaru, what's this? I can sense what everyone is doing and where they are, I can see it. Grabbing his chest in a crushing grip, Subaru slowly realized the existence of that incongruous feeling, those blurry, faint dots of light. They enlightened Subaru regarding the actions of his comrades in the tower. He could also sense Ram and the others, and at that moment Subaru accepted this as if it was something natural, like a third arm by birth. However, this was nothing like being naturally born with a third arm. The moment he noticed that, Subaru realized what an unnatural situation he was in, and a sense of rejection and unacceptability rose within his own heart for his own thoughts. Subaru, goo. However, grinding his molars, he swallowed the thought back in so that he didn't spit it out. Right now, if his third arm had developed out of nowhere, then he should rightfully accept it and reject his feelings of rejection for it. He was able to get a rough grasp on where everyone was, in what situation everyone was in. In a situation whereby all his comrades had to split up, could there be any power more suitable than this for such a situation? That's why Subaru, momentarily, silently, belong to me. The form of this unnatural power appeared before Natsuki Subaru's soul, when he did this. The nature of it reminded him of the Hall of Memories, where he had first faced Louis Arneb, and the strength that had bloomed within him before he left that place. He had given it a name as well. Yes, that name was Subaru, Corleonis. The moment he called that name, the presence and control of that power flooded over Natsuki Subaru's soul. And the power, which bore itself with lion's heart, rightfully gave the ability the authority over itself to Natsuki Subaru. The fruit it bore being Subaru, Nu, GH. HK? Beatrice, Subaru. Suddenly, Subaru's feet experienced a crushing weight coming from his body. The moment she noticed that, Beatrice shouted in panic, but he was unable to respond due to his headache. A sudden headache to the point that was almost seemingly hazardous, strained Subaru's body. What was even worse was the awful fatigue his body was suffering with, accompanying a tear-jerking pain in his bones. The combination of pain and exhaustion crushed his entire body, making Subaru kneel down instantly. Subaru, GH, AH. A voice echoed within his mind, questioning what this was. The overwhelming strain on his body, a combination of pain and fatigue, his body felt heavy, as if poisoned, and he was panting like he was continuing to run after his stamina had exhausted itself. Rubbing his back, Beatrice screamed in panic at this sudden development. As he felt somewhat eased by the touch of her palm, Subaru turned his eyes towards the situation. At that moment, Subaru was trying to properly exercise his newly gained authority, Corleonis. No, it felt as if he were merely continuing to exercise it. His very condition right now as well was the result of the usage of Corleonis. If that was so, then just what meaning did that ability hold? Subaru's body felt heavy, stamina was exhausted, until now he had done nothing that would. Yes, Subaru himself could not do anything. Instead of him. Louis, ah? Out of nowhere, a dry voice echoed, as Louis continued to look while his attack slashed through the sky. Louis, who had taken the form of the Fist King, was showing off his violent combat techniques, overpowering Emilia and Ram, and just when he raised the fingers of his detestable body, Louis' arms were grabbed, and his joints got stabbed. And Ram, HK. Without any hesitation or mercy, Ram kneed his joints, breaking Louis' right arm. A repulsive sound echoed, and the white bones within got broken and became visible, as the fibers of his light pink muscles hung down, and the color of blood spread through the frozen white passage, a sight painful to even look at. Louis, ya. HK. Ram, too slow. Ram's iron-hard elbow rotated, smashing right into the opponent's face. With the same pace, Ram clutched the enemy's hair at the back of his head and smashed him into the wall, which Louis somehow stopped, whilst Ram continuing to stab his torso with her right fist. When Louis' body, just after the sounds of his ribs cracking echoed, tried to get back onto her, Ram delivered her own kick with an unaccepting expression as the giant's body rolled at the floor at a fast pace, splattering blood around. Ram's body feels lighter? Clenching her fists, Ram widened her eyes at the unexpected surprise of her body. Emilia, who had witnessed the sight of her strength, also commented amazing at the power she got newly acquainted with. Beatrice had been concerned about Ram's fatigue, so her actions right now were completely expected. And that was as far as Subaru's thinking went, before he realized. Subaru, this can't be. Could it be that I took Ram's fatigue? Comparing the improvement in Ram's physical condition and the worsening of Subaru's, that indeed seemed to be the case. The truth is, the light Subaru was able to sense there were two in front of him which seemed to stand for Emilia and Ram, and he could sense something flow into himself from there. If his assumption was right and it indeed projected his comrades, who were all facing challenges, then that was Subaru. Corleonis means lion's heart. The answer to that lay in Subaru's knowledge of the stars. The authority of greed, which Subaru had unintentionally named Corleonis. That is in fact a Latin word which meant lion's heart, referring to the star named Regulus, the brightest of the Leo constellation. However, Regulus also meant something else aside from Corleonis in Latin, which was Little King. Lion's heart and Little King. As lions themselves were called the king of all beasts, the alias of king was well fitting, it was understandable. But, what did the little affix to it mean? A little, lion king. The king of, a pride. What exactly made one deserving the title of king? That was Subaru, one who stands by everyone's wishes, that is who a king is, that's why. Natsuki Subaru's ability of Corleonis shall lighten the burden on the back of his comrades. So that his comrades can fight without restraints, he shall take all damage for them. If that was the case, then it was decided what Natsuki Subaru was supposed to do.
Subaru, if I'm spitting blood, then that means the preparations are all okay.
Beatrice, Subaru. Subaru, my body, I made you worry. My head just hurts a bit, my legs feel strained, my joints ache like all hell, my hands and feet feel like they've been victim to some ambush attack, but I'm all right. Beatrice, ambush attacked? When, where, I suppose? Subaru, probably, when I wasn't looking at the fight. He was unable to clearly explain to Beatrice, whose eyes were filled with concern. However, the source for the pain in his hands and legs was him hiding the wounds taken by Emilia or Ram, and just like what the worst-case scenario would be, both of them had suffered this at the hands of Louis and Baton-Katos, and Subaru didn't mutter a single word about the weight of injuries on his back. For some reason a person like that seemed cool, that's why. Subaru, just like this. If Ram was able to keep these abilities up and keep up with Louis, they might manage to actually overcome gluttony, unlike how they had failed last time. Win against Louis, and hurry to catch up to Julius, who was fighting Reed, or in worst-case scenario, face the Titanic Scorpion and the Shadow. Subaru? Thinking that far, Subaru looked at the existence of the lights within his chest yet again. One was Julius, who was battling above the layer Subaru, and the others were On, and Meili, who was confronting the hordes of witch beasts from the balcony. Echidna and the others seemed to have safely evacuated to Tegeta. These were the ones whose positions could very well be felt by Subaru. However, Subaru, who's that? At a point distanced away from them all, Subaru could feel the existence of the light coming from the same layer as he was in the direction opposite to him. That was the direction the dignified Reed had first appeared from in the previous loop. Wishing for it to not be Reed, Subaru confirmed the presence of certain confidence within him as he looked on with somewhat of hesitation. And Subaru, Beatrice. Beatrice, HK. Minya? As he shouted from the back of the aisle, Beatrice instantly came to notice the mishap and widened her palm. At that very moment, shining purple crystals were born as the consequence of her chant. Floating in the air with terrifyingly sharp tips, they were fired like bullets from a gun the subsequent instant. They flew overhead Emilia, Ram, and Louis, who were fighting in the aisle, towards further beyond. And, from there, it collided with an attack which was aiming right for Emilia's back. As an excruciating sound of shattering glass echoed, a blinding light broke through and exposed the white corridor to itself. Amidst the sparkles of the shattered ice and crystals, a blinking red light was visible in between darkness. As soon as he laid his eyes on it, the pain in Subaru's heart multiplied several times. Once again, the threat repeated itself, further worsening the situation. However, at this point, the pain in his heart was not because of seeing that dot of red light. The red dot of light and the faint light Subaru could sense within his chest, which showed him the position of his comrades, they overlapped. That could mean only one thing. Subaru, what does this mean? You. Swinging its tail, which wielded a long and sharp needle, the black shadow, clad in armor like black shell over its body, was the form of the titanic scorpion. However, at this moment, the scorpion's appearance held a totally different meaning for Subaru. For the existence which had revealed itself there was. Subaru, is it you, Shaola? Facing a reality he did not want to face, accepting a truth he did not want to accept, Subaru called out in a voice mixed with rage and despair. Hearing that voice, the scorpion, lacking a mouth to respond with words, lifted up its enormous pincers and clanked them, as if affirming his words. A clank echoed. Arc 6, Chapter 68, The Woman of Scorpius. It was not because he possessed some emotional attachment to the name Shaola. It was because Subaru had memories of that word. Shaola was the name of a star which glowed in the sky. Subaru was acquainted with a single term which bestowed meaning to the Scorpius. To think the true identity of the one who took upon the name of the Scorpius was the scorpion clad in a jet black shell, that answer was something truly straightforward and simple. So straightforward, that one would actually grow suspicious of the one who chose that name. However, at present, the first candidate for that lack of sense was the one she referred to as Master, Natsuki Subaru. The problem here was how unlikely it was that Subaru got the chance to bestow her with that name regardless of the presence or absence of his memories, and how they had no leeway to confirm that right now, before his eyes, the tag team of Emilia and Ram continued their fierce battle with the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Louis Arneb. Interposing in the space of that battlefield, in the interior of the isle, the jet-black titanic scorpion let out a fiendish sound by clanking its huge pincers and stared towards them with deep red compound eyes. The ominous huge pincers had evolved for the purpose of slaughter, wielding such sharpness that gave rise to the conjecture that they possessed enough strength to easily cut apart bones or internal organs of the human body with a single clank of its edges. Red compound eyes, two ominous huge pincers, multiple legs supporting its large frame, a shell boasting the strength as that of an iron armor, all of them were symbols of refinement for the purpose of destruction and violence. The truth was, its fighting strength did not contradict the sense of ferocity its outer appearance gave. Time and time again, Subaru had confirmed that with his very eyes through the conflict till now, through the world he had seen till now, rather, he had experienced its true feeling with his own body. Subaru, why? The moment that realization spouted within him, certain happenings of a previous loop appeared before Subaru. Driving away the brutal attack of the titanic scorpion, the moment they thought they had somehow managed to temporarily withdraw, Subaru and the others had bathed in the explosion caused by the parting gift of that evil beast, resulting in Beatrice and Echidna, the two of them being deprived of their lives. The intolerable rage he felt back then was something he was incapable of forgetting. The wrath he embraced directed resentment towards the powerlessness of his own self, and at the same time he also had that rage pinning down the titanic scorpion who had been behind that slaughter. The subject of that wrath, the titanic scorpion, its true identity had been of one who was supposed to be his comrade, Shaola. Now that he knew that, what occupied Subaru's mind was merely violent emotion with no place to belong, accompanied with suspicion. Why had Shaola taken the form of the titanic scorpion? Why was Shaola attacking Subaru and the others, and trying to kill them? Why did Shaola reveal her true nature at this stage of the game, and was interrupting in between the battle? Why? Beatrice, Subaru, calm down, in fact. First, take deep breaths, I suppose. Subaru was tormented by such thoughts after greeting such shocking truths. Softly calling Subaru's name, who was in that state, and restoring him back to sanity, was Beatrice, standing next to him. With his hand grasped by her tiny palm, Subaru noticed for the first time that he had forgotten to even breathe. Abiding by the command, Subaru slowly inhaled deeply, then exhaled. And Beatrice, keep it up. In fact, is it true that that thing is Shaola? At Beatrice's question, once again, Subaru affirmed to himself. Corleones, though the authority, a characteristic unique to him, had just blossomed within him and he had only recently managed to get a grasp on it. It conveyed the whereabouts of his comrades to Subaru and took over the inferiorities in the physical form of allies. That alone was unquestionable. Henceforth, Subaru could vaguely catch onto the locations of all his comrades within the tower: Emilia, Ram, Beatrice, Julius, Meili, and Echidna. And that faint, warm sensation he could feel from those comrades of his, he could feel the same from the Titanic Scorpion. If the relative positions of all his comrades within the towers were to be considered, no other candidate came to mind. Henceforth, that Titanic Scorpion was unmistakably Subaru. It's Shaola for sure. I don't know why, but she's turned into a huge scorpion. Beatrice. It is true that she was a girl with an uncertain true identity in the first place. In fact, that true identity, being that of a slightly big bug, isn't even worthy of astonishment, I suppose. Subaru, amazi courage you have. Asserting the scorpion to be a mere bug, Beatrice warded it off with not the ability to comprehend but the ability to respond to the call. Coiling his tongue at that approach of coping with the situation, Subaru at that moment glared at the Titanic Scorpion for once, red compound eyes with the aim of their gaze unknown, stabbed by the scowl coming from the opposite direction. Subaru, how about you give some answers? Your true identity has been uncovered already, you bastard. Subaru, making excuses or flicking your tongue before the prey, there must be something you have to do. HK. When he raised his harsh voice, he felt his head ache with the weight of the atmosphere and inferior physical form. However, Subaru ignored that pain and sought a response from the Titanic Scorpion. However, the Titanic Scorpion, maintaining its outward appearance which suggested its inability of will and communication, never even once tried to respond. Subaru, are you not going to make a single excuse? Murmuring powerlessly, Subaru thought while fighting his urge to vomit. Just like the memories he had recalled earlier, Subaru had been made to taste hardships time and time again by this Titanic Scorpion. With unruly naivete, the one who had continued to show her courtesy and affection to Subaru without ever attempting to conceal it, Shaola having gotten cheated by her, deceived by her, that truth piercingly stabbed through his chest. How her smile, her words, her attitude, anything and everything had been made up fakes. How she had deceived Subaru and others, and had been a traitor. Subaru, no. Traitor, sadly expressing that notation, Subaru stiffened his cheeks with a dicey sense of unease. Shaola betrayed them. That thought itself was a conclusion which could not be helped considering the existing situation. However, whether or not everything relating to Shaola had truly been fiction had room for argument. Of course, it is plausible that all of Shaola's words and deeds till now had been acting and that her smile, bonding, anything and everything were all just swindles for deceiving them. It was plausible. But, for what? Had she intended to crawl into Subaru and the rest's trust through her acting, her intentions would pose her as an opponent to Subaru and the rest. However, had Shaola aimed for that, she must have obtained chances to chop off their sleeping heads time and time again, even without having to do something like diving into the battle at this stage of the game. Precisely that, whilst she crawled into gaining such deep trust from Subaru and the others, she must have had infinite chances to slowly and secretly poison them as well. Missing those chances, why did she unconceal her betrayal now? That could never be a completely rational enemy. Going out of her way and putting up a dubious pretense and becoming a comrade for Subaru and the others, what could be the point of all that? Listening to Subaru's requests and even cooperating in stopping Meili, displaying hyper magic against the hordes of witch beasts from the balcony, it was unknown what meaning all that held. None of it made any sense, did it? Subaru, the reason why I end up thinking that Is it because I got mesmerized by her fair legs visible in her hot pants? Beatrice, if Subaru's thoughts are becoming blurred by that, then Shaola's plan has not been discarded completely, in fact. Subaru, right. My feelings are aligned with Emilia-chan. Arg, the end. Just when they jointly felt discomfort towards Shaola's conduct, he suddenly had his arm pulled by Beatrice. It was not objection, but an action of overbearing extrication. Overhead Subaru, who had unintentionally stepped upon that foot bellow, a white corona striked through and he picked up his life from within the breadth of his hair. Beatrice, it seems, there's no time to sit and chatter, I suppose. While saying that, raising Subaru's hand other than the one which he had grasped, Beatrice's environs gleamed faintly. Clad in the violet light which evolved along with sharpened pointed tips in large numbers. As if enclosing Subaru and Beatrice, the violet arrows unfolded, facing the titanic scorpion directly, and were shot. At that moment, the white corona from the same frontward came flying and clashed with the violet arrows and the light performed a boisterous dance. Subaru, tilde. Beatrice, duck down, in fact. It won't be good if you receive a direct hit, in fact. The glittering violet light raged on and a sound like that of shattering glass beautifully chained through the aisle. On the other side of the spectacle where the glitter seemingly grilled his eyes, the flash fired by the titanic scorpion that attacked by the sharp tail stinger had been established to relentlessly take away Subaru's life. The single arrow possessing that advancing intent to kill was warded off and repelled away by the 100 arrows stemming from the magic Beatrice had spun, making her protect themselves by jumping. However, that resource consumption had been overwhelming. Beatrice, not good, in fact. At this rate, our mana will get exhausted in no time, I suppose. Subaru, what'll happen if it gets exhausted? Beatrice, Betty and Subaru will get pierced through by that single arrow together, in fact. Being together aside, he could not come to accept the circumstance. Against the assailing attack, Beatrice's remaining strength could not last for long, that was what she had reported herself. With their circumstances continuing to deteriorate, there was a need to somehow defeat the situation before they were crushed by the pressure, and at the moment immediately after Subaru gritted his teeth due to the impending sense of crisis. Emilia, swishing that right above someone's head, it's dangerous, you know. The sound of silver bells chimed potently and a large rock of ice energetically struck the shell of the titanic scorpion. A hammering sound echoed and surprise was reflected in the emotionless compound eyes of the scorpion. The one who managed to draw out that reaction was the one who created a wall of ice in the aisle and subsequently kicked it, decisively plunging into the bosom of the scorpion, Emilia. Her silver hair fluttering, leaping upon the scorpion with magnificence, she wielded a long sword of ice. Emilia, targeting Subaru and Beatrice. Bullying the weak ones shows you are a coward. With the sword slash capable of slashing down anything with a single hit, she brushed away the large pincers and the titanic scorpion made a speedy withdrawal using its multiple legs, wriggling like a worm. However, Emilia pursued the retreating large build and in the cramped aisle thus commenced the three-dimensional battle between the beauty and the scorpion. Emilia, Aya. IH. The long sword, twin sword, lance, large hammer hence given shape to smash to a light report, and the falling, glittering ice shards flutter around the gracefully dancing Emilia. The potent pincers of the titanic scorpion, the strength they had was their highlight as they easily shattered the weapons of the enemy they had come to accept and hid their Herculean cutting strength. However, the destruction of weapons did not pass on to Emilia. Emilia's ice brand arts was an ability capable of creating countless weapons through her magical power. The disposable weapons of ice were no greater than trifling articles to Emilia. No matter how many times were they to be smashed, shattered, it neither hurt nor itched Emilia. Emilia, hi, H. The pincers and tail stinger waving about and Emilia, who had dodged them, launched the picket of ice floating midair. It collided head-on with a corona shot by the scorpion, resulting in light scattering across. It was the overwhelming offense and defense of the two, one human and one inhuman. What was worth admiring was Emilia's sense against an enemy for whom a coping method different from those used against people was required, having jumped in without any hesitation whatsoever and continued hanging on. For Emilia, who readily took upon an instinctive battle style, the form and shape of the enemy were not absolute. Not by piling up strict disciplining, but the greater than sufficient battle sense within her body told her of her enemy. Henceforth, the offense and defense of Emilia and the Titanic Scorpion was taking alternately favorable and unfavorable turns, and gave rise to a stalemate. However, with Emilia fighting the Titanic Scorpion, another progressing battle was unable to avoid remaining unchanged. Even if that battle, at maximum, had commenced with an attack by the both of them at the same time, the offense and defense with the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony Louis Arneb had been left to Ram alone. Subaru, Ram. Ram, you are audible, there is no need to shout every second. As it dampens spirit. Upon Subaru's voice, who had been fearful regarding her, she responded with an outrageously cruel reply. Ram confronted Louis in the middle of the aisle all by herself. Having her back face his side, she clashed head-on with the large build exerting tremendous pressure. Of course, with Emilia's fallout the battle had turned worse. Subaru was able to see that, but Ram, khhk. Louis, Higya Hasu. Nay, summer is just so harsh, so harsh. With a smile glued to his face, the large build, shaking his head about, took a single step backward instead of jumping. The rebuff he had experienced head-on, his retreat was to disperse its impact. In front of the large build who did that, Ram sharply gyrated her body and commenced a resolute extremely close combat with the expert who named himself as the Fist King. The unarmed martial arts Louis was using had been endowed with immeasurable bloodshed to the name of the Fist King. However, through merely the sense of gaps, Ram was somehow managing to keep up with those fighting techniques which had been taken to the extremities, and their proper tracks. Even now, as she unleashed herself, her fair fist fired into the median line of the enemy mercilessly. Louis, how amazing! So amazing! Isn't it amazing, isn't it too amazing? Nay, summer is just too strong, much more than what we knew, Sue. What's this, what's this, why are you able to move so much? Ram, don't talk as if you know anything, kindly keep quiet and die. Bathing in the vehement impact, passing his comment while somewhat writhing in pain was Louis. Louis had gotten right arm broken and was in a state of plugging the roots of his arm currently. In that state, even if it is the body of a man who had mastered unarmed combat, it would not be possible to bring out those specs. The experience points of the martial arts cultivated within the Fist King were being competed against by Ram, who had been released from her inferior physical form, to a point that the inborn natural specs Ram had were keeping up with the enemy. However, as Ram continued to put up a hard fight, as much as she fought hard. Subaru, GH, Pew. Welling up of nausea, limitless rise in temperature. Within his head, the seemingly cursing noise of gongs being struck buzzing in his ears accompanied with a headache. Whilst experiencing these, Subaru fought against getting distracted and letting his guard down. This was what Ram felt and tasted normally. It was now, mercilessly scraping off Subaru's mind and body with a rasp. Whether it was possible to get used to it or not, the chills continued becoming heavier with each passing second, and as Ram's voltage rose, its weight rose accordingly as well. However, that nausea, that headache, that sense of fatigue, Subaru kept them at the back of his molars and patiently endured them. Thanks to this authority, he could take on Ram's suffering and grant her the strength to fight. At this point, the recoil of Subaru having to suffer was a compensation they must accept and pay. His entire body felt heavy, limbs creaking, ears hurting of noise, the torn thighs aching, the struck and damaged abdomen screaming in agony, the rate of breathing rising due to the usage of all strength, and vision flickering in red and white. This much, he should simply bluff and show that it is of no concern. Ram, foolish, truly. And, glancing towards Subaru who had bent down behind Beatrice, Ram's lips faintly murmured something is what it seemed like. However, the authority was only capable of taking on the burden, it could not convey everything regarding the partner. The lightly whispered words went unheard, and the only result they bore was Subaru furrowing his eyebrows. However, Ram, kindly collapse already. If you drag this on for too long, the ones charged with our household chores will all faint. Louis, how cold, so cold, isn't it cold, because it is so cold. Nay summer, nay summer. Let's play more. Let's have fun. Even though we are sisters, we've never even once engaged in a bout like this, you know, isn't it, Sue? Ram, then, your wish shall be granted. Narrowing her cold eyes, Ram struck the side of the frolicking Louis' face with her palm. At the same pace, as if in flow, she struck countless blows on the entirety of Louis' body, delivering rebuff to the receptacle in the same direction. Louis turned completely defensive, and folding up that jaw with her palm directly underneath it, Ram grabbed her opponent's collar and forcefully bashed his face into the wall on the side, and thereafter drove her lovely knees into his head. Louis, pgh, goo. With his face caught between the bare wall and the knee, Louis had his nose crushed as he collapsed, bleeding. Towards that Louis' naked nape, Ram turned her palm relentlessly. Within that palm was whirling an extremely small blade of wind. However, its potency was nothing to be made light of. The swirl of the wind blade thus formed in her palm had enough strength to gouge out any vitals of the body. Grand destruction unneeded, a minimalistic attack to merely gouge out the vitals of the body and bring down the enemy. If the neck was to receive it, regardless of how thick the neck of even the Fist King may be, he would still be equally helpless. And Ram's attack settled the battle. Geez, Alwai's doing things as you please when someone's sleeping. This is why youngest little sisters can't be selfish. As an elder herself, Nay Summer must also agree, right? Ram, HK. The moment when the strike to the nape was settled, Fist King's form changed, and Ram's palm missed its aim. The moment initially afterwards, what seized Ram's petite torso from the frontward was the brutal backwards kick of, with a strikingly short height, Louis no, lay Battenkatos. Subaru, switch. Lay, no, we're telling you, Sue. It wasn't something we were aiming for and then did it or anything. By sheer chance, the moment we opened our eyes, little sister was in an unfavorable position, that's all it is. Onii-san can understand, right? The feeling when your sibling is so bad at the game being played that you can't stand it and end up taking away the controller. Languidly stretching out his tongue, with his dubiously long dark brown hair, Lay smiled at Subaru. With that evil smile of Lay's, Ram, who had received the fierce kick directly in her guts, had been pushed backwards to an immense distance. And she distorted her cheeks and expression at that singular counterattack and inhaled a rough and large breath. At the same time, Subaru took over the origin of what had stopped her in her tracks through the authority. And Subaru, goo, via AAAAHK. Pain that was enough to make him give up springing forth in his abdomen, Subaru shouted at the scorching heat difficult to bear. He was tormented by the extreme pain which seemed as if his guts had been stirred up and damaged with a blazing hot rod of iron. His field of vision whitening at the impact, he understood that his internal organs within were all screeching at once. By this, he understood. In actuality, this blow by Lay had been the true and sole decisive blow of the battle, which would have unquestionably ended the fight with Ram. Lay, huh? Just as thought. So it was thanks to Onii-san that Nay Summer, for whom it should be impossible to move, was able to move is what it means, Sue. Geez, Nay Summer, in the time your little sister wasn't there you deepened your relationship with the one your little sister had feelings for, is that what it means? Blurting out nonsense, while looking at the screaming Subaru, Lay struck the floor with his heel. At his feet, peeking out from his heel was a hidden blade of short length, and its sharp tip had been soaked with Ram's blood. She had been stabbed. Subaru had taken up that pain and was now suffering with it. Otherwise this scorching heat, the blade may have been varnished with poison or something. His body temperature degraded at such vigor that it made him shiver, and the immense sweat all over his body started to flow. Beatrice, Subaru. Ram, Barusu, kindly stop. Beatrice was astonished upon Subaru's screech, and Ram shouted, seemingly having guessed the situation. Stabbed, the wound in the abdomen letting out massive amounts of blood from the guts. It was natural to feel malaise if by the loss of blood, it still had no effect on movement. However, Subaru desperately shook his head. He could not return this agony to Ram. The moment he would return it, Ram would be rendered immobile. It was an obvious flow. It is best if their pain settles upon Subaru. If that were to be done, everyone would still be able to continue without losing. He must assist those who were fighting. Subaru, not yet. Ram, Beatrice-sama. Kindly take Barusu and stand back. He is only an obstruction. At Subaru's condition, who had his voice seemed like incoherent murmuring, Ram prompted her quick judgment. She rolled the tunic she had taken off around her wound in the guts, thus trying to stop the bleeding, and on top of that decided to continue the battle. In exchange for that, she urged Beatrice to have Subaru withdraw from this place. Beatrice abided by Ram's judgment and pulled Subaru's sleeve. Beatrice, Subaru, it's just as how Ram says, I suppose. For now, get away from this place and… Subaru, that won't do. If I get away from here. Shaking his head towards Beatrice, who was pulling his sleeve, Subaru attempted remaining in this place. Right now, if he were to get away from this theater, the effect of Corleonis may get cut off and the battle Ram was managing may collapse at once. If that happened, then what would be the point of having Subaru withdraw from here? Ram, Q. Emilia Summer. For once, come over here. Emilia, A. I get it. Looking at Subaru, who was attempting to remain here, Ram called upon Emilia. At that call, Emilia, who had been concentrating on her battle with the Titanic Scorpion, flew backwards greatly. The Titanic Scorpion tried to go after her, but that pursuit was hindered by a humongous ice wall which seemingly covered the aisle. Of course, in front of the Titanic Scorpion's pincers the ice wall could stand for not more than a single second, but that single second was sufficient for Emilia's retreat. At that point, whoa, just a second. Even if you come back with such energy, did you think we'll just say is that so and overlook you? Ram, keep quiet. Whoops. Slurping on his tongue, swung his dagger towards the retreating Emilia's back. Ram, closing in with a low stance, brushed it away energetically by sweeping it with her legs. And Emilia flew overhead of Lei, whose attack had been overturned, as if jumping over a hurdle. The result of that, as Lei stood in the aisle. Shaola, HK. Lei, TCH tilde. Ha, Sue. Well, aren't you doing it, Sue? The Titanic Scorpion, trying to pursue Emilia, viciously clashed with Lei, who had been left alone in the theater. Though the compound eyes of the Titanic Scorpion were originally turned towards Subaru, even still, there was no way it could simply ignore the one standing in between as an obstruction and be able to pass freely. The pincers of the Titanic Scorpion swung, and Lei warded them off with a miraculous technique of the blade with his daggers. Though the brittle blades seemed that they would get shattered easily by a single strike, Lei's ability was able to do that extremely easily. At the same pace, glancing backwards, seeing as how the enemy collided with the enemy. Ram, Emilia Summer. Take Barusu. Emilia, leave it to me. Hearing Ram's shout as she dashed from the aisle, Emilia held the crouching Subaru in her arms like a baby. Shouldered by Emilia's slender arms, Subaru have rise to a surprised voice saying whoa. But…
Emilia, I'm sorry, stay put for a second, okay?
Subaru, to be carried by a girl, my pride got hurt. Ram, there's no way there's any pride even left to be hurt at this point. Kindly stay put and get treated like luggage. Emilia's speed did not decrease even slightly whilst shouldering Subaru, who had blurted such thoughtless comments. Behind them unfolded the clash between Lei and the Titanic Scorpion, and regardless of what the conclusion of it should become, the two would surely be obstructing each other's way for some time for the moment. With that being said, Beatrice, Shaola must be aiming for Subaru, in fact. The direction in which if you take your eyes off and lose sight of where it may come from is dangerous, I suppose. Ram, that is the problem, Beatrice Summer. Is that thing really Shaola? Running alongside Emilia, who was shouldering Subaru, Ram and Beatrice exchanged thoughts on the situation. What Ram had asked demanded confirmation of what Subaru had previously convicted. Hearing that, Beatrice gave a sidelong glance to Subaru and nodded. Beatrice, that is what Subaru believes, in fact. That attack of firing light also coincides, I suppose. Ram, the attack scene from the balcony, or during the time of exiting the sand, is it? Hearing Beatrice's analysis, Ram furrowed her eyebrows. She then glanced towards Subaru, speaking to Subaru, who was being carried Emilia's arms. Ram, Barusu, whatever you are doing, disconnect it. At that pace. Subaru, I will have to endure it. I'll say this, I'm a man, you know. Enduring and being patient is the special right of us men. Ram, quite a thing to say after being in such a tattered state and being carried by Emilia Summer. Subaru, you goo. At Ram's words, he was unable to voice even "uk" properly. The truth is, due to the effect of taking over Ram's inferior physical form, ignoring his spirit, even breathing was painful for him. The burden increased each passing second and the exhaustion felt as if it was some curse that would eat away his life. At the strong act being put up by that Subaru, Emilia whispered as I thought. Emilia, Subaru, you're doing something, right? Midway through, my body also became re-ally light, and the parts where I was damaged and wounded didn't hurt either. Beatrice, in case you are having Subaru push himself. Beatrice, it's not Betty, in fact. This is what Subaru is doing by himself. Through an authority, I suppose. Even Betty wants to stop him if he can be stopped, in fact. Emilia, authority? Against Emilia, who had offered her frank advice, Beatrice denied her involvement and made an astringent face. Emilia and Ram furrowed their eyebrows together in response to what she had pronounced. Calling it an authority, Beatrice gave the impression that she had an idea about the power Subaru was using. Ram, Beatrice Summer, what would be an authority? Beatrice, something like the backwards compatibility of a divine protection, I suppose. Subaru is pushing himself quite a bit and using it, in fact. That is the cause behind Emilia and Ram's states as well, I suppose. Hearing that, Emilia inhaled while Ram sharpened her gaze. Though she was physically supposed to be fine, what dwelled in Ram's light crimson eyes was powerful rage. With such eyes, she glared at Subaru. Ram, taking up Ram's burden as how you please, when did you become so admirable? Subaru, my bad. I'm a gentleman. That's why I end up smartly taking the girl's luggage. Ram, and as a result of that, become a girl's luggage instead? It can be said countless times, you've got it backwards. Ram's continued sighs somewhat felt as if she had given up on Subaru's attitude. She must have understood as well that Subaru had no intentions of returning that burden. Honestly speaking, possessing it forever would be tiresome, but even so, at least while they are in the middle of the conflict. Subaru, that's it. Thinking that far, at last, Subaru finally turned his consciousness towards not the internal organs within the depths of his abdomen, but something else. His consciousness passed through the body of what was his self, and largely spread out to the scope perceivable to him. And, grasping onto Corleonis, he connected to the conditions and positions of his comrades. Without any change, in Taygeta were Echidna and Rem, along with Petrash. Slightly away from them was Jen at a lower floor, and then Subaru, I knew it. Emilia, I knew it. What did you know? Subaru, Meili is, even now, obstructing the witch beasts from the balcony. Though faintly distant, the flickering, blurry light on the balcony of the fourth layer was Meili. Though the situation was that Shaola had broken away, she was mobilizing her own strength and was dealing with the large hordes of witch beasts. He held the deepest admiration for the strenuous efforts she was making, and he felt grateful as well. Beatrice, that girl was not attacked by Shaola is what that would mean, in fact. Subaru, exactly. Subaru affirmed what Beatrice had stated, while on top of Emilia's shoulders. The moment immediately after the battles had broken out in each of the respective places, Subaru had left dealing with the witch beasts advancing towards the watchtower to the two of Meili and Shaola. Thereafter, with Shaola unraveling herself in form of the titanic scorpion to attack Subaru and the rest, of course, the well-being of Meili, who was supposed to be with her, became a matter of concern, but Subaru could feel her safety. In other words, Subaru, Shaola turned into that after parting with Meili. At any rate, Shaola hasn't laid a finger on Meili. How relevant that was to the present situation, he could not think about that with an exhausted mind. On top of that, even if they continued running at this rate. Emilia, we need to solve the problems rising up, otherwise we'll just get cornered no matter how much we run. With a shout similar to a cry, Emilia perfectly expressed the present condition of Subaru and the others. The first of the 5 problems, the hordes of witch beasts, for that was Meili, the titanic scorpion and gluttony were continuing trying to devour each other, and he felt no signs of the arrival of the jet black shadow. However, Reed Astria, equipped with absurd violence like the hammer of God, was. Ram, HK, kindly stop! Exclamation mark. Ram, who was running and leading the vanguard, stretched her hand towards the rear and restrained Emilia and the others. In front of the momentarily stopped 3, a shockwave pierced through the following instant. The shockwave diagonally bisected the aisle seemingly made of stone, creating an entrapment of rubble and smoke. Seeing the destruction of the watchtower, which had professed itself as indestructible, taking into account Subaru's memories, this would be the 3rd time, but if being crushed by the shadow was to be kept out of the picture, this would be the first. And the true identity of that destruction was. Miss Ram. Along with Emilia Summer and Beatrice Summer, is it, Subaru, Julius? Evading the erupted smoke, flying backwards greatly, the figure with a white outfit contaminated by blood and dust was the good-looking man, Julius Jucalius. Stepping onto that place and the cause of the shockwave, he quickly turned his yellow eyes backwards and glanced into the dark-colored eyes of Subaru, who was sitting atop Emilia's shoulders. Julius, though I believe it has only been a few minutes since we parted ways, it seems you were damaged quite harshly, isn't it? Subaru, shut you p. For once, I'm unhurt. Julius, I do not see the cold sweat of an unhurt human, though. Julius closed a single eye at Subaru, who had a pallid face and blurted out rough words with a faint breath. Even he, who possessed good judgment, had not been able to understand the effects of the authority of Corleonis, as expected. And unfortunately, no longer remained any time for them to calm down and converse about it. Subaru, I'm begging you, please say you slashed Reed's throat. Julius, reporting what differs from reality, is an extraordinarily difficult choice as a knight. Beatrice, that already makes for the answer, I suppose. Subaru's wish, which seemed more like a prayer, had been implicitly repudiated by the excessively serious response. While feeling his hope turn into despair, Subaru made a bitter expression. He felt his earbuds hurt by a sound as that of crushing of the wall's fragments. Ha. So you're greetin' all the women you've gathered in here, you. It was you startin' to get a bit boring after walkin' round freely. So are y'all gonna be my opponents, aye? Ram, the worst progression of events, isn't it? Following Julius, the one who showed his form through the smoke was the great man with long red hair, casually dressed on only a single side, with a tall figure built with muscularity red violence, Reed Astria. At the form of Reed, boldly stepping into the aisle of the 4th layer and not the 2nd layer, Ram commented with a low voice. With identical astonishment, Emilia said you. With a quivering voice, Emilia, why are you on this floor? Aren't you supposed to be unable to exit from there? Reed, hey, don't you be making me laugh, fiercely frizzlin'. I live where I wanna live, slash down those whom I wanna slash down, and sleep with women I wanna sleep with. As if I'll be aberdeen by the customs of others. Beatrice, just how cheap is this guy, in fact? Beatrice, whilst trembling with fear, smacked her lips at Reed's self-centered philosophy. However, it was fact that Reed had appeared in this place and was standing in the way of Subaru and the others, obstructing them. With this was Reed at the main gate, and Gluttony and the Titanic Scorpion at the rear gate. This was the location of a tremendous battle. Subaru, though it may be useless to just talk. Right now, everything happening in the tower is. Reed, I know it's becomin' quite the ruckus, you know? But, it ain't concernin' me. If the ones that got him will be gettin' in my way then I'll slash 'em down, or if they'd open my way then I won't kill 'em at least. Whoops, well those takin' part in the trial gotta be a special case. Though that still ain't different from pickin' a fight with me. Subaru, then. Reed, hey, young fish. Don't ya say any borin' shit now. Twisting his words, Subaru tried to somehow extract information out of Reed. With his spirit of the sword losing its proper way, he made him shut his mouth. As if an electric shock, pressure which caused physical numbness jolted Subaru. No, not only Subaru, but all four standing in the aisle. Otherwise, it may have jolted the entire tower itself. This merely brought the displeasure of the lone man. So this was just his sense of intimidation. Upon Pleiades' watchtower were threats aside from this giant man. Subaru, the way to deal with one of Gluttony and that shadow hasn't been found either, and still. Julius, Subaru, regarding that, I have a good news and bad news from my side, said Julius, preparing to use his knight sword, commencing with his words. At his commencement, with words as those from some overseas drama, Subaru stiffened his cheeks. Good news and bad news, though it was an expression common in literary works, hearing those words in reality like this gave a terrible feeling of his chest being scratched apart. Gulping down saliva for once, Subaru affirmed the words good news and bad news in his mouth. Subaru, then, say the good news first. Julius, regarding the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony nowhere to be seen whom you are getting anxious about, there is no need to be on the lookout for him. I can assure you regarding that. Subaru? I don't know on what basis you're saying that, but it's certainly good news. Then, what's the bad news? Whether he found his tracks, or whether he got hands on proof of him having not arrived in the first place or having exited the tower, Subaru raised a single eyebrow in response to what Julius had pointed out. If there was to be only one Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, then certainly the problems they had to deal with would reduce by one. If the cards in their hands and the cards in the hands of the opponent were to be seen and compared, what would be the ideal course of action? Subaru considered that with his body in a horribly bad state. Before that Subaru, Julius softly exhaled, and continued. Julius, the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Roy Alphard is over there. Subaru, ah? With an earnest tone, Julius turned the leading edge of his knight's sword towards the front. What stood ahead of the pointing tip of that knight's sword was only the great man with the smile of a ferocious shark. It could not mean anything else. The man with the smile of a shark was standing there. However, Julius continued his words, as Subaru and the others stood stunned. Julius, the one before our eyes, the first-generation sword saint, Reed Astria. He is Roy Alphard. Arc 6, Chapter 69. The absurd iron hammer of the sword. Gulping down those words he had heard, he required several seconds to chew their implication. Subaru, Reed is Roy Alphard? Upon the report betraying his expectations, Subaru's thoughts were disturbed into a shape unlike the anguish he had taken over. The pain and suffering he had arbitrarily taken from his comrades, due to that negativity his mind was working slowly, but this was a situation where even that couldn't be used as scapegoat. Taking some time for the moment with his brain seemingly melting out of his ears, he found his thoughts to be endless. In front of him, the majestic figure standing boldly about whom this revelation had been made, the red-haired swordsman, unmistakably the existence who was the biggest nuisance in this Pleiades watchtower, Reed Astria, all whilst staring at him. Subaru whispered. Julius, who had readied his knight sword on his side, his expression possessed no signs of falsehood whilst he focused his eyes on Reed. He was not a person with the personality to make such unfunny jokes in a gambling room where it was all a matter of life and death in the first place. That was the commentary on Julius by Subaru, who had once forgotten everything, and abiding by that notion the one in question remained fully serious. Because it meant that Julius' remarks, who possessed that conviction, were certain truth. Subaru, if Reed is gluttony, then that means. Reed was one of the obstacles that existed in the watchtower, however, stood at an ambiguous position when it came to demarcation as an ally or enemy. But if his existence were to explicitly be one of those who were distinctly the enemies, then. Subaru, so that's why you were. Again and again, so persistently. Reed, hey, you wait, you. That's a pretty boring misunderstanding, you know. Subaru, eh? Reed, it ain't a joke, you. Hey, you. You, sayin' that I'm taking the form of that unrelated idiot, don't go bout trustin' that boring conclusion, you. Hearing Subaru's trembling voice, Reed distorted his cheeks with seemingly painful displeasure. Subaru was unable to comprehend the meaning of that reaction. The Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Roy Alfard, was manifesting in the form of Reed. Subaru, who had just previously seen the transformations of Louis Arneb, had reached that extremely respectable conclusion. The authority of gluttony of extorting the shape, form and combat power of the opponent, the result of which was the Reed before them. However, Reed's mood turned worse quite frankly at that conclusion. The cause of that seemed to be, instead of the behavior of a coward hiding his true identity without knowing when to give, something much more simple like the displeasure of a child upon being teased. The real meaning of that was, Reed, ain't it obvious that I'd be me? Because that'll never change, I'm standin' here. Do you disagree? Are you sayin' I'm wrong? Touching the eye patch on his left eye whilst baring his sharp fangs, Reed declared towards Subaru. Receiving that, Subaru inhaled and furrowed his eyebrows, reading deeply into his words. And noticing a certain possibility, he took a short breath. Subaru, it can't be, Julius. Julius, likely, what you are imagining is correct. While keeping his line of sight maintained towards Reed, Julius pulled in his jaw upon Subaru's hoarse voice. The good-looking man rubbed his cheek stained by his own blood with his shoulder and whilst continuing to erase that blood stain. Julius, my wording earlier, was at fault. Let me correct it. He, in front of our eyes, that flesh body belongs to Roy Alfard. However, that spirit is different. Subaru, spirit. Julius, Roy Alfard, ate the memories of Reed Astria, and had the control over his own spirit stolen by those memories. Henceforth he, without any restrictions, descended from the second layer and is now here. Subaru found himself dumbfounded in response to Julius affirming the absurd possibility he had thought of. Subaru wondered how something like that was even possible. No, each one aside from Subaru, Emilia, Beatrice, and even Ram, all of them widened their eyes together. Certainly, everything's reasoning was logical with Julius' explanation. Originally, as the trial-taker of the trial in Pleiades' watchtower, Reed Astria was not supposed to be able to leave the second layer, but he started wandering about in the tower making an expression as if he owned the whole place, the reality behind that. In the worlds he had continued to repeatedly witness, Subaru had been confused in the mayhem which brought the end of the tower. Within those, he himself had not been able to attain freedom, but had taken advantage of the actions of gluttony and had acquired freedom. Yes, that's right. With that, all of the baffling situations surrounding Reed made sense. However, he was unable to shut his hanging jaw, for this exceeded norms far too much. Beatrice, got dragged along by the memories and lost sight of the true self, is what it would mean, I suppose. Ram, simply put, it must mean that the one with the stronger self won and remained. In terms of self-principles, one chased away the other. Though a bit late compared to Subaru, Beatrice and Ram arrived at the same conclusion. An unstructured way of speaking, But Ram's words expressed the truth with frankness. Subaru, but I have a doubt too. That was why the eaten reed's existence had not disappeared from everyone's memories. Till now, the ones who had fallen victim to gluttony aside from Subaru, Rem, and Julius, had their existences erased from the memories of all people, is how it seemed. The truth is, in the previous loop, the existence of Emilia disappearing from the memories of Ram and the rest was something Subaru could attest to. If so, then the same thing not happening to Reed was. Julius, principally, what gluttony had eaten was not Reed's name but at most his memories, is what that would mean. It is not possible to eat both the name and memories of a dead person, that is what Roy Alphard had asserted. Subaru, HK. Did you witness the scene of Reed getting eaten? Sensing Subaru's doubt, Julius responded with a single eye open. He answered with a short yes, looking at the crumbled wall he himself had passed through. Julius, when I went to the second layer in accordance with your instructions, you see. Timely enough, that was when Roy Alphard and Reed were having negotiations. Negotiation, to label it as that would be suspicious in itself, though. Subaru, what's suspicious about that? Julius, because Reed was making no effort for resistance. Perhaps gluttony, for some reason, may have been subjected to the trial. That is why he, the trial taker, was unable to attack the opponent. Reed, that's about half correct and half incorrect. Upon Julius stating that conjecture, none other than Reed called a halt to it. While crackling his thick neck bones, he had his nails touch the pit of his stomach. Reed, certainly, no way they were gonna be participants for the trial, but had I thought of doing it then I would have done it, you know. If I did that then I won't be here right now, ain't that so? Julius, you have attained the opponent's self, are you, saying that you already possessed confidence in that? Reed, you actin' as if focusing on only the strong parts is something I won't allow. Plus in everything one side hasn't gamblin' it all's what's interestin'. Though, that was something that Midget didn't understand. Regardless of the truth of him having obtained that physical body, whatever may have been the interests of gluttony who had been affected by that sequence of events, Reed declared pertaining to Roy with terrible indifference, whom he had confronted. Merely, the fact is that the reality in front of their eyes was the truth. The self of Roy Alphard had been painted out by the monster known as Reed Astria. Reed, if you wanna eat and taste me then you gotta have the stomach large enough to fit me in. He didn't have that. That's why I bit and tore apart the stomach. That's all there's to it. Subaru, that's all there's to it, you say. Aside from his bearing nausea and the sense of abrasion of his mind and body, Subaru felt his head starting to hurt. In other words, if what happened in Reed's body was to be said straightforwardly then. Subaru, revived. Resurrected from the dead, is that what this is about? Julius, in terms of results, you could say that. Above all, a situation where it is possible to meddle with the memories of a dead person, and the existence who wielded that ability being encountered for the first time and then subsequently arriving into existence, it is a series of events akin to miracles. Subaru, miracles. A life who was supposed to have vanished 400 years ago, to witness the moment of it being resurrected like this, Julius might have stated it to be the embodiment of an ironical miracle regardless of his intent to call it that way. Although, he did not intend to state the reality of his resurrection alongside that as well. Emilia, can I ask one thing? Reed, Abruptly, when all of the happenings were being arranged into order, the one to raise her voice like that was Emilia. Here after the encounter with Reed, Emilia had kept her mouth shut so that the topic of discussion may not get diverted. Seeing the discussion reach a point where it could halt, she turned her amethyst eyes towards Reed. And Emilia, you have. Reed has been revived, right? With that you've become able to leave that place, that's something I really congratulate you for. Reed, thanks. With this I can teach you all sorts of stuff at a proper place, fiercely frizzlin'. Let's have drinks tonight, you. Aside from that. Hey we'll do stuff as I teach ya. Emilia? Are you inviting me to go out with you? But, I have only gone to a date with Puck and Subaru, so, I'm sorry. Also, though it would make for an exchange Subaru would never want to miss out on, getting caught on by Emilia's comment on her date was something Subaru currently had no time to spare for. Keeping those innermost thoughts of Subaru's for some other occasion, Emilia repositioned Subaru's body she was carrying on her shoulders. Emilia, even though you have become free, can't you stop being in our way? In case you don't know, we are really busy right now. Reed, don't ya make me say it, fiercely frizzlin', I more or less have got grasp on what's happening here. After all, the tiny brat of this body was unusually well informed. I hate it. I really don't like it. As if throwing up, Reed annoyingly gripped to his guts. It seemed as not merely resurrection but Reed also had the ability to read the memories of Roy Alfard. In other words, he apparently even had the power to catch a glimpse of an edge of the authority of gluttony. Above all, it seemed as if it was something he aesthetically found strongly, terribly repulsive. Reed, he didn't have a standpoint of his own, that's why he got himself involved in such stupid shit. He's an irredeemable kid. Though he ended up disappearing 'cause he was doing it without knowing his position, it's gotta be a natural reward. Subaru, why talk about only this place? If you're free, then how about you go conquer the world and the vast oceans? I really feel like you're just delaying the problem, if that's the case. Reed, you, don't just start preparing to run away. As it is, a situation where you're being carried on the shoulders of a woman, it's so pathetic it'd be better to die. Do you wanna be coated with embarrassment? Subaru's venture to avoid battle and having the situation ameliorate ended with a failure. Perhaps, even the ones other than Subaru may have failed to understand what he had proposed just now as well. In the end, even if Reed were to gain freedom, he intended to respect his role as the trial taker. Otherwise, not being particular about his title of the trial taker, he simply would not allow for an opponent, whom he had decided to cross swords with, to escape. At any rate. Emilia, is that so? If you won't move aside, then there's no choice. With a long sigh congested with nuance of it being unfortunate, the reply sufficiently suggested Emilia's decision to attack Reed. Emilia, I'm sorry. Those words were directed, not at the confronting Reed, but at Subaru, who was atop her shoulders, and he was a second late for noticing that, because after a single second, Subaru's body had been brought down from Emilia's shoulders and gently handed over to Beatrice, who was beside them. In but an instant, crossing the aisle with the speed as that of a bullet, Emilia slammed an ice sword into Reed. The atmosphere gave rise to a high-pitched sound, yielding forth frost, and the beautiful yet cruel blade of ice fluttered through the aisle as it was enshrouded in the erupted smoke. In any case, the attack with no hesitation whatsoever, aiming for a fatal wound once Emilia had decided to act upon, there was no faltering in her then. That was something clearly understood after all of the battles till now. Emilia, HK. The slash attack Subaru's eyes finally caught up to, the strike which was almost like an ambush. Reed easily received it, using his arm outside of the breast pocket of his casual dress with the chopsticks he was holding in his hand. This was not the first time seeing Reed wield chopsticks as his special weapon. However, it was not something which could be gotten used to even after seeing it on multiple occasions. Abnormalities were abnormalities, there lay change in that recognition. Subaru, he. Emilia-chan. Beatrice, S. Subaru. Don't push yourself, in fact. Stay put, I suppose. Subaru shouted at Reed's abnormal swordsmanship, feeling perturbed about Emilia's safety. Appealing to Subaru to take care of himself was Beatrice, whom Emilia had suddenly foregone and entrusted his body to. Being supported by her petite frame while kneeling down onto the aisle, Subaru pushed his eyes open. Meanwhile, Emilia renewed her arms, which had been smashed, or rather, slashed by the chopsticks, and continued the performance of her sword's dance like a fairy within sparkling diamond dust. Easily brushing that away, Reed laughed with a ha-ha HK. Like a shark. Reed, ha. Zhu, as expected, You got it quickly, fiercely frizzlin'. But, you, don't you know? Your trial is already over, you know. Emilia, if that's so, then pass everyone else too. Reed, hey, the hell kind of reasonin' makes you say that I ain't got any reason to be doin' that. Emilia, I request you. Reed, there ain't anything cute in beggin' like that. For now, take off your clothes, you. Though she had been making a serious expression, Emilia's entreaty did not wield anything to Reed's ears. Identical to the first strike, Reed warded it away, chased it away the subsequent strikes using vivid techniques of chopsticks, barely conceivable. Subaru was unable to close his mouth hanging open before that abnormal swordsmanship. Of course, Reed's irrefutable mastery was not something unknown. However, even Emilia had not drawn a step back against even the enemies of Gluttony and the Titanic Scorpion. When compared to such a variety of warriors, she had shown overwhelming capacity. At the very least, even 100 of Subaru would not be able to oppose Emilia. For Reed, that was, quite literally, a child's play. Emilia's offense and defense jaded the spirit of it being a do-or-die situation, was naught but the play of an unskilled child for Reed. Subsequently, Emilia, after a mere few exchanges, was unable to reach through and experience defeat. The difference in their ability was so immense that even the untrained eyes could identify that. However, Ram, the reason to abstain from using full force? That should be quite simple. Reed, Ram, because you will face an unsightly defeat here at the hands of Ram and the others. Interrupting the battlefield with a petite frame pronounced Ram, positioned behind Reed. And caught hold of that back of Reed's. That alone was more than worthy of admiring, but Ram's fearsomeness was not the end of it. Emilia attacked without any relent against the opponent Reed Astria. Ram matched the timing with her, who had left her battle style on her senses, with godly intuition. Precisely this which Subaru had not been able to read at all, was Emilia's initial surprise attack movements that suggested the question whether he had really managed to read them, and the truth was that they were movements which gave the impression of possibly already having gotten read. The very next instant, Ram's unleashed fist stabbed into the side of Reed's casual dress. At the moment of the impact, with the sound of the flesh and bones creaking, Ram's white fist's piercing strength penetrated through Reed's internal organs and the aisle was split open by the bottom of Reed's feet, who continued standing his ground. Subaru, it reached through. HK? Looking at that, Subaru thoughtlessly hugged Beatrice tightly. He wanted to cheer, but he was unable to voice anything further. Instead of that, he felt his body heat up as if his blood was boiling. Because that was, as far as Subaru knew, the first time Reed had taken damage without it even being a matter of super luck. Ram, tilde. The unimaginably powerful fists fired from her slender arms were hammered into Reed as if a storm. Reed received that with his defenseless lower body, and retreated. It was not as if he lacked all defense. Even for blocking Ram's attacks, his two chopsticks were being used to block Emilia's fierce attack, so he merely lacked the defense to direct there. Henceforth, pressurized by the might of her tremendous fisting, Reed's body was greatly pushed back. And whilst his figure was blown off, Emilia threw the twin swords she had created with both of her hands, and the sword slashes drew an arc which was then cleared away by Reed's chopstick slash. Subsequently he collapsed onto the aisle, lying spread-eagled. Subaru, did they do it? Seeing the form of Reed collapsed, lying flat on the aisle, Subaru lightly whispered in astonishment, with widened eyes. Blocking Emilia's surprise attack had been a final desperate tactic of his, and the one other than that, Ram's attacks, was what he had gotten a taste of. Every blow had wielded enough power to make his bones creak. Emilia's difficult fighting was a matter of course, but perhaps misjudging Ram's combat power had been Reed's cause of defeat. As an effect of Corleonis, having been able to move without any hindrances, Ram's ability had been enough to mow down the opponent's consciousness before Reed could get serious. Subaru, HK. Right now you can quickly tie him down and render him unable to battle. Emilia-chan. constrict him with ice. For a moment his thoughts had come to a halt without confirming their victory, but he was unable to overlook that extremely valuable situation. Panicking, Subaru instructed Emilia to constrict Reed. At the same pace, he tried to call out to Ram, who had been making strenuous efforts. Beatrice, Subaru, when did your health come back? Subaru, eh? Suddenly, so asked Beatrice, who had been supporting his body. Receiving that doubt, Subaru tardily came to notice the truth of him standing on his legs and giving instructions to Emilia. The agony which was eating into him as if a curse had disappeared. Ram, Ka, Fu. The moment immediately after he judged what that must mean, Ram's body shivered, trembling violently. Ram's upper body, who had turned her back towards this side, jolted and she collapsed down to her knees, unable to support her body. Subaru, Ram. Julius, QGH. Unable to even stretch out her hand, Ram collapsed seemingly like a puppet whose threads had been slashed away. The one to jump at Ram's collapsing body was Julius, who had been awaiting an interval to plunge into the battle. Supporting Ram's wholly exhausted body, Julius confirmed her condition with his expression frozen. The reason for that was Ram's complexion, and the crimson of thick blood which dyed her clothes. Massive amounts of blood was flowing from the wound in Ram's abdomen, whose bleeding she had stopped. Though it was true that the lost blood brought serious danger to her life, that alone was not the issue. The greatest problem was linked with the healing of Subaru's condition. In other words, Subaru, the effect of cor leonis, has been cut off. So it finally got cut. You, don't be doing boring shit. Aren't you hiding behind a woman? You're a disgrace for a young fish, you. In front of Subaru, who had been rendered speechless, the collapsed Reed swung and stationed both of his feet and vigorously stood up. Reed lightly patted and swept his back, and swung his arms in circles from his shoulders whilst gripping onto the chopsticks, his attitude which felt as if he hadn't taken any of the damage Ram had inflicted on him, though that alone made his body shudder. What made Subaru uneasy were his words immediately afterwards. Reed said, that it got cut. Just, what was he referring to? Reed, playin' round like that'll always be boring. First of all, something like feelin' no pain or ache even when the guts are all torn up. Are you making fun of me, you? Subaru, whoa, Reed, if you say you wanna do it with perfection, then you gotta stand what you receive too. But, this one's done for. You, this one's done for, you know. You, can't you see? This woman was gonna die even before it got cut. Intimidated by Reed's low-pitched words, Subaru turned his line of sight towards Ram, who was in Julius' arms. Receiving that gaze, Julius lightly pulled in his chin. Julius, his words are correct. Miss Ram's wounds are no trivial matter. Even now, she is on the verge of death. Subaru, HK. Julius, the reason why the bleeding is not stopping, is perhaps because of the usage of a chemical which hinders the clotting of blood. Other than that must be the recoil of her pushing herself which is present on her body. Each and every word of Julius' analysis attempted to carve a painful fissure onto Subaru's chest. He failed. Subaru's cor leonis overlapped with his complacent failure. Taking over Ram's inferior physical form, he had created a circumstance under which she could fight. Though that was not a mistaken judgment, he ignored the injuries she had taken. No, having Ram herself ignore those is what had been a mistake. If Subaru was to take over the pain and anguish of injuries, she would not be able to be conscious of the wound's seriousness. If Ram were to conduct herself in a way suggesting she was unharmed, Emilia would not come to notice anything either. Julius, a magic similar to nectar sharing sensations, a bit different from that, or perhaps something entirely unlike, something much more different, had been put to use. And, you said that you had cut it. Reed, I'm good at cutting invisible stuff, you see. Well, the trick's intuition. With that, a bit of time got used up. Took a pretty grand hit. Reed exaggerated the reason he had bathed in Ram's storm-like fists. However, returning to the original topic, the truth was that he could more or less not feel any of the damage he had taken. The trick behind that too, was pronounced from Julius' mouth. Whilst keeping Ram in his embrace, Julius gently turned his gaze backwards facing the aisle which had been fissured by the close combat. Julius, you let all of Miss Ram's attacks escape onto the floor with the bottom of your feet, huh? Reed, it's a technique which a woman friend of mine, Trisha, used to be good at, you see. Reed laughed with a kaha as he firmly stomped on the aisle. Hearing the conversation of the two, Subaru, whilst continuing to shiver, glanced at the crevices of the aisle. The endless wounds borne onto the aisle were the proof of Reed having directed Ram's attacks onto the aisle. It was perhaps some technique to direct the impact of blows towards someplace else. It could be said that it was the culmination of martial arts. Subaru, ah. The truth is, when Ram's initial blow had struck, Subaru too had witnessed the aisle tremendously fissure with his own eyes. That also applied to all subsequent consecutive strikes. Both this and that, everything was. Subaru, to slash down the connection between me and Ram? In the first place, how did that even? Reed, Aiju said. I slash down what I wanna slash down, live where I wanna live, and sleep with women I wanna sleep with. I slashed down that boring game, all while hummin'. Leading a carefree life, was Reed. Cutting things which could not be seen. Otherwise, cutting connections which do not physically exist. Was the capability of doing so, the true ability of the existence named the Sword Saint, Emilia, but, when I struck you from above with a lot of strength, you had been in pain. Reed, back then the situation was different, you know, fiercely frizzlin'. Right now I'm here to enjoy the fightin' more than the trial. If it's a fight then you gotta be more serious than the trial, you know. You disagree, you. Slashing and repelling away Emilia's response, Reed snorted his nose and prepared his chopsticks. Adjusting the stance of his chopsticks as if he was ordinarily commencing a meal, and pointing their ends towards Julius, Reed's blue eyes gleamed with a blaze. Reed, that's how it is. You got what I'm sayin', you. Hey you. Julius, to settle this, with the sword. That is your intention, correct? Reed, yeah, that's right. Let me tell ya, I'll allow any damn thing aside from swords too, you know. Whether you wanna throw magic at me or clash with me, it ain't any problem. If you wanna win against me. Quite boldly, Reed gestured with a finger touching his chest, and pointed towards his heart. In other words, that was the only way to bring an end to his life, that is what his expression indicated. That was the evidence that Subaru's card of waging war had been correct. Julius, why, must you be fixated over myself? Reed, I'm being fixated over you. Gimme a break. Bastards of Zhu mere words with nice faces are the race I hate the most, ain't that so? On top of that, why'd I gotta be fixated? Julius, then. Reed, you're the one who'd have a reason to be fixated over me. If I draw back from here, do you really think that'd be fine? Reed's response to Julius' question could not be described as one that was clear. He himself belonged to a race of those types who did deem worth in conveying all things as words. Furthermore, a large part of his response had been occupied by something similar to sensation. It was difficult to comprehend. However, for those who did understand that, merely had the answer which was limited to that was. Reed, tch, a troublesome one ended up comin' here. Before that answer could be chewed, what proceeded was Reed clicking his tongue in discontent. And, the cause behind the click of his tongue, revealed its figure from the interior of the Al Subaru and the others had crossed through in the form of a corona, it pounced upon them. Emilia, Subaru. Immediately before the corona could evaporate away Subaru, Emilia's ice swords separated and distanced away the two from each other. As a note of shattering of ice echoed, the repelled light stabbed through the aisle. An extremely long tail stinger disappeared as if having frayed. That was namely, the baptism by the guardian of the sage's watchtower. Subaru, Shaola. Red compound eyes emerged from the interior of the aisle, possessing multiple legs. The titanic scorpion revealed its form. Jet black shell and fiendishly large pincers, its figure was both ominous and healthy. However, the form of Lei, who had been left behind to battle that titanic scorpion, was nowhere around it. Although the titanic scorpion had no traces of blood on itself, if he had faced defeat at the hands of the titanic scorpion and had fallen, then it was all good, but Subaru, Reed and Shaula, at the same time. Beatrice, Subaru. Caught between the two formidable enemies, in the midst of the situation where they could not take any inadvertent action, Beatrice called out to Subaru with a trembling voice. Looking back towards that Beatrice, he noticed her pale expression. Beatrice's expression was painted with fear, and he tightly hugged it with his chest. Somehow or the other, he searched for words in an attempt to clear away the unrest in her heart. Subaru, Beatrice, it's all right. At any rate, we haven't managed to find a plan yet, but it's all right. Recovery is still. Beatrice, that's not it, I suppose, that's not it, in fact. It's coming, I suppose. Subaru, it's coming? As he heard Beatrice's concerns, who had widened her eyes and changed her expression, he glanced at the titanic scorpion once again. Reed was here, and Shaula was on the other side. This was the very meaning of threat. In a situation where such terrifying ones had gathered, what was going to come now? Subaru, it can't be. Reed, as you said, didn't I that a troublesome one ended up coming here? The thought which had passed by Subaru's mind, as if affirming it, Reed pronounced. That tone of speaking was serious, as if it were having trouble digesting this situation. The subsequent instant, an impact reached their feet in the form of a parlous earthquake, jolting Pleiades' watchtower. Without exaggerating, when Subaru felt the impact reach his body, heaven and earth got overturned for him. Subaru was blown off without even the use of a technique. In the field of vision of that Subaru, the residents of the fantasy world were each displaying astonishing movements respectively. Midair, Emilia kicked the foothold she had created with ice and repelled away the consecutively fired tail stringers by the titanic scorpion, seemingly advancing towards her comrades, no, towards Subaru. In the world which was tilting diagonally, Julius seemingly dashed on the wall and closed in on Reed, and commenced with an elite sword slash with his knight sword. And Beatrice jumped towards Subaru, who had tightly held onto Ram and kept her close to himself. Beatrice, Murak. The moment she chanted that, Subaru felt himself enveloped within the feeling of suspension, different from that of the impact. Released from the force of gravity, the feeling as if he had been thrown into a world without gravity. The effect was not as little as simply having restored heaven and earth for him. Each one respectively, was acting at their very best with whatever each one of them respectively could do. Subaru, As if sneering at those very best of actions, multitudinous volumes of the jet black shadow swallowed the tower in its entirety. Dreadful pressure echoed, and the watchtower, which boasted strength enough to make it difficult to believe that it was mere stone, got completely crushed. That was the tyranny of the shadow, which was not originally supposed to possess mass. The arrival of the impact, which could no longer be named as a single destructive happening but rather was closer to a natural disaster, easily swallowed, chewed even those who possessed extraordinary abilities enough to be called superhumans in this world. Going up against the titanic scorpion, making free use of magic and her physical abilities and putting up a brave fight, Emilia, as well. Swinging the knight's sword, and charging towards the legend who was entertained by himself, Julius, as well. Protecting Subaru, and using magic with her small body, Beatrice, as well. In the juncture where they twinkled aglow, the stretching shadow entwined and they turned invisible. Without sound, without reverberation, the forms of Emilia and the others vanished. What name should be given to what had occurred to their bodies in the matter of an instant? Subaru was unable to find any pertinent words within himself. Merely, there existed something he could clearly say. I have failed. I love you. At the same time, he accepted reality, and was whispered words of dusky love. Whilst being whispered into his ears, or otherwise, whilst kissing him, or otherwise, whilst embracing his entire body, or otherwise, whilst caressing his soul, frighteningly direct, words with the soul of love. He immediately understood the greatest problem amongst the 5 obstacles. The shadow which swallowed everything had arrived, whether it was possible to deal with it at all, even that notion alone was questionable. This was his 3rd time seeing that shadow, and each time he encountered it, Subaru's life had been lost. This time was no exception, now that the shadow had arrived and reached through. "Reed, you, the hell ya doin' thinkin' 'bout sleepin', hey?" At that moment, the jet black shadow which enclosed Subaru was mowed down by a flash that had been swung. "Subaru, you've got to be joking." "Reed, widen yer eyes and see. What's the joke, you? You, do you have yer eyes open? Open your eyes and take a good look, you. What's the joke 'bout me?" Saying that whilst casually swinging the knight's sword, and having slashed away the shadow was Reed. He wielded in his hands, not chopsticks, but a knight's sword which belonged to Julius, and exhaled through his nose. It was truly ironic that the sword which had lost its owner, was displaying more ability in the hands of the sword saint than its owner, but there was no time present to be having such thoughts. That was because Subaru, who had been standing upright, had his torso kicked by Reed. Subaru, goo, eeg. Inside the narrow aisle, his suspended body was unable to hit even the ceiling or the walls. The structure of the watchtower had already been destroyed, and he no longer was able to determine where the ceiling was or where the walls were. What was present in Subaru's environs was the endlessly black sky, endlessly black soul, endlessly black world. Anything and everything became incomprehensible. No, there was slightly moving heat within his arms. Ram, uck. The warm body of the unconscious, fainted Ram asserted her existence. Subaru, HK. Directing strength in his molars, biting and tearing into his own lips, he directed life into himself. At this moment, when anything and everything was being painted black, by giving up on comprehending the situation, wasn't Subaru simply entrusting his body to the end? In front of this life trying its best to live at this moment, that was unforgivable. Subaru, still, something. Though the situation was in this state, there yet must be something he could attain. Till now, Subaru had been swallowed by this jet-black evil influence and had lost his life twice. However, those 2 occasions had been abrupt, and he must have had no time left to do this. What he had attained through this, was Ram who was asserting her fragile life, and Reed, the kick he had received by Reed, who was within the same shadow as Subaru, wearing a ferocious smile. Of course, he was not grateful for that. It hurt as if the pit of his stomach had been gouged out, and in the first place, the reason why they had lacked time till the shadow swallowed the watchtower was because of Reed's unnecessary interruption. That's why. Subaru, you will get crushed too. By the greatest knight I know of. Reed, that's you, keep actin' cool as how you're till the very end, young fish. Looking downward, Reed set his aim on Subaru with a backhand grip to the knight's sword. There was distance between them, but from Reed's perspective, distance of a few meters must be as good as non-existent. And, below Reed, who had established Subaru as his enemy, the vivacious jet-black shadow yet continued advancing closer. Something like that wasn't even deemed to be anything by Reed's sword spirit. Though he was unaware of it, at this moment, Subaru may just be witnessing it. A long time ago, said to have happened 400 years ago, the legendary acts of the witch and the sword saint. However, something like that was meager as the absurd destruction and violence, namely death, drew close to Subaru. Subaru, at least. Even if just a second longer, I want you to stay alive. Enshrouded by that wish, Subaru tightly embraced Ram's body, in his arms. The next moment, a torrent of light, unbelievably stemming from a sword, swallowed Subaru. Each time he vanished, each time he redid, each time he made a wish, he was faced with vicissitude. Countless times, repeating, he continued to pile up ends which are supposed to happen only once. Suddenly, he thought. Always, having someone by his side in the moments of end, may be something to feel happy for. Should never being alone in the moments of end grant him the strength to stand. However, alongside, he also thought of this, about why, always, Natsuki Subaru was unable to rescue that someone whom he nestled close to, in the moments of end. Clouds of sand were rising up to extremely high skies which they were never supposed to reach. Pleiades Watchtower's balcony, several meters above ground, underneath where present were the advancing hordes of witch beasts, commencing with their attack to bring down the watchtower. Holding them back, with her own ability to control witch beasts was Meili, making strenuous efforts. Julius was above, heading for Reed on the second layer. And Subaru and the others must make haste and dash to Emilia and the others, who must be clashing with Lei Baton Kato's. Master Summer. Are you all right? In accordance with Subaru's summons, she tilted her neck, with her long, black braids swaying about. As she pronounced that question, in her expression, in her eyes, sentiments such as those of impatience or irritation could not be felt. Of course, no light of cunningness planning to deceive them could be perceived either. Whether that was her camouflage or her true intents, there was no definite answer to that, however. Master Summer, are you listening? People other than Master Summer or me seem to have gotten involved in troublesome stuff, but is there something I can do for Master Summer? Subaru, is that so? Something you can do for me, huh? Yup. If it's Master Summer's request, then into fire, into water, even into large explosions, I can energetically fly way into 'em. Energetically, possessing no malice, the personality with her arms stretched wide whilst saying that, Shaula. Staring at that carefree smile, Subaru turned back and inhaled. He made his return. To this moment, he was made to return. There were no changes in what he was supposed to do. There existed people he must save, people he must defeat. That is why, without losing his way, in order to settle what all he was supposed to do, Subaru undertook a necessary ceremony, that was. Subaru, Shaula, will you listen to anything I tell you to do? Shaula, Korsavov. If it's Master Summer's request, then I'll listen to anything. If it's Master Summer's demand, then I'll even listen to something which may be a bit extreme. Could it be Master Summer finally reached the limit of holding back in front of my dynamite body? That's why you kept away all others and it's just the two of us now? Geez, Master Summer. Subaru, Shaula. Twisting and turning, with her cheeks sandwiched in her hands, Shaula blushed at Subaru's words. However, Subaru did not pay heed to such words of hers, and stared at her face with a serious face. And Subaru, if I tell you to die, will you die? Arc 6, Chapter 70, The Earnest Star. Within the collapsing tower, basking in Reed's decapitating slash, Natsuki Subaru's life had burned out. Quite literally, burning out had accurately been his moment of death. There were various things which he was pained by and which he needed to confirm, such as the way to cope with the mass of the shadow drawing near, or what he intended to do afterwards, and above all, somehow or other confirming a scaffold within the crumbling tower, and all those of his efforts had gotten abandoned. What alone was confirmed was that Reed's final flash had swallowed Subaru, and vaporized him away. Perhaps it had not hurt, is what he thought. Of course, he did not believe it had been Reed's benevolence at all, but pain and fear not accompanying the moment of death was an unexpected occurrence for Subaru, who had died several times within a short frame of time. Yes, neither had he felt pain nor fear. Merely rage was what he held. Subaru, I will. For just how many times continue to pile up meaningless deaths, is what he thought. Things he had taken with him, hints that would break him out of the deadlock. As long as those were present, Subaru's deaths would not be meaningless, and the deaths he was continuing to pile up would not be put to waste. That was terrible deceit. That was merely an excuse to turn his eyes away from his own powerlessness. He had died meaninglessly, powerlessly, without will, without heart, aimlessly, and he did not want to think that was all there was to it. That is why, for not having merely died, he desired meaning in his death. If only he could have had been more strong. If only he could have had been more smart. If only, instead of his current self, he could have had been stronger, smarter, bolder. Subaru, but the only one here was merely the weak, stupid, pathetic Natsuki Subaru. Because nobody, ever, tried to leave that Subaru alone. That was, because they were supporting his current self's wound-filled resolution. Subaru, that is why I am. That is why Natsuki Subaru is. Subaru, if I tell you to die, will you die? The moment he declared that, it was not as if he felt no hesitation. That was because he had been unable to anticipate what kind of a reaction his opponent would give him the moment she received that question. No, if it was merely anticipation, then he had done so. With various patterns of imagination, he had thought of what it eventually would be. If so, then the faltering he had embraced while declaring that question, for what reason did he possess that indecision? At any rate. Shaola? If Master Summer told me to die, then I'll die, you know? He felt his chest ache upon Shaola's indifferent response, who had a finger touching her cheek. As if he was being stabbed, to the point it would form cracks. Painfully, he let out a shriek within the core of his chest. Oozily, upon the painful optical illusion, Subaru gripped to the pit of his stomach and deeply exhaled. Though he himself had voiced out those wounding words just now, he thought himself comical for feeling hurt. Looking at that Subaru's state, Shaola rounded her eyes in curiosity. With no ill intent, Shaola's attitude seemed as if she had been asked about the menu for today's evening meal and she had merely responded appropriately. That reaction of hers was the second worst in the patterns he had predicted. With no pretense, selecting the option of accepting the instruction for her to abandon her life was Shaola. That was no lie or humor, that was her real intention with no second thoughts. He was able to understand that by a single glance into her straightforward eyes. Subsequently, having caught a glimpse into her dark self-interests or plans might have had saved Subaru's heart. However, the reality was that Subaru had not prepared for such an escape route. Whether that was compassion or mercilessness, at this stage he would not be able to even differentiate between the two, but Subaru, is that so? Shaola, does Master Summer want me to die? If it's Master Summer's request, then I'll listen to anything, and I'm perfectly fine with it personally, but again, isn't it quite a weird timing for such a thought? Right now, it's a total fiasco inside the tower. Subaru, I know. Hearing Subaru's husky reply, Shaola tilted her neck while having her finger remain on her cheek. Going along with that movement of her neck, her long braid scorpion tail swayed about. Scorpion tail. If considered, that was quite an ironic naming as well. Similar to Shaola, which bestowed meaning upon the Scorpius, her name was expressed even upon her body. That was made apparent not merely through her name, but through various other aspects of hers as well. That was surely because she had no intentions of concealing it. That is why. Subaru, Shaola, aren't you capable of taking the form of a large scorpion? Lacking any sluggish phraseology, Subaru frankly cut into the opponent's secret. The 5 obstacles that attack the Pleiades watchtower, one of those, the existence of the jet-black Titanic scorpion. Subaru had been halfway convinced that it had been Shaola. However, for Subaru, that answer he had sensed was merely his interpretation of the feeling he got from the powerful authority of unidentified nature, Corleonis. If he were to try and gain confirmation for that answer he had sensed, inquiring the opponent directly about it would be the fastest. Of course, if he had time to, then he may have chosen a different option as well, and if he had been unable to trust his opponent's response, then he might have been obligated to employ a different method. However, Shaola kept her neck tilted at that inquiry of Subaru's. Shaola, take the form of, the nuance is a bit different from that, but yup, I can tilde. But it damages my prettiness, so I don't really like it too much. I just think that the design given to me by Mother Summer and Master Summer is the best. In spite of the question being one lacking any chain of logic, Shaola readily answered with no hesitation yet again. She possessed no intentions of hiding anything. And the nature of Shaola herself, it could be said that it had been established with this proof. At the same time, the titanic scorpion which made its appearance in the tower, its true identity had been her. He had gained that confirmation now, the effect of Corleonis, the moment he perceived the positions of his comrades within the tower, the reason why the titanic scorpion had been indicated in that perception, that had indeed been the trick instigating it. Shaola, Master Summer?
Are you okay?
Your face has a pretty bad color, you know. Would you like to refresh yourself with my lap pillow, arm pillow, chest pillow, hug pillow or something like that? Subaru, don't say things which dampen my spirits. First of all, we don't have such time, you yourself said that, didn't you? Shaola, it's true that it's a fiasco inside the tower, but for me, Master Summer is on the top of my priority list, everything else can be kept for later. That's why, if Master Summer slips into confusion and says he wants to be locked in a grapple with me, I'd welcome it super openly. I'm getting fired up. Subaru, don't get fired up. Get some water. Shaola, just as always, geez Master Summer tilde. Sharpening her lips, Shaola made a pouting face, his back and forth with her, along with her expression. If only these were to be taken into consideration, it could be misunderstood that the situation that had come up around Subaru and the others was seemingly one of peace. However, reality was not kind to Subaru and the others at all. It was the farthest thing from peace. Whilst Subaru and Shaola leisurely conversed like this, Emilia and Ram were making efforts in order to hold off Gluttony, and Beatrice had joined in with them for support. Julius was colliding with Reed equals Roy on the second layer, Echidna had grouped with Patrash, and must be evacuating to Tegeta along with Rem. And, Meili was holding off the hordes of witch beasts, the very best they could do to strike the 5 obstacles. However, even that was merely deceit for the sake of conversing with Shaola. Because, in these surroundings, Natsuki Subaru was. Shaola, Master Summer? Are you seriously all right? If you stare at me with such imposing eyes, I won't be able to hold back this 400-year-old weight I have experienced, you know? At Subaru's gaze staring at herself, Shaola hugged her slender figure with her arms. It seemed to be the usual feign, but that was not it. She truly was in a situation where she was feeling uneasiness by Subaru's attitude. It was unlike her. No, that's wrong. Perhaps these were her true feelings. She had not felt shaken even when Subaru had told her to die, but when Subaru acted abnormally, her fragile heart had shaken up, almost astonishingly. Akin to a baby bird innocently yearning for its parents. When he had fired his first question at Shaola, Subaru had thought of several possibilities. Amongst those, the worst one was that the instant she would get struck by those heartless words from Subaru, she might murder him impulsively at the very same pace. In the case that Shaola's attitude till now had been mere acting, and anything and everything had been fabricated. It was not impossible. Though he had possessed no confirmation before that question, she had a track record of having changed into the form of the titanic scorpion and murdering Subaru, Echidna, and Beatrice. Otherwise, in the tragedy where Subaru had been unable to find a single person alive in his surroundings, it was highly possible that she had a hand in that after turning into the titanic scorpion. That is why, the first question, for Subaru as well, had been a gamble. Once he said that, the instant immediately afterwards Shaola had gulped down that question. It would not have been strange if Subaru's head had been sent evaporating. It had been that kind of a gamble. He could now say that he had won that gamble. However, merely once is never an end to gambling. The debt Subaru had unconsciously piled up, the stakes prepared by Gluttony and the Pleiades watchtower, in order to regain whatever he had lost till now. Piling up such little victories would be far too lacking. For a huge victory, it is a necessity to make a huge gamble. Henceforth. Subaru, Shaola, sorry for having so many questions, but I want to ask something. From what I've heard, there are supposed to be some rules for the trials of this Pleiades watchtower, is that so? Shaola, you ask that now at this timing when I'm getting all hot? Well, yes there are. I had talked about it before Master Summer crashed his head into the urinal too, though. Subaru, tell me about them. Without hiding her sulking attitude, Shaola gently positioned her fingers opposite to her chest. And she immediately swayed about her positioned fingers, whispering Shaola, first, it is forbidden to leave without completing the trials. Second, it is forbidden to violate the rules of the trials. Third, it is forbidden to disrespect the libraries. Fourth, it is forbidden to do anything which causes destruction to the tower itself. Yeah. Whilst keeping her fingers folded, Shaola explained with an awfully fluent tone. Of course, she was a girl proficient in speaking if she were to limit her thoughtless comments, and nothing felt odd in her explanation, which was lacking any pauses. Though nothing felt odd, there was a catch to it. That went for the serious tone of her voice, which was unlike her. But the end of her gesture of counting with fingers, she had touched her final finger and then stopped there, that too. Subaru, the fifth one? Shaola, that's not there. Master Summer, didn't you hear me? I must have said up to 4. Master Summer, can't you even count numbers now? That won't do, Tilda. Numbers aren't my strong point either, but even I can count that much. Subaru, Shaola. Staring, Subaru raised his voice and took a single step, shortening the distance between him and Shaola. Those two had been facing each other head-on beforehand, but the distance between them now was enough that one could extend his hand and grasp onto the other one. Even that action was a gamble for Subaru. Of course, just because he had opened up the distance between them being only of a single arm, just because he had shortened the distance between them to that of only a single arm, the war potential of having the capability of doing something which belonged to both of them was nothing so superficial. Shaola, Master Summer. Could it be, you're toying with my heart? Not my will, but Master Summer getting closer on his will. If you want me to open my mouth, then, it's that, at the same pace and with the same energy, hug me and melt me. Subaru, if your mouth really will open by that, then I'll do it. That can even be said to be a side benefit. But, if what you believe is my purpose based on your intuition isn't actually my purpose, then that won't be the case, I think. Subaru, Shaola, I shall ask again. What is the fifth rule of the tower? While accepting Shaola's mild refusal, Subaru asked for the second time. That was an action not inching closer to her physically, but instead stepping onto her heart. Those repeated words, although perhaps bitter, were something she could not make it seem as if she did not hear them. Embracing that resolution, in front of Subaru who had clenched his fists, Shaola slightly exhaled, and Shaola, Subaru, Rotating her neck right and left, Shaola crossed her arms in front of her voluptuous chest, making a symbol of her discomfort. Though her behavior was childish, her eyes were far beyond seriousness, intently staring at Subaru, who was standing at a precarious spot. Shaola's eyes had been filled with heavy emotions. Those quiet, yet boundlessly deep, heavy emotions, which should be named as an appeal, were brittle and ephemeral. With unwillingness, she once again rotated her neck right and left. Shaola, no, I don't want to talk about it. The fifth rule? Does something like that even matter? In my and Master Summer's honeymoon, it has nothing to. Subaru, as if it has nothing to do. I am, and everyone is challenging the trials of this tower. I can't be as optimistic as to think it'll all be fine without even knowing the trial's rules. That's why, Shaola, I'd rather not. Subaru, Shaola. Like a disobedient child, Shaola covered her ears and averted her eyes. At that attitude of Shaola's, Subaru declared with a strong tone. Subaru, you must be having your own duties in this tower. The tower's star keeper? You must have been doing that all this time, right? I don't know if it's true or not, but for 400 years. Then. Shaola, it's been 4 days. Subaru, The spilled voice, as if a whisper, shortly halted Subaru's thoughts. The years Subaru was questioning, and the time frame too short to even be comparable. Surely, her statements had been lies, and the time Shaola had spent in the tower had always been short. Something like that was not possible. While retaining possession of the heavy emotions in her eyes, Shaola, with her lips shivering, continued. Shaola, it's been only 4 days since Master Summer has come to the tower. Within those, as Master Summer was in bed for 2 days, that makes only 2 days since Master Summer and I have met with each other, spoken to each other, have been side by side with each other. Even though I've waited for even 400 years. It's been only 2 days. Subaru, Shaola. Shaola, I thought just a single moment, a single glimpse, would be fine. Covering her eyes, Shaola immediately ceased to have her gaze slumped downwards. Seemingly, as if she was saying she regretted to have Subaru out of her field of vision for even a single moment. No, upon considering, that was indeed the case. As far back as Subaru could recall, Shaola had been in the same space, at the same time with Subaru, always watching Subaru. That was not for a shallow purpose like surveillancing Subaru with minimal effort, but certainly. Shaola, 400 years, I waited for Master Summer in the tower. I thought I would be satisfied with a single glimpse. But that wasn't the truth. Shaola, I mean, Master Summer is my everything, after all. Master Summer's everything, and all of my feelings for Master Summer, are what make me. The 400 years it took, I can't convey them to Master Summer. All of it, in just 2 days. I can't come to terms with that. Subaru, that's why you won't tell me the 5th rule? Acute emotions enfolded the entirety of Shaola's body, and molded the existence known as her. 400 years. The weight of those words he had perceived through mere appearance of words, finally became an actual time frame for Subaru, and he stood at a disposition where he could feel that. After all, her attitude had been too casual to speak of 400 years. He thought that perhaps there existed no instrument in her to embrace feelings such as hardship, sadness. Perhaps she was inhuman like that scorpion, down to her very heart, down to her very soul. Shaola, I don't want to talk about the rules. After all, if I talk about that. Shaola, if I talk about that, Master Summer will notice the way the clear the trials. That's why, if I talk about that, if I end up talking about that, my time with Master Summer will end. Poignantly, Shaola hugged her body, and expressed her own true feelings to Subaru. As if vomiting blood, no, as if restraining herself from crying, the tone of her voice stabbed through Subaru's heart. It was a reply he had not anticipated. Just as his initial question, Subaru had thought of some patterns regarding the answer to this question. The true motives behind Shaola hiding the rules of Pleiades' watchtower. If she had colluded with the person who created the rules of this nasty tower, she had certain plans as well, is what he thought. Otherwise, unrelated to such dark plans, the reason why she had not spoken about the rules was on a simple whim or had slipped out of her mind, and that may not hold any significance. He had thought that as well. But neither was the truth. Shaola did have a reason as to why she did not want to speak of the tower's rules. And that reason was unrelated to the ideas of the sage or whoever who created the tower, but rather, an earnest wish. 400 years, having lived that time in solitude, and had continued to await the reunion with the person she was waiting for, was Shaola. That had come true, she had gained happiness, and that is why she wished for that time to last longer, even slightly, if it was for the sake of fulfilling that modest desire. Shaola, Master Summer, will you hate me, who lied to you? Shaola, hating me, not even wanting to see my face. Will you be like that? For what reason was she making a face much more pain than when told something like will you die? For what reason did she view being hated by him to be more crucial than losing her life? For what reason did she think of everything like a goal, despite waiting for 400 years? Subaru, I won't hate you or anything. Subaru, because you kept quiet. I do think I probably had to face really hard situations, and sometimes I honestly thought I'd never been cornered this badly. Facing the silent Shaola, Subaru spoke his mind. There were no lies here. Those were his true feelings. Because Shaola hid information as per her true intentions, Subaru had been unable to make crucial investigations and had to repeatedly face mercilessly cruel deaths. Not just Subaru. Aside from Subaru, Emilia and Beatrice had too, as well. He could never forget the despair, discontentment, and hopelessness he felt during those moments. That is why, if there were to be an existence who were the originator of all of that evil, Subaru would certainly never be able to forgive them, is what he believed. Then, at this instant, in front of Shaola like this, was he going to do the same? Subaru, no. He did not think of Shaola, she, who had lived 400 years in solitude, she, who had fulfilled the meaning of her being born in mere 2 days and was satisfied such that she gained happiness, to be the originator of that evil. If there were to be an originator of that evil, it would be the unfairness of this world itself, and the one who created the circumstances where it was impossible to do anything about that, the Master Summer who commanded Shaola for 400 years. Shaola, ah. Suddenly, a hoarse exhale leaked out of Shaola's lips. Subaru, Shaola? Shaola, ah. Feeling abnormality in Shaola's condition in front of his eyes, Subaru called out her name. However, Shaola, without responding to Subaru's call, concealed her face with her palms. A painfully trembling voice, unbefitting her, could be heard from that throat. Shaola, no, good. No good. Master Summer. Master Summer. Master Summer. Master Summer. Master Summer. Subaru, Shaola? Shaola, what happened? So suddenly. Shaola, somebody violated the rules. Rushing over, as Subaru jolted her white shoulders, his arms got grasped instead. And, while painfully gripping to Subaru's arms with her slender ones, Shaola spoke. Gazing intently into Shaola's eyes, who had said that, Subaru inhaled. A queer change was occurring in the dark pupils and irises of Shaola's eyes. Within her spherical eyes, the dark pupil and iris of her eyeballs split into 3, turning red and pulsating. The transfiguration which occurred in the right and left eyeballs alongside, it meant that her dark pupils and irises split into 6. 6 compound eyes, 3 on the left, 3 on the right. Shaola, Master Summer. Right now, I can still make it. Subaru, make it. Shaola, right now, if Master Summer commands me, then I can. I can, still kill myself. With her eyeballs pulsating red, white steam started to arise from the entirety of Shaola's body. Her white skin got engulfed with a tint of red, and even Subaru, who was standing right next to her, could feel the abnormal rise in body temperature. The principle behind it was ambiguous. Just that Shaola's body was generating heat, and change was ensuing in it. Perhaps, it was the initial phase of transforming into the form of the titanic scorpion. Shaola, if I transform, I won't make it. I will become a killing machine lacking any blood or tears, and kill Master Summer. I mean, I want Master Summer so much. I want Master Summer so badly that I can't bear it, that's why, Subaru, before that happens. Shaola, please tell me, to die. If you do that, I will, for Master Summer. Will come to an end before killing you. Shaola was unable to continue her words on to say that. In place of words, her eyes, her shivering voice, her entire body and soul, were conveying the same. An incomparable dread welled up in Subaru's body as well. That was, surely the instinctive reaction of a human faced with otherworldly fear. The human known as Natsuki Subaru was being frightened by the monster known as Shaola, who was in front of him. That is why, Subaru was. Subaru, Shaola, tell me the 5th rule. Shaola, Master Summer, this is not the time for. Subaru, if you tell that to me. Subaru interrupted the words of the appealing Shaola with a loud voice. At that menacing glare, Shaola's shoulders shivered. He grabbed those shivering shoulders. They were warm. Such that his palm could melt. Shaola's body temperature had already risen to the level of a fire. However, he did not let his hands go. Right now, he did not release her body, burning and scorching. Subaru, if you tell that to me, I'll command you. Stay calm. Before you turn into a monster, I'll command you. Hearing Subaru say that straightforwardly, Shaola widened her eyes. She then called out to Subaru, saying, Master Summer. Shaola, Master Summer, such a womanizer. Subaru, I don't remember being one. Shaola, then, Master Summer is a Shaola-izer. My favorite kind of izer. Smiling weakly, Shaola softly overlapped the hands grasping her shoulders with her own hands. And Shaola, fifth, it is not forbidden to destroy the trials. Shaola, look, the color of my eyes has changed. At my beloved, Master Summer. Saying that, Shaola thrusted away Subaru's chest. At that greater than expected might, Subaru was thrown back, unable to keep his grip onto her shoulders. When he looked towards the front while lightly coughing, Shaola, while hugging her own body, crouched down. Shaola, HK. Red steam, like the color of blood, ascended from the entirety of her body. The steam had changed its color, it was a sign of danger. Shaola's eyes lost its dark pupils and irises as well, and before one could notice, turned bright red. Shaola, Master Summer. Hurry. Before I lose myself. Shaola, please tell me. To die HK. If Master Summer says that, I will. With the same mouth which had argued being against Subaru and the others completing the trials and leaving the tower, Shaola, using up her life, indicated the path where she could remain without killing Subaru and the others. No, Subaru. Hearing that desperate voice of Shaola's, Subaru inhaled. And then. Subaru, Shaola. Shaola, Master Summer. Subaru, my bad. What I said just now was a lie, Shaola, eh? At Subaru's informing words, Shaola rounded her eyes. Watching Shaola's reaction for himself, Subaru halted his breath, and at the same pace, leapt backwards. Having been pushed away by Shaola had been a blessing for him amidst all this misfortune. Had Shaola kept his wrists grabbed, he would have never been able to perform this act. Subaru's body crossed over the narrow open-air veranda of the balcony, and was launched into the air. Shaola, Shaola's instantaneous voice got engulfed in the vehement sand gusts and was rendered inaudible. At the same pace, Subaru's body, without any support, fell non-stop for several hundreds of meters. Falling down, he possessed no plans to save himself. He had not prepared any plans to save himself. What Subaru had done was purely throw himself to death. He did not desire to do this at all, nor did he want to speak of it, but this was his intention from the very beginning. If these surroundings, these actions could be excused, he intended to surely do this. That is because Subaru could then trust his choice without any indecision. After all. Shaola, Master Summer. Similarly jumping out from the balcony herself as well, Shaola chased after Subaru. Widening those eyes, desperately stretching out her hand, Shaola chased the falling Subaru, and leapt, trying not to take away, but save that life with her own hands. The true identity of the Titanic Scorpion was Shaola. Shaola purposefully hid the rules of the tower. Shaola had repeatedly killed Subaru or his comrades, and stood in the way as the fifth obstacle. But Subaru, I just want to save you. He could never forget her form, she, who had endured a transformation against her own feelings, and had requested to be ordered to kill herself so that she does not kill Subaru, till the very end of the end. Though it was quite a nasty thing to say, he wanted to confirm that, whom he should save, whom he should not save, whom he should defeat, whom he should protect, whom he should love. Because Natsuki Subaru believed he could not advance further unless he confirmed that. He will no longer perplex over, whom he should love. Shaola, Master Summer tilde. Shaola's form, while she stretched out her hand and tried pursuing Subaru, changed midair. Her hands stretching out enlarged, and transformed into large pincers clad in a jet black shell. Her white skin was covered with a rough shell, without leaving any trace behind, and her flesh body expanded, as if bursting open from the interior. For a single moment, the seemingly painful transformation as if bursting open her blood and flesh, reached conclusion as if a tape being reversed, and finally, the immense ominous incongruity the Titanic scorpion had achieved completion. And the Titanic scorpion's tail's tip nimbly established its aim at Subaru. Perhaps, tail stingers similar to that white luster would be fired from there, and burn Subaru's life to nothing in an instant. The midair Subaru lacked any technique to avoid that. However, Subaru, I won't let myself be killed by you, because Shaola would cry. The tail stinger was fired, but before that, arrived the terminus of his fall. The two of Subaru and the Titanic scorpion came falling down above the hordes of witch beasts fiercely advancing onto the sand tower. The existence known as Natsuki Subaru did not have the ability to endure the several hundred meters long fall. Bursting open, his life was shed. However, on the verge of his life being shed, he said a few final words. Subaru, I will definitely help you. He got the meager time to convey the message to the sandy gusts, incomprehensible to the Titanic scorpion. Arc 6, Chapter 71, Count 1. With his final words washed away by the wind, Natsuki Subaru's consciousness came to an end. Speaking of irony, ironically enough, his death this time had been a death by his own volition. Perhaps that is why his mind and heart had remained calm at the moment of death. Of course, that had not been the case. He had possessed uneasiness and nervousness for jumping into the circumstance of death on his own accord. However, unlike till now, he had faced the death he had anticipated with much more sincerity than his other deaths up to this time. Of course, he did not believe that him choosing to die had truly saved Shaola. She did not want to kill him, so she wanted him to command her to die. Shaola, who had been concerned about Subaru to that extent, had let Subaru throw himself to his death right in front of her eyes. The weight of that impact he did not know, and it must have immensely shattered her heart, which had continued awaiting for 400 years. That is why, this was nothing more than Subaru's self-satisfaction. The worst kind of self-satisfaction of exaggerating and not seeing the result for himself with his own eyes. However, Subaru, so what, if all that is fastened to him was nothing but self-satisfaction, nothing but hypocrisy? What was wrong with that? In the end, the method to catch and halt the impact of all happenings in this world could only be wielded in one's own weighing scales. Unaccomplished good deeds hold no meaning, and the word known as hypocrisy doesn't ultimately exist. All of them, surviving. After his discussion with Shaola, Subaru cemented the final objective he had touted. No, to be precise, the survival of all of them had been his goal from the beginning. That judgment had merely decided whether to include Shaola in that or not, and Subaru chose to love all of them. He shall lead the way to solve all of the catastrophes surrounding this sand tower. For that purpose, he would do anything he could. That is, Subaru, the meaning behind why I am myself. Isn't that so, Natsuki Subaru? Along with that instantaneous decision, he awakened from the deep, deep abyss of death. Subaru, are you certain of what you said earlier? Subaru, yeah, don't be doubtful after coming this far. It's the information I collected after meeting it face to face and everything. If it couldn't be made the best use out of, I wouldn't bring it up. Harshly replying to the sideward face of the good-looking man running at an average speed, Subaru dashed while pulling the tiny palm. Running past the fourth layer's aisle, they aimed for the second layer of Electra loaded with frustration. As Subaru sprinted whilst pulling Beatrice's hand, Julius' yellow eyes glanced sideways at him. Julius, Subaru, your paleness has not gotten any better. So indeed, the happening in the book was. Subaru, I'm not hiding how worried I am. Don't even try telling me I should have quietly caved into the green room, you. Julius, I would recommend you to stay calm here if it weren't for this situation, but unfortunately things are quite bustling. Right now, we must use anything we can, even if they are mere grains of sand. Subaru, you've got nothing to say, so you'll call me using grains of sand, eh? Julius, they can be thrown if the wind is meager enough. If possible, when in a position capable of reaching the opponent's eyes. Narrowing his eyes at the elegant eloquency, Subaru thought of his words about being thrown into the wind to be ironic. The truth is, in terms of experience, Subaru's death just a few minutes ago had been one of being thrown into the wind. Julius comparing Subaru's existence to grains of sand was not necessarily a mistake either. Subaru, but grains of sand have their own qualities. Beatrice, on top of that, those grains of sand have Betty with them, I suppose. In other words, they are grains of sand with the cutest companion, in fact. Subaru, what? I guess you're talking about the sand that got into your shoes. Beatrice, that's not what that means, I suppose. Smiling at Beatrice, who puffed her cheeks, Subaru pulled her body by directing strength into his arm. Beatrice let out a shriek saying "Wah-hk," and her light frame tightly fit into Subaru's chest. Running while pulling her hand was something quite romantic, but right now he wanted to prioritize speed. Fortunately, Beatrice's body was light like an angel's feather, so carrying her and running was an easy win as well. Subaru, well, I haven't ever carried an angel's feather, though. Julius, about time, idle talk ends here. Subaru, I do believe it is annoying, but. Subaru, yeah, it's annoying. Though I can't come up with words telling you to relax even if I rip my mouth apart, but. It is absolute that guy Reed and Gluttony will come in contact. We have to go, to hold that off. Halting his legs, Julius asked while gazing at the humongous stairway that led to the second layer which lay ahead of them. Interrupting that inquiry, Subaru affirmed that he possessed confidence in it. It was inconceivable for that to be untrue. After all, this was something he had heard from Julius himself, and, if they could obstruct this. Subaru, we can put out a safe, against Reed messing everything up. Julius, at any rate, it would be better if his trespassing can be avoided in this chaos. Even if it is just for confirming his movements, it is well worth it to make our way here. Positioning his legs ahead of the humongous stairway, Julius nodded at Subaru. Returning a nod to that, Subaru, whilst keeping Beatrice in his grasp, stepped onto the final level of the stairway. And Subaru, boo. Beatrice, Subaru, your condition really is bad, in fact. The book's effect is visible, I suppose. Beatrice looked at Subaru, who had shaken his head violently for a single moment and touched his cheek out of anxiety. Whilst gaining tranquility from the warmth of that small palm, Subaru shook his head, saying I'm fine. Subaru, exhaustion from reading did not lower my wisdom. On top of that, it's just as what I told Julius. This is no time to stay in bed. This is the time when everyone should put their strength together. Beatrice, when about to really reach the limit, absolutely tell Betty, in fact. Subaru, yeah, I know. Responding to Beatrice, who was pressurizing him based on her senses, Subaru took in a long, deep breath. His body felt sluggish. His head felt heavy. His nausea was increasing without pause, and he felt congestion in his blood vessels as if in place of blood, coal tar had been poured into them. All of this was the result of Subaru taking over Ram's inferior physical form through Corleonis. What he had harvested was the aftermath of having strode across return by death and the continuation of Corleonis. Equal to his uneasiness by the memories of death, what he carried over by the authority. Thanks to that, he was able to grasp on the positions of his comrades at the current moment. Everyone was abiding by Subaru's instructions, and had started to respond to each of the respective attacks. Within those responses of his comrades also existed Meili, in the balcony, and Shaula, struggling fiercely. She was certainly there and fighting for Subaru, and the others know, for Subaru's sake. Subaru, I will definitely help you. Whispering behind him, Subaru followed Julius back, who had gone ahead of him. The humongous stairway, which cleared over the first layer of the tower and went through the layer above that, was lengthy. But neither was this the time to spit up complaints nor the situation to leak whining. His entire body was sore, his bones had been shattered to pieces, but they were a necessary compensation to break out of this situation. And Julius, Subaru, let's advance. Julius' dignified voice resounded, and Subaru raised his face whilst running out of breath. And Julius, who had reached the utmost step, turned half of his body back and gestured to Subaru with his hand. Abiding by that, the moment he galloped over the stairway he was met with the space that had opened up, the complete opposite arrangement of rooms from the fourth layer, which had multiple rooms dividing the floor like a spherical wineglass that had been shattered. The second layer Electra, which divided all of their worth of existence by the trial, is where they had arrived. And, in Electra, where the three of Subaru, Beatrice and Julius had arrived, the first-generation sword saint Reed and the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony were. Reed, hey, you. Is that all you've got, you? It ain't a joke, you. Didn't you come here to entertain me, you? It's lackin', you. Don't you be making me laugh, you. No, at least be making me laugh, you know, you. It ain't amusin' or anythin', you. They came across the scene where the sword saint Reed Astria went on and on complaining, having grabbed a single leg of the young boy that had been mercilessly struck down onto the floor. Julius, this is. Staring at the spectacle before their eyes, the one to whisper that in blank surprise was Julius. However, Subaru's mental state witnessing the scene was absolutely the same as what he had whispered. Then, what scene had they been expecting, was something quite difficult to determine now that if it were to be mentioned. Reed, what's up, y'all? Y'all come in here too, ain't that some enthusiasm? Or, do you have business not with me, but with this guy? Gluttony, car. Saying that, Reed scratched the area of his chest with his right hand, and with his other hand the leg of the young boy he had in his grip, the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony. He lifted him upside down and made a look of suspicion. Just as mentioned before, what scene they had been expecting was something quite difficult to determine now that if it were to be mentioned, but at the very least, this scene far surpassed what Subaru had assumed. Subaru, I had heard that Reed and Gluttony were negotiating, but... Beatrice, negotiating. This, I suppose. Betty thinks that even an exchange would be a lacking expression for this. In fact, Julius, yes, I agree. It is difficult to even call this a conversation. With that, Beatrice and Julius arrived at the same conclusion as what Subaru had whispered. However, the reaction of those two did not make sense from Subaru's perspective. Because the contact between Reed and Gluttony, the one to express it as negotiation from what he had heard last time, had been Julius, who must have witnessed a similar situation. In any case, Subaru, the scene where Gluttony got overwhelmingly whipped down, would that be correct? Though nobody had asked for it, that is what Subaru worded what he witnessed. In the white space of the second layer Electra indeed, the one-on-one battle Gluttony and Reed had engaged in, its traces remained in various spots. They were the crevices on the floor caused by being stepped firmly upon or the cracks in walls which gave the impression of being caused by slashing strikes. Aside from those, the traces of black burns caused by fires, or the scattered lumps of earth which were not supposed to be here, that precisely made clear the characteristic of Gluttony. It was unmistakable that the departments of all kinds of special moves had been lavish feasts. The departments of those techniques had been struck and smashed to atoms by the calamity known as Reed. Subaru, earthquake, thunder, fire, are all of them Reed. Reed, so, what are y'all gonna do, you all? Do you wanna go for the trial? You can go for it since you've a slightly nice expression. But, young fish, you can't. You can't. Julius, why do you say, he is an exception? Reed, don't you get it Jew by taking a look? A guy who ain't perfect or can't even become a game companion, instead of being imperfect, is Jew full of holes, ain't that so? Don't stand in front of me when you're like that. I start wanting to kill you with a single finger, you know. Gluttony, gugya a tilde. While saying that, Reed stabbed his right hand's fingers into the torso of Gluttony whom he had in his grip. With his guts mercilessly gouged, the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony gave rise to an unseemly shriek. Though it was unknown how old Gluttony physically was, even so, from the standpoint of his outward appearance, The young boy of 13 or 14 years of age was being tormented by an adult was the emotion he felt, difficult to suppress upon that sight. It seemed as if Julius also had the identical feeling, and so. Julius, read Astrea, you must also be possessing the dignity as a knight. Then, what reason is there for you to torment that young boy any more than necessary? Read, hey, you, don't you be sayin' idiotic bullshit, said Reed without changing the tone of his voice, and declared whilst possessing only the sword's spirit similar to penetrating cold in response to Julius, who tried to offer commencing conversation from a fresh start. Reed shook the body of Gluttony left and right whose leg he had grabbed. Reed, the dignity of a swordsman. If ye scatter that bout in exaggeration, that's exactly why the thing called the preparedness of a swordsman exists. Are ye gonna be fightin' without even the preparedness to die? If ye are gonna have an attitude makin' light of it like that, then there ain't any choice but to teach it to ye with pain. Aye? The preparedness and dignity of a swordsman, if the argument was to be placed such a sumo ring, the one to be at the inferior position would be Julius. On top of having pride hang outside earlier, Reed's words about preparedness possessed a constant persuasive power. On top of that, though the visible person was painful to even look at. Subaru, if Gluttony collapses, then the result certainly is all right. Though obvious, the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony was not included in his touted objective of everyone's survival. The ones Subaru wanted to save were only Emilia, Beatrice, Rem, Meili, Echidna, Julius, and Shaula. On top of that, the two of Patrash and Jen. Gluttony and Reed were not subject to that. If the two of them were to crush each other to call it as that results in an outcome too unilateral, but it was advantageous for Subaru and the others should that happen. However, Reed, first of all, is this guy your buddy? If that's so then it ain't as if I don't get why you're getting so heated up. Julius, no, absolutely not. That Sin Archbishop of Gluttony is a bitter enemy of myself as well, an opponent with whom, in the worst-case scenario if I were to fight to the extremity, one may end up taking the other's life. Reed, eh? Then why are you getting so mad? 'Cause your prey got snatched away? Julius, it is because you are kicking the pride of a swordsman. Julius told the sword saint, the man who was the first one to hold that title, bestowed upon only those who stand at the pinnacle of the sword. That declaration of Julius, which couldn't even be an insult, was silently being heard by Reed, who narrowed his eye, not covered by the eye patch. Upon the wakeful watch of that sword saint, Julius continued as if slashing the atmosphere. Julius, if battling swordsmen, warriors, knights is something where one must prepare his body for death beforehand, then it is fine to submit to losing one's life at the extremity of the battle. However that, at most, is the extremity of battle, death at the extremity upon the exhaustion of all of one's desperate efforts is how it should be. The victor, absolutely, must not play around with the life of the defeated. Reed, you're sayin' shit that's making my ears itchy. Who the hell's gonna be listenin' to all that? Julius, I do not mind should they be named as even inexperienced ideals or sweet nothings. Merely, embodying those ideals and sweet nothings is the way of the knight I believe in. With that bold assertion Julius unsheathed his own knight sword. From what he had heard, this knight's sword had gotten fractured once. It was not supposed to be a sword he had a habit of using, hence, it was something suspicious which his hand was yet growing accustomed to. But above all, what must have always been in his fundamental values, those will never waver. That is because they had certainly, always continued to shimmer within his self. That shimmering something did not let Julius overlook Reed's unjustness. Even if the one to fall victim to that unjustness should be a Sin Archbishop, someone who had committed grave atrocities. Reed, the way of the knight, beyond all expectation, that whisper jolted the atmosphere in Electra. That was a quiet tone of voice. That was not a voice harboring emotions of little significance. That was nothing but an echo which seemed as if it had slipped in amongst the other nonchalant and bored echoes. However, that was the signal of eruption of the first-generation sword saint, Reed Astrea. Reed, hey, you. How long are you gonna be sleepin'? Wake the hell up. Gluttony, Guggy Sue. As he groaned and directed strength of grip such that he could crush that grabbed leg with his hand, Gluttony responsively shrieked upon his leg almost being crushed. And Reed looked down onto the upside-down Sin Archbishop. Reed, you said some interesting shit, ain't that so? You said you're gonna eat me up, taste me up, lick me up. I will let you do that. Gluttony. Jai, Gaia, ha Sue. What's up with that, Sue? What's that? What happened so suddenly, Sue? Why so suddenly, do you feel like that, red-haired Oniai-san? Even though you swung we or us around this much because you were against that who H. Reed, I changed my mind. That's right. Removing the distortion of his face caused by pain, Gluttony tried regaining his state of health as Reed glared at him. After that, as if having suddenly noticed something, Reed rotated his neck around. Reed, ones like y'all will be intruding right away anyway, ain't that so? Remarkably saying that, Reed stepped ahead diagonally. At that moment, shining violet crystals were thrown into the spot Reed was standing on. A shrill sound as that of shattering glass reverberated, and the violet arrows themselves along with the floor smashed and got scattered about. However, they missed their aim. And Reed, who had been their aim, took a single step and leapt, shortening his distance to Subaru and the others who had commenced that attack just now. Beatrice, HK. Subaru, not good I suppose. Reed, here. Beatrice's warning rendered fruitless, Gluttony was struck into Subaru's torso, delivering a side blow. Handling a human as a blunt weapon, the unstoppable force mercilessly sent Subaru flying, who had been carrying Beatrice. Subaru, Gaha HK. Reed, it's good you didn't hesitate, you all. This is way better than that beautiful girl in terms of fightin'. Well, the broken fragments of your ability haven't been reassembled, though. With no flexibility to even respond to Reed's brief review, Subaru rolled over while holding Beatrice with all his might. He must not feel as if the origin of his life had been shorn off, with his internal organs overturned by the single blow just now, accompanied with Ram's physical burden. Julius, Subaru. Beatrice Summer. KGH. HK. And whilst fearing for the blown-away Subaru and Beatrice, Julius, in a single instant piercingly charged towards Reed, who had shortened the distance in between. However, Reed strode on and crushed that with his feet and hammered a kick into Julius' abdomen, who had tilted the axis of his legs, though Julius received that with the handle of the knight sword he had instantaneously drawn. He could not block being lunged through by the shock wave as well. With his guts churned by the perforating single blow, he fell back greatly. And meanwhile, Reed, here, try it out and see. To eat me up, or to die you like this by being played around by me, choose one what you'd like, or I'd have no choice but to make a move. Ain't that the thing called life, hey you? Gluttony, Sue. We get it, we do get it, we really get it, we completely get it, as we get it, so we get it, as we want to get it, because we get it. Gluttonous drinking Sue. Gluttony Sue. We'll do as per your wish Sue. It's impossible for us to stay without eating Sue. Remaining upside down, raising his face right towards the front, Gluttony smiled at Reed. And Gluttony stretched his hand, grabbing the area of Reed's left eye which had been concealed by the eye patch. He subsequently opened his mouth and Gluttony, Reed Astria. Licking, Gluttony let go of Reed from his hand, as if tearing something off. And, gazing lovingly at his palm where that something was not even present, he exposed his tongue. At the same pace, he chewed that invisible something, and reverberated a slurping sound as if indulging in it. Afterwards, Reed, Abruptly, change arrived in a single instant. As if it had been an illusion or something, Reed's form vanished in the blink of an eye. With the tall figure disappearing from the space it was certainly supposed to be in, Gluttony, whose leg had been grabbed, fell onto the floor. At the same pace, his hands skillfully made a reversal and Gluttony made an agile landing, and looked at his own palm. What was recurring in those eyes was something close to the nothingness, desolateness, dismay of seemingly a gourmet delicacy, which had exhausted its extravagance, disappearing from the top of the platter. Gluttony, so amazi that kind of flavor, this kind of flavor, which kind of flavor would it be like? We imagined a lot of low tea about it, but it was above expectations. Subaru, he ate, read? Gluttony, you saw that, right Sue? We did eat him. We indeed ate him. Really, isn't it the best? This is the flavor which cannot be imagined, Sue. Even we, who are called something like bizarre eating, are able to get it at this guy's rich taste, Sue. Even without knowing, lays say. Leaning backwards, whilst touching own sharp canines, Gluttony praised Reed's flavor. As far as thought could go, it was the worst food report in human history. It halted in between. It was not as if something had barged in as an obstruction. Its origin lay in Gluttony himself. Gluttony, wah? Beatrice, J. Just, what is being started up this time, in fact? Subaru, no, that is. Putting his hands on his own throat and abdomen, Gluttony started making movement as if practicing speech, though Beatrice found that state to be ominous. Subaru had an idea regarding this abnormality. If the exchange between Reed and Gluttony just a moment ago, if that was what Julius spoke of as negotiation, then Gluttony, wah tilde wait, hi, jai Sue. Strange, it's strange, isn't it strange, Sue? After all, this is odd, isn't it? Gluttony, it ain't odd, you. To eat or to be eaten, that's how life works, ain't that so? Strangling his own throat, Gluttony fired words as if answering his own questions. That tone of voice met clear change, and as if pulled into the change of that tone of voice, change ensued in Gluttony's flesh body itself. It was a change as if the waxing and waning of the moon, and the expression of questioning when did it even happen, was appropriate for it. Subaru did not avert his eyes at all. The same went for Beatrice, who was in his chest, and of course Julius, who had taken stance with his sword. However, whilst remaining captured in the field of vision of the three, Gluttony erased that form of his in an instant. And instead, the one standing at the spot where Gluttony had been was a fresh body sure's different. It feels like blood's flowin' through flesh. I'm already feelin' hungry. At least come after fillin' your stomach, mentally adult brat. Pronouncing so, the one who had carried out substituting for the former player, having exited the stage known as the Pleiades Watchtower for merely a few 10 seconds, the existence who was blooming a second time at the center of the stage, was Reed. Reed Astria had stolen the flesh body of the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony and had achieved resurrection into the present world. Julius, this is the result of the negotiations between Reed and Gluttony from Julius' perspective. Of course, the details of the content of the conversation between Reed and Gluttony must have changed due to Subaru and the others' intervention, but it should have approximately remained the same. In other words, Subaru, what the hell's the negotiation, speaking while putting on airs. Beatrice, Subaru, this is not the time to be saying all that, I suppose. Gluttony has disappeared, and Reed has. Subaru directed a rough remark towards Julius' pretentious phrasing the previous time. Within those arms, Beatrice called for further vigilance, but Subaru patted her head lightly and gazed towards Reed. Subaru, strictly speaking, taking a backhand grip onto the authority of Gluttony, which reconstructs eaten opponents, and painted out the opponent's self. Is that right? Reed, don't ya go round sayin' tough bullshit. Like I'd know such convenient shit. So, don't swag about with shit I'd no way in hell know, damn young fish. Young fish? You. Are? You, this, you, that's it, ain't it, you? Question mark. Though his spirit had hijacked that flesh body, Reed made a wry face unrelated to that truth. He unusually groaned, saying hum, and gently put a finger in his own eye patch. And turning it over, He looked at Subaru with his healthy blue eye, which had no particular need for an eye patch. Looking, gazing, staring. Reed, you're pretty disgusting. Reed, good job not having your head getting screwed up with that. No, has it gotten so? What it'll be precisely cause it's gotten so, I ain't got any idea. I haven't even given it a thought. What was he saying? Thinking that, Subaru got truly perplexed upon Reed's attitude. On top of being perplexed, the shivering and nausea enveloping his entire body were about to hit the critical point. Though obvious, Ram's inferior physical form was worsening as much. Ram's body increased its voltage, and was throwing the backfire of recoil she was originally supposed to have felt into Subaru. This time Subaru had not personally met up with Ram, so there were no means for Ram to find out the reason why her body was favorably working. Thinking of it now, it seemed as if Ram had been concerned regarding Subaru last time as well. Though he had noticed Ram's concern, who was not in this place, only after dying twice. Reed, I do see. I ain't got any idea, but it looks like you're the one these guys I'm in for, ain't that so? Then that makes things faster. Julius, Reed. Your opponent is myself. Stepping ahead, Julius fired a slashing strike. But Reed attempted receive that with the chopsticks he had drawn out from his bosom. However, Reed, the slashing strike lightly touched the tip of the chopsticks and blood spouted out of Reed's right hand, despite him wanting to receive it. Looking at that, Reed made a suspicious look. Julius raised his eyebrows in faint surprise as well. And, for having witnessed that with his own eyes, that alone was a harvest for Subaru. Reed, tch. Clicking his tongue, Reed gyrated his chopsticks as if spinning a pen between the gap of his fingers and skillfully repelled Julius' knight's sword. At the same pace, stepping ahead with a single stomp, he lapsed the distance between him and Julius, who had instantaneously drawn his body back and aimed his palm towards his abdomen. Reed, your opponent is myself, did you say that? Julius, kh. Reed, no way you'll be getting to have an exchange with me, after doing a princess carry back there. The further twisted sole of the palm burst open Julius' abdomen, the slender tall figure continued bleeding and was blown away backwards. He tried to position his lengthy legs to the floor in order to kill off that vigor, but failing to do so, Julius' body turned upward at the bottom on the floor, and tumbled over at the same pace. And, concluding his battle with Julius, who had widened the distance in between, Reed turned back. Subaru, HK. Aiming for that sideward face of Reed's, Subaru fired the whip which was at the back of his waist. However, without the occurrence of a miracle such as his body continuing to remember it, the tip of the whip flew towards the wrong direction. The effect of lost memories was not only in his mind but also affecting the recursive actions of his flesh body. As a result of fully realizing that, Subaru took in a heavy inhale. At the same time as that, Reed, you, with such a boring trick. Beatrice, that boring trick, is the recommendation of you getting an end of being buried, in fact. Going past his amazement, Reed expressed his rage, and from his hind echoed the loud sound of striking hands. Upon looking, that had been Beatrice, who had both her hands free, away from Subaru. However, even if their hands were unconnected, there was a certain connection between them. Beatrice extracted an extremely small amount of something like MP from the path of Subaru and exercised great magic. Beatrice, or Shamuk. The moment immediately after Beatrice's chant had achieved completion, what arose in the space was an enormous black hole. That which had appeared all of a sudden in the air, manifested as an existence accompanied by primordial fear such as its unknown bounds and unknown depths, and tried to swallow Reed, who was right before it, Subaru, that is. At a single glance, it could be understood that it was the great magic in effect within the space. This was more of an issue of imaging it so, rather than having knowledge about it. Subaru had heard of Beatrice being a wasteful spirit, but the intensity of the real great magic could not even be in the same league of comparison. Subaru had been unaware that this was even possible. This was a harvest. That black hole swallowed Reed, and repelled away his sword sent off to somewhere unknown. Reed, the hell, it's you air. Something like airs everywhere, as if it'd stop me. With just a single swing of his chopsticks, Reed broke through that immense magic with extreme easiness. A carefree attitude as if, quite literally, slashing through air. No, for him, it truly was exactly that. He did not have the nature of taking roundabouts around something which he was capable of doing and then boasting about it. He had slashed the air, so that was his explanation, that was all there was to it. Subaru, slashing dimensions, I imagine it as quite a superior ability, you know. Reed, hey, don't you put such cool names on it, better food can be served, you know. If you'll stay persistent due course things have gotten a bit lively, that won't be amusing or anything, you know. Swinging his chopsticks at the same angle as when he had slashed Beatrice's magic, the moment immediately afterwards, Subaru's body had been diagonally burst open from his chest to his waist. Subaru, Gar, A tilde. Beatrice, Subaru. Julius, Subaru HK. Tasting the sensation of scorching heat, Subaru collapsed on the spot, as Beatrice and Julius called for him. Upon the voices of those two, Subaru gnashed his molars and glared at Reed with bloodshot eyes. And, turning his palm towards the two trying to rush up to him, he managed to halt their legs. Subaru, I'm all right. Shaking his head left and right, he urged the two to not worry for him. Of course, there was no way he could truly convince them simply by conveying such words to the two. The chest wound was shallow. No, it was not shallow. Though it was not shallow, it did not ache. It could be expressed as not being unbearable. At any rate, though it was bitter, it was all right. It was not worthy of making those two experience bitter, painful emotions. Gnashing molars, the blood on the verge of being vomited, nausea. Whichever it was, vomiting must be restrained from. Facing the front, glaring ahead, Reed must be carefully observed. Reed, as if you can reach me with that, you. With a stunned expression, Reed was looking at Subaru, who was bleeding out of his lips. Facing that Reed, Subaru stretched out his hand, and raised a single finger. Subaru, why yeah. I will reach you. Even right now. I can reach you. In a place not necessarily here. I will, for sure, save Emilia, Beatrice, Rem, Meili, Echidna, Julius, Shaula, Patrash, Jen, without failing, a single person. Gluttony and Reed were exceptions. The Natsuki Subaru who was not Natsuki Subaru as well. That is why, right now, at this moment. Subaru, this is, count 1. Overlapping with death necessary for a counterattack, was an accomplishment of Natsuki Subaru's as well. At the very end of the end, Reed's blue eyes sheened a dull flash towards Subaru, who had made that declaration. Arc 6, Chapter 72. Upon the advent of unforeseen death, Natsuki Subaru heard the sound of cracking. However, upon each instance of that inexorable sound, he thought that it was certainly the proof of his progress not having come to a halt. That it was the footsteps of the approaching future. No matter how small those steps were, no matter how trifling the path he had advanced upon was, he was certainly walking and progressing. Subaru. The moment his consciousness was led to awakening, blue eyes of a characteristic pattern were reflected into his own. In front of his eyes, peeping at Subaru worriedly, was Beatrice. Beatrice's hand was gently placed at Subaru's cheek, and Subaru inhaled. He had parted with Beatrice's crying face not too long ago. That consciousness switchover had not been carried out well. Just previously, though it could not be associated with something as extravagant as a parting, she certainly had been in Subaru's eyes. Subaru, ah. Beatrice, is your consciousness firm, I suppose? It took time for you to wake up till now, it was worrying, in fact. It would be better to confirm you did not lose any memories accidentally, I suppose. To start with, Betty, do you recall who? Subaru, B. Trice. Beatrice. It seems you do properly remember, in fact. Good boy, I suppose. Saying that, Beatrice stretched the hand she held at Subaru's cheek towards his head. At the same pace, she patted him with her tiny palm and slowly, his consciousness caught up to reality. Subaru, count, 1 ha? Question mark. Beatrice tilted her head upon the whispering voice. However, neither did she know what it meant, nor did he intend to explain it. She might not understand even if he were to explain, and he did not intend to make her understand either. She was kind. Beatrice was extremely kind. That is why, what Subaru was testing out. If he were to tell her about that, it was a given that she would be absolutely against it. That was something which Beatrice must not be allowed to know. Beatrice, so, how did it go, in fact? Was the purpose of reading the book fulfilled, I suppose? Subaru, yeah, about that. That is what Beatrice asked Subaru, who still had the book placed on his knees. The moment immediately before the immediately previous moment, the moment immediately before Subaru had disregarded his own physical state, Subaru had just been seeking a way to capture Reed Astria and was just about to read his Book of the Dead. That had come to a standstill due to complicated reasons, and multitudes of situations got caught in between the intervals such that would feel as if it was quite an old topic, though that went only for Subaru, at maximum. Things he ought to do, things he must do, they had all been decided. That is why. Subaru, Beatrice, it'll be getting a bit confusing. Lend me your strength. Beatrice. That is a given, in fact. Betty is Subaru's partner, I suppose. Promised Beatrice to Subaru, who had broken the ice without any explanations. Her existence was, truly, very truly, reassuring for her. The impact jumped around freely in the aisle of the stone tower. Question mark, ha ha Sue. Ha 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 Sue. You're doing it, you're quite doing it, you're surely doing it, perhaps you're doing it, you've been doing it, you've done it, because you've been doing it Sue. Gluttonous drinking Sue. Gluttony Sue. Question mark, is there any time to be playing around? That is quite the pliability, isn't it, using the walls, ceilings of the aisle as a foothold, making free use of transforming tactics at will from next to next, was the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Lay Baton-Katos. And the one rushing around at high speeds, having kept the inferior physical form of her body someplace else and moving around nimbly, was Ram. Her petite frame fluttered about and danced, and directed merciless blows towards the direction of Gluttony's body, who countered with equivalent fiendishness. At that point, rushing in as having been waiting for that was Emilia, Room and Boom. Wielding a large ice hammer in both of those hands, swinging it as if aiming for a home run, was Emilia. The damaging portion of the ice hammer, as large as a human's trunk, turned into a strike with all of her might and made a firm hit onto Lay's back. The small frame bounced and jumped along with a thunderous roar like a gumball. No, he bounced too far off. Instantly kicking the ice hammer, he by himself had jumped ahead and killed the impact. Lay, ahawaha tilde. You're doing it, doing it. But, that won't do. That can't defeat us. Emilia, HK, he's fast. In response to Gluttony displaying moves with a touch of acrobatics, Emilia made a frustrated expression on her cute face. Past and present, east and west, chewing the experts of all kinds of master arts, demonstrating abilities that had, quite literally, become every single kind of martial arts, was the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Lay's fighting strength, or perhaps, it should be called his opposing pressure. It had attained preeminence, a remarkable difference of unleashing optimal techniques of the highest peak each moment to the next. Subaru, if the memories, the efforts or the training, if they're all being completely included, then. Though it was quite hateful, perhaps Gluttony did not even have a need to possess a consciousness such as one saying let's pull them out. When noticed the body already moved, that was the kind of authority it was, of pulling them out in all kinds of scenes. The stolen memories even included the experience points of the physical body. That was also evident by Subaru not remembering how to use the whip he carried around whatsoever. It seemed that the whip had been Subaru's main weapon before losing his memories, but the correct way to hold it and swing it, he could remember none of it altogether. In the first place, why did he choose something like a whip as his main weapon? It'd be easier to make better use out of than a sword or a lance. It must have been a shallow thought like that. Though there were no objections to that itself. Subaru, I wish I would have thought of a counterplan, in case I lost my memories. Of course, he was aware it was an absurd request, however, Subaru still cursed it. By doing that, for a single moment, he was able to forget his effeminate jealousy towards his disappeared memories. The jealousy towards the disappeared memories equals Natsuki Subaru. Beatrice, Subaru, asking again, in fact, are you really all right, I suppose? Towards that sideward face of Subaru's, Beatrice raised her voice. Upon her question, who had been supporting Subaru's body as he shrugged his shoulders, Subaru nodded with a yeah. Subaru, right now, the fight's a struggle. If that collapses, our way to victory will. Beatrice, but there is opposition in Subaru being taken away from here, in fact. Subaru, but it's necessary. You understand, right, Beatrice? Beatrice, that is. Subaru, lend me your strength. Once again. I request you. While maintaining meticulous caution among the ceaseless shocks, trying not to have his voice tremble, Subaru blackmailed Beatrice with an unfair manner of speaking. In response to those cruel words of request of Subaru's, Beatrice closed her eyes, making a strained expression. Lend your strength, that was the flow of conversation they had also had in Taigeta Library. However, that time had been before Subaru had activated Corleonis, and neither had Beatrice known that the situation of Pleiades' watchtower had deteriorated this much. That is why, this was a heinous technique of Subaru's which gripped onto Beatrice's kindness. Beatrice scrutinized Subaru's proposal with a difficult face. The sudden deterioration of Subaru's physical condition and the recovery of Ram's fighting strength which accompanied it, the associativity between them was evident, and Ram, Beatrice, and even Emilia had noticed Subaru's rash perseverance. But still, everyone knew they could not tell him to stop. For Subaru being burdened with his hardship was why the war front was being barely maintained. Talk in name only. If Subaru was to unfasten Corleonis here whilst caring for himself, the first to follow would be the collapse of Ram. Emilia will get her name eaten by gluttony, their cooperation will crumble down and they will be defeated. And should gluttony be rendered free, the power balance of the tower would fall into an unrecoverable state, ultimately everyone would die in defeat and it would be game over. Subaru, in the end, me being burdened is the better option. Subaru, who could never really be of any help even when he was acting rash, was making strides in the fighting strength by taking over Ram's inferior physical form. That was an absolute requirement for capturing the tower. Correctly speaking, even in the efficacy of Corleonis, there lay a trap not easy to solve. That was, consciously or subconsciously, Ram saving up a bit of her fighting strength. With overwhelming sense and techniques beyond comprehension, Ram maintained a firm balance in the place. In spite of that, the reason why she had not gone further in order to overcome the opposition was because Ram had imposed a limiter on her own fighting strength. The reason for that was her faltering due to carefully considering Subaru's status. If Ram were to move to the fullest, it would impose an enormous burden onto Subaru. Subaru would not be able to endure that. That possibility was putting a halt on Ram's limbs. The truth is, something similar had occurred when he had gone around towards Julius and Reed. It had been confirmed he was capable of taking over Ram's inferior physical form through Corleonis itself without having to meet up with her. However, in a situation where Ram does not know of the interrelation between her own favorable state and Subaru's state, Ram does not save on her fighting strength. As a result, the backfire, lacking any regret, scorched only Subaru and did not lead to mutual harm. It also meant the end for Ram's time as standing unrivaled, the worst kind of mutual harm. It was not possible to continue sprinting with the entire strength for long in a state of lacking oxygen. That was all there was to it. Henceforth, drawing up Ram's fighting strength through Corleones, in terms of results, Ram's judgment to save onto her abilities was correct. Being balanced was the best. However, that improvement of Ram's combat power, Gluttony was indeed following and keeping up with it with the limitless arts of war he had plundered. Emilia was compensating for the parts where he could not be pushed away, but still, Gluttony could not be distanced away from, continuing to eat away with an extraordinary ability to survive. That is why, towards that Beatrice, Minya. Enough to envelop the entire isle, violet crystals materialized and were fired in a single action. Acting in consent with Beatrice's chant, who swung her small arm downwards, the concentrated attack of the magic called shadow magic swooped down onto Lei, who had turned his back towards this side, with tremendous vigor. Immediately afterwards the boisterous dance of violet light swallowed the petite frame, engulfing the isle with the sound of shattering glass. Within the fluttering flakes of violet, dancing and falling, leaping away from the attack span were the two of Emilia and Ram. Evading the fire with instantaneous judgment, it was as expected of their physical ability to quickly avoid it. On the other hand, having been in the same circumstance but only having delayed the part of him facing it with his back, Lei could not evade it easily the way Emilia and Ram had done. It was a magic to be feared which crystallized the struck targets, turning them into a brittle and transient existence and smashing them. Minya, capable of fatally wounding even through light contact, if it were to be recklessly fired this much in such a confined range it would be difficult for an enemy, even if it were to be a transient being, to cut through unhurt. When the dance of the light which had been given rise to by the violet arrows came to a halt, the form of Gluttony who had taken enormous damage was not there. Beatrice, HK? Emilia, A. Where did? Beatrice inhaled in astonishment whilst Emilia made a strained expression and looked around. Within the chaos, the one to get a grasp on the situation the fastest truly had been Ram. She put her hand on her own right eye, and with only her left eye open, turned back. Subaru knew there was something like a path connecting him and Ram through Corleones. Ram activated some type of a technique. Using that peculiar power, she understood where specifically the disappeared Gluttony was. His whereabouts were Ram, Barusu. Ram shouted, widening her light crimson eyes. At that moment, from her line of sight Subaru comprehended the arrival of a hazardous presence right behind them. That was aiming for the back of Subaru. No, Beatrice. With the interruption by Minya just now, did it intend to convey that it had polluted the battle? At any rate, it was not vastly different from the transpiring happening. Lei must say, if the one right now was to be continued consecutively, it'll be getting tiresome, that's why. Accompanying the sneering words, the dagger fastened to his arm flashed. That was the strike by Lei, who had leapt through the space and escaped the concentrated attack of violet arrows. In line with the frequent usage of the Fist King, the odd talent of the one who became the leaper could be named short-range warp. According to what had been seen, it seemed as if there were certain limits to the distance, but still the compatibility of the strange talent of jumping over space and the encircling attack was the worst. Carrying no significance regarding the type of the surprise attack, in the end, anything aside from getting involved in the head-on match was Subaru, Beatrice. Beatrice, Suba. Thoughts and actions, and body did not always coincide. The moment initially after he pushed the small body away reflexively, a piercing sensation deeply gouged out his chest. Subaru, car. Like scratching the scab with claws, no, the pain and impact was several thousand times that. He instantly regretted having received that with his chest. Though he regretted it, no other convenient shield had been present there. Bewildered by the momentary judgment, he shuddered at the mere thought of Beatrice having been slashing down. So much so that he thought it would be better for him to become a shield of flesh compared to that. It was painful, though it was painful, if it was merely pain, merely the wound on his body, it would last for only an instant. Not even an instant. But it was much better than being wounded. Much better than dying. Subaru HK. The loud voice echoed within the tower. When he tried to turn back and see to whom it belonged, his knees snapped. Strength faded away from his limbs surprisingly easily. Pathetically fragile, he was unable to support even his head. Even an infant could hold his head still, but what was this man, who had significantly aged, doing? Such that even this frivolous talk wouldn't come to mind, his consciousness fell into the soul of the deep, dark hole. A vivid ache and sense of loss scorched his brain. Subaru, Gi. Whilst wanting to give rise to a shriek, he endured his voice trying to fly out by grinding his teeth. It was not as if he would feel any better if he were to let it out. It was not as if he would feel any better if he were to not let it out. However, there were people here who would surely have their shattered, if Subaru were to cry out now. He could not allow that. Because he could not do so, stay silent and die. Natsuki Subaru. Lei, how nice, Oniai-san. So you will be going to the next one by doing Tha-Ti? There echoed a voice overlooking Subaru, who had powerlessly crumbled down whilst continuing to resist his screaming. He had endured his screaming. However, he could not possibly endure that mocking voice. In a situation where his limbs had been rendered completely incapable of moving, he directed strength into his arm and moved his finger. And, with a single middle finger raised, his lips moved. Subaru, die, idiot. After that, his consciousness came to a halt. Count 2. Having Emilia and Ram cooperate, aiming for an early settlement with Lei Baton Kato's failure. Timing is essential for taking over Ram's inferior physical form through Corleonis. Beatrice's surprise attack is incompatible with gluttony. Fiercely, the enshrouding clouds of sand were trying to enwrap the field of vision. Haran. With his entire body swinging around at the sensation of violently swaying about, Subaru desperately clung on, trying not to be thrown off. Ahead of him, a pigtail was shaking about left and right. Work hard, Sand Earthworm Chan. In accordance with Meili's call, the sand earthworm trembled its large build and intensely hammered in and struck its face. Being swallowed by that shock wave gave rise to an immense loss in the troops of the advancing horde of witch beasts. However, those lost troops were covered in the matter of a few seconds, trampling upon the scattered corpses of their own kind. The hordes of witch beasts continued to push in without halting their feet. The war situation was unfavorable. Under their eyes in all directions, advancing in were the innumerable witch beasts. With those as her opponents, Meili made free use of her preparations, which in no way could be stated to be sufficient, and was struggling fiercely. Honestly speaking, Meili's efforts, as she controlled the witch beast, were hard to notice by an outsider's perspective. She ordered instructions to the witch beast, and abiding by that, the fiendish monster rampaged about. There was no mystery in that if that alone was to be observed. However, Meili, HK. Looking at her shape, with sweat on her forehead and her occasionally inhaling agonizingly, it could perhaps be understood at a single glance that it was a recognition too difficult to observe. Meili, Fu H. Enough, geez, oh Oniai-san, treats people so rudely. Wiping the sweat dripping down her chin by the back of her hand and stating some rather harsh words, Meili's eyes had become bloodshot. It was not as if she had directly linked with the witch beast like Subaru's Corleonis, but to bend the atrocious witch beast's instinct as per her own notions, an immense strength of will was needed. For Subaru, who had read her book once and personally experienced her half-death, the weight of that indemnification was clearly known. That is precisely why it had been transmitted to him. That Meili was seriously thinking of capturing the tower, along with Subaru and the rest. Subaru, HK. Meili, why, Oniai-san? If you don't grab on properly, you'll die. You know W. Subaru, I know. The moment immediately after he profoundly thought of those deep emotions, his body felt as if it was being carried away in the horizontal jolts and his posture crumbled. He had momentarily withstood his ground, but he was shouted at by Meili when she discovered that. Whilst complying with those words, Subaru calmed down and clung to the protuberance of the large build. At present, the figures of Subaru and Meili were on top of the large build of the sand earthworm. Meili, if instructions were to be given directly from a close distance, there must be a child which listens to what is said even within children who cannot learn anything, isn't it? Subaru, like I said, I never thought I'd get to have a witch beast ride. Swishing through the air, with his frame being jolted by the velocity of the witch beast's body cutting through the atmosphere with a roar, Subaru skillfully moved around his body weight whilst stuck in admiration of Meili, who was managing the witch beast's back. This time as well, Meili's battle with the hordes of witch beasts commenced from the balcony of the fourth layer. Making use of several sand earthworms which had been prepared in advance, having the hordes of witch beasts advancing towards the watchtower suffer an attack in order to block the invasion of the witch beasts into the tower was Meili's role. However, she quickly gave up on the attack from the balcony, jumping onto the back of the sand earthworm underneath and then in one go, plunged into the witch beasts with vigor like that of a high wave, from the middle of its forehead. With that heroic tactic of Meili's, accompanying her as bait was what Subaru's current state was. Meili, really, the witch beast-chans all really love Onii-san, isn't it? Subaru, and that's nothing to be happy about. HK. Looking at the excited state of the witch beasts drawing near, Meili sighed as they were crushed by the sand earthworm. Whilst agreeing with her comment, Subaru narrowed his eyes at the hurriedly approaching hordes of witch beasts. Though the principle behind it was unknown, it was something he was aware of in terms of the result. The witch beasts who surrounded the watchtower, strictly speaking, were not aiming for the watchtower but had gathered aiming for Subaru, who was inside of it. That was evident from this situation as well. The spearheads of the witch beasts were concentrating on the extreme towards the sand earthworm, which was giving a ride to Meili and Subaru. Turning their legs around, which were supposed to have been facing towards the tower, hastily making way towards this side with unraveled fangs was merely the instinct of witch beasts trying to kill a living being, nothing more. Subaru, it wasn't as if I was half convinced, but him having the physical constitution which attracted witch beasts was a peculiarity Subaru, who had been in present-day Japan till yesterday, did not even need confirmation for as a real feeling. In the past, he had gnawed the pocky for the dog kept in the neighborhood, but could that have possibly been a symptom of the early stage of this physical constitution? He was utterly unaware now. Though he was unaware. Subaru, it seems it's no mistake that I am responsible for a large part of the 5 obstacles. The large hordes of witch beasts advancing towards the watchtower, the ones of Gluttony putting his approach toward the tower to test through Subaru's memories, Reed who took in that gluttony and acquired substance, Shaula who commenced aiming for Subaru by the virtue of her transformation, the jet black shadow which swallowed the entirety of the watchtower. Looking at it back now, it was impossible to prevent the thought of the responsibility for their origin seemingly coming down onto Subaru in the truest sense. Of course, inevitability was no possible part of it. Subaru, my mind, is getting depressed. However, if the witch beasts, Shaula, and the jet black shadow could be lured outside of the watchtower, there may possibly form a way to break out of the deadlock of the present circumstances. Subaru, it is not forbidden to destroy the trials, huh? The 5th rule, behind capturing Pleiades' watchtower. When he thought of the feelings of Shaula's, who had hid that, he felt his chest ache, but the rule he had finally fished out of her mouth granted a new viewpoint towards the place known as the Pleiades watchtower. It was not as if his eyes had opened innovatively by getting to know that rule. However, granted with a scale he had never thought of, his way of looking at the world had expanded remarkably. Things which decay not exist cannot be obtained. That was the fundamental law of the world. To pass over the trial without finishing it, to act contrary to the established routine of the trial, those had been prohibited. Without even getting involved in that, destroying the trial itself had not been prohibited. What could that mean? What could it? Subaru, May. Lee, trying to continue his words on, that is when Subaru witnessed it. By changing the course of the sand earthworm, Whilst attempting to confirm whether the terrain of the watchtower's environs were usable or not, the objective came to a standstill. Because an assailing corona, from overhead, had scattered away the thick trunk of the sand earthworm. Hara-an. With more than 8 meters blown off of the approximately 10-meter wide waist, the sand earthworm shrieked, giving rise to its death wail. The proceedingly lowering roar of the witch beast also resembled a howl, and Subaru, who had basked in that at close proximity, felt his vision die white with its explosive intrusion into his eardrums. Atop the witch beast, which had experienced that and was disseminating bluish-purple bodily fluids, having failed to stop its body from getting blown off into 1,000 scraps from both the front and back of its trunk, Subaru and Meili's bodies were thrown down. Subaru, R. Meili, GHHK. Instantaneously stretching out his hand, he took Meili's petite body within his arms. Patting his shoulder and trying to call out to him was a byproduct of it. By reflexively leaning his body forward, he had been able to catch her falling body. However, that had not been a drastic settlement. The sand earthworm's large frame somersaulted, and not only Meili but Subaru had also been thrown off. Even if he were to pull her in the end, they would fall on top of the sand, a place entirely surrounded by witch beasts. Should that happen, the two of them would become feed for the witch beasts whilst they attempted to reorganize themselves. Above all, Subaru, Shaola. Clinging to the outer wall of the tower, with its tail stinger facing towards Subaru and the rest, the titanic scorpion Shaola, with her large build slipped into the twilight. She was distantly visible, having made her appearance. They were out of time. Within the tower, someone broke the rule. In accordance with that, Shaola lost herself and transformed into the titanic scorpion, and just as what she had reported about herself, she commenced attacking, aiming for Subaru. That single bomb had scattered away the sand earthworm's trunk, and mid-air, towards Subaru and Meili. Meili, Onyai-sa. HK. Hugging Meili tightly, who was within his arms and had raised a voice as that of a scream, Subaru did not let his eyes avert from the titanic scorpion. No, Shaola. The red compound eyes emitted a distinct glow within the presence of night, and the line of sight, unbeknownst to any course of action, clearly understood its aim was Subaru upon looking at him. Light gathered at the tail stinger, and now once again, a corona was fired. They would get vaporized away should they be struck by that. However, they must not get struck by that. He wanted to avoid being killed by Shaola, regardless of how much that may abrade away his. If he were to bend away from that notion, he would surely become a miscreant then. However, a way to defend themselves while they were mid-air was Haran. The moment the corona was fired, the sand earthworm, writhing in agony, thrusted itself above the line of fire. Was that simply the instinctive movement of the sand earthworm, or did Meili influence it in some way? He did not know. However, the single blast Shaola had fired had been avoided at the moment when it was supposed to have vaporized Subaru away. And Subaru, Ga, U. With vehement vigor, Subaru and the rest fell on top of the sand from their sands. Meili, who was strongly embraced within Subaru's arms, was perhaps safe. However, Subaru himself had not been safe. Unable to defend himself, he had gotten his head within the extensive sand. A dull sound echoed. The joints of his bones, which must be avoided from getting smashed, had gotten broken. At that instant, his field of vision was rendered completely black. His nerves, which must be avoided from getting slashed, had gotten cut 1,000 times. Not only what was visible to his eyes, but sounds, sensations, anything and everything turned distant. Merely his nose remained alive. It was baffling. The nose, which was not even expected to be capable of doing something useful normally. For some reason, till the very end of the end, he could sense the sweet scent within his arms, having been there till recently, that sweet scent. Perhaps, yet remaining alive, that's Count 7. Escaping outside of the tower, the effectiveness of luring away the witch beasts. The witch beast's aim is Subaru. The aim of the shadow and titanic scorpion as well, is perhaps the same. With Natsuki Subaru alone, Meili cannot be protected. Subaru, Goo. Enduring the nausea welling up within him, Subaru glanced at the front once again. Stepping firmly, pouring immense strength in the legs, he somehow managed to have his body remain still. His anguish had not been eased. He was merely skillfully deceiving his anguish. Here ya. Aya. Crushing the bitterness of gastric juices in his teeth was Subaru, and in front of him, fiercely wielding two ice swords, was Emilia. Evading those attacks of Emilia's calmly, with a deriding smile, was the bitter enemy he was tired of looking at, Lei Baton-Kato's. Since the restart point of return by death had been set up to the moment immediately following the confrontation with Louis Arneb in the Book of the Dead, Emilia and Gluttony's encounter was inevitable. At the point in time Subaru had returned by death to, the battle between Emilia and Gluttony had already commenced. The simple way to change situations was to tamper with the matchmaking. However, by activating Corleonis immediately after returning by death, Subaru was able to see the positions of his comrades within the tower, and he naturally understood that this fight was unavoidable. Henceforth, he did not have the situation of the tag team of Emilia and Ram fighting Lei change. However, something could be done about that in its own way. Subaru, Julius. Julius, I know. At Subaru's sharp call, in accordance with that, a single shadow stepped in. That was, with a night sword in his grip and running through the frozen aisle, Julius. Having his light purple hair flutter in the icy wind, he commenced his gallant piercing sprint from a lower posture. Lei, ha Su. Even the nameless night summer shall be partaking in the battle. Julius, unfortunately, if that was intended to be a provocation, then that is quite weak. Subaru pricks at spots much more painful. Lei, you know, despite being comrades, what's up with that? Brushing away the advancing piercing bolt with his dagger, Lei and Julius exchanged words at close proximity. Even in the midst of that, sword strikes unfolded between the two, and exchanges of special moves, opposite to the content of their conversation, were being performed. Having Julius accompany them to this place was a type of a gamble. When the 5 obstacles had attacked the watchtower for the first time, Subaru had Julius accompany them for going around this as well. At that time, Emilia had gotten her name eaten, and her cooperation with Julius, who had been rendered unknowing to her battle style, had been shoddy and lacked the ability to corner Gluttony. However, Subaru, this time, nobody has forgotten Emilia-chan. On top of that, Emilia and Julius' coordination attempted to soundly counter Lei. At that point, ahead of Subaru's line of sight, was the shadow of a person kicking the ceiling and making a sudden descent, Ram severely cut in between. Of course, increasing her fighting strength through Corleonis was Subaru's greatest duty. That had been practiced this time as well, and Ram advanced closer to Lei's torso with unordinary body handling. And Ram, just kindly take the exit already. Lei, cold words, and her palm, with equal sharpness, drove into Lei's side. At the palm strike, aiming to directly impact the internal organs through the gaps in ribs, and a distinct rumble of pain spilled through Lei's lips. At the same pace, Ram's knee tried assaulting the snapping body, which then got blocked, but grabbing the hair of her opponent from the back of his head, she slammed him onto the floor. On top of that, she consecutively swung down her heel into his face. Merciless might, continuous attacks, those were the only way to drive Lei into certain defeat. However, this had been far from being sufficient for damaging Lei. The heel Ram swung down onto his face, having grabbed that slender ankle whilst lying down. He glared at Ram from below with a blood-stained, evil countenance. Lei, nay summer, cow ght. Emilia, Hyaria. Lei, Garsu? Lei expressed a smile on his evil countenance, and his body, from a directly horizontal attack by the ice hammer given shape to and swung by Emilia like a golf swing, got blown off. It was a nice save, just when he was about to put his wickedness to work by grabbing Ram's leg. At Lei, who went rolling and somersaulting skillfully, Emilia gallantly raised her eyebrows and puffed up her chest. As merciless as always, I suppose. Beatrice, while supporting his body right by his side, whispered in response to those actions of Emilia's with admiration, amazement, and somewhat pride. The truth is, Subaru felt the same. She had a cute face, she could truly be relied upon. Ram, Emilia Summer, gratitude for the rescue. Emilia, MHM, it's fine. Ram got grabbed because she's moving around this much, after all. Julius as well, thank you for coming here. Julius, not at all, gluttony is an opponent I am deeply connected to as well. Rather, my deepest apologies for exposing Emilia Summer and Miss Ram to danger. This was originally supposed to be a spot where I would tell you to kindly stand back, but Ram, with that as the opponent, there must be no room to be acting upon chivalry or gentlemanliness, isn't it? Whilst hugging her elbows, Ram flatly intercepted Julius' words. Even Julius could not refuse that. It seemed as if he felt ashamed of his feelings towards that itself. There is a certain style to battle, there are certain rules to warriors. However, adhering to that and becoming too obsessed over pride would result in large losses. For Julius, this was a difficult spot. However, there was no choice for him but to respond to it. At the very least, with the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, an atrocious gang as the enemy. Lay, you sure are doing it. To do this much with us as the opponent is quite something. Saying that, the aforementioned Sin Archbishop stood up while shaking his head. Whether that was him resounding having received Emilia's heroic blow from his shoulder, his right arm was still loosely handing down. Possibly, the shoulder bones had perhaps been fractured. If that was true, then it could be said it was possibly fatal for the authority of lay Batankatos, of reconstructing battle styles through memories. No matter how proficient a battle style may be, it would be rendered meaningless if it was not exercised perfectly. Subaru, or instead, by substituting with the little sister, are you going to be switching the body and everything to the other? Lay. Waha-en, we see, ha. Onii-san is aware of our solar eclipse and lunar eclipse is what that means. Well, got seen through, isn't it? But you know W. Putting an abrupt halt to his words, Gluttony carefreely stuck his tongue out as if mocking Subaru and the rest. Though Subaru furrowed his eyebrows to that gesture, the answer was provided immediately. That was. Lay, in such a disadvantageous situation, is there any meaning for us to still continue fighting? Subaru, HK. Not good. Obvious logic, Subaru shouted while cursing the shallowness of his own thought. Hearing that call of Subaru's, Emilia and the others also seemingly reached the same thought, but they were too late. Lay, Bahahai. Lightly swinging his hand, Lay's figure jumped over the space. Using the odd talent of the leaper, he erased his form from the aisle. Julius, stay on the lookout for the surroundings. We don't know where he may appear from yet. Ram, it is futile. That bunch, once they are allowed to get away, they escape. That must be why, they haven't been caught even once yet, isn't it? Rendering his form invisible was Gluttony. Julius called for vigilance for his surprise attack, but Ram probed into the situation with composure whilst shaking her head left and right. Subaru too felt the same as Ram. Just as the words Lay had left, there lay not a single reason for him to continue fighting in such a disadvantageous situation. Lay Batankatos was a Sin Archbishop, not a warrior. He did not possess the qualities of continuing to fight until the very end, or enjoying hard battles either. According to Louis' statement, what they desired was the greatest life, the itinerary of optimum solutions, the hazards of hard battles or defeat, those could not even be forgotten desires for them. Emilia, then, it's over already? Dumbfounded, Emilia whispered whilst reducing the ice hammer she held in her hand to air. In those words was not the relief of the enemy having disappeared, but the disappointment having let a bitter enemy slip from their hands. No, something differing furthermore, despondency. The reply to that despondency was Ram, just a little bit more and yet. Ram, just a single step more, and the bunch who made Rem go through all that could have been. HK. Kneeling down, Ram raised a high-pitched voice. She powerfully struck her fist to the aisle's floor, trembling her voice regarding Gluttony, who had artfully succeeded in running away. Everyone in this place was painfully aware of the feelings of her regretful self. The reason why Emilia prevaricated her words, why Julius hid his yellow eyes, why Beatrice, besides Subaru, lowered her shoulders, all of it collected upon that they had come to possess a sudden clue. However, unlike relying on knowledge of the tower, inquiring Gluttony about the damage dealt by the authority of Gluttony directly was a way that had been thought over with certainty. To have that slip away from right in front of the eyes, it was obvious to feel despondency for that. Subaru, with this, Lei has been repelled away, is that what it would mean? Understanding the feelings of Ram sinking deep into lamentation, Subaru possessed a different kind of doubt. Seeing the disadvantage of 3 against 1, Lei decided to withdraw from this spot. However, speaking in terms of whether he had withdrawn completely as a threat to the watchtower, that was yet unclear. Though Ram had informed Julius of the futility of looking out for a surprise attack, that was something limited to only this place. Within the tower, dangerous Gluttony were wandering around, that situation yet remained unchanged. If so, then it could not possibly be said that one of the 5 obstacles had been eliminated. On the contrary, they had left an opponent about whom they had no idea where he may clash in from, to take care of himself. That was all there was to it. Subaru, HK, should the guy who escaped be ran after, or should another problem be looked after? At any rate, right now. The thing known as a situation's all about the opponent, where you should be moving round without thinking anything. Suddenly, the moment he was giving consideration to the possibility of not making a move, he felt his hair rise at the voice which originated from behind. When everyone turned back instantly, slow footsteps approached from ahead of the aisle. Their owner, as if simply taking a walk without halting a single step, that was not something the aforementioned bunch would do. For some reason. I'm taking a walk round my garden, yet why'd I be worryin' bout other fellas? Boldly, without feeling shy for a single thing, the figure of Reed who descended down from the second layer. At that, Subaru felt the situation deteriorate further. Keeping the issue of Reed for later, he had hastened Lei Batankato's subjugation, but in terms of results, Lei had escaped and obstructing Reed's revival had completely failed. Emilia, since when did this tower become your garden? Reed, hey, don't ya go round havin' misunderstandin's, fiercely frizzlin'. Lemme tell ya, when I said garden I wasn't referrin' to this gloomy tower. You, ain't it obvious I'd be callin' the whole damn world's my garden? Julius, if the man who became legend by a single swing of sword says that, then that comment must not be a trifling matter. At the arrival of Reed, who was not supposed to be able to leave the second layer, Emilia and Julius fired their own respective astonishment and words. The response to that was extremely typical of Reed, that could be stated straightforwardly. For this warrior who surpassed all human intellect, the idea of thinking over his footsteps, no, not just footsteps, the thought of taking other people into consideration, was completely out of the balance. Ram, why have you descended down here? You were not supposed to be able to leave that floor, isn't that so, trial taker? Reed, talkin' to women knelt down and sunken ain't to my likin'. If you want me to answer, then try requestin'. I don't think strong-hearted women are bad. Though I don't think weak-hearted women are bad either. Ram, is that so? Such a sleazebag. Without expecting a direct response, Ram promptly halted her response to Reed. The next instant, Ram, who had kicked the floor with enough force to burst it open, rushed towards the opposing Reed's bottom in a straight line and turning into a pink whirlwind, leapt towards the sword saint standing bolt upright. At the same pace, making the best use of her petite build, a high-speed rotating kick was fired from her heel towards Reed's head. Without any exaggeration, a kick strike with enough force to mow down his head. It was a start kick which, if it landed a direct hit, would blow off his head physically, if not that, then at the very least, his consciousness. Of course, the respective recoil would flow into Subaru from Ram and ache like a strike of lightning would bolt through his body. Subaru, goo, UHK. It is said that when an artery explodes, it pains to an inconceivable level. Right now, it could be boasted that what was running through Subaru's entire body was something close to that. Ram's attack, which had been unleashed to this extent, the fruits it bore were. Read, not bad. But, that's all it's got. Had it been Trisha, she would have broken the floor with a single blow, you know. Ram, monster. Read, don't lump me together with something like monsters. There's gotta be a limit to how low my worth can be, you know. Intercepting the kicking leg, he had the impact flow into the ground. Having been witnessed earlier, physical attack killing that made the floor and walls of the aisle develop cracks, however, the damage to Reed himself had been blocked perfectly, and, towards Ram's abdomen, who had halted movement. Reed, here, try enduring this, you. Spinning and turning around his body once, Reed's bulky and sturdy legs sprang up. At the same pace, the sole of his foot captured Ram's body and swept it right upwards energetically. Ram, Kafue. With the air within her lungs squeezed out, Ram's lips, as she widened her eyes, vomited a large amount of blood out. Whilst bathing in that without evading it, Reed narrowed his eye unconcealed by the eye patch and distorted his lips. However, immediately opening up his narrowed eye again, he spilled out the he-ll with his voice. Ram, it was successful, wasn't it? At that instant Ram grasped the leg caved into her abdomen and using her entire body, settled the joint of her knee. With an attitude as if unaffected by the impact of the strike which had pierced through her abdomen. Seeing that, Reed carved a puzzled expression. Reed, the heck, you're behind this too, young fish. With a damp voice, he told Subaru, who gnashed his molars at the anguish like a bowling ball had been thrown into the pit of his stomach. Emilia, HK, no. Don't get any closer to Subaru. Immediately afterwards Emilia stepped ahead upon observing hazardous emotions levitating across Reed's blue eyes. However, upon her advance Reed swung his arm in annoyance, purloining the ice sword driven into him and mercilessly struck Emilia's shoulder with its handle, and energetically kicked her after she fell down. Emilia, RHK. Reed, you're in my way. Receiving the kick, Emilia got physically blown away. Much frighteningly, Reed did that with the leg whose knee was supposed to be captured in grip. In other words, whilst continuing to have Ram cling to his leg, he had kicked and sent Emilia flying. In the end, no matter how much strength Ram may pour in, it could not do anything to Reed's knee. Ram, KGH, his limits know no end. Julius, prepare yourself. Casting aside the advantage of locking him, Ram, like a chess piece, and Julius drew near him alongside. However, the result of the attacks of the two was just as miserable. His kick and his hand being used like a sword shot down Ram and Julius respectively, who were supposed to be at the pinnacle as warriors. Ram had her neck struck, Julius had his leg broken, all of them rendered incapable of standing. Subaru, shit. And, in the aisle where comrades had fallen, Reed approached further, having literally eliminated the obstacles in his way. In front of his eyes was merely the groggy Subaru, who had taken up Emilia and others' damage, and Beatrice, who had spread both of her arms wide as if shielding that Subaru. Subaru, B. It's no use. Beatrice, it doesn't matter if it's no use or if it's absurd, in fact. This is property protection of Subaru. In this case, it is a special field of Betty's, Subaru's partner as well, I suppose. Beatrice's voice of acting strong, right now, echoed far too vainly. Even when trying to respond to that strong spirit of Beatrice's, Subaru's hands, legs, made no reaction to the fighting spirit. What Subaru had taken up was only damage, which seemingly rendered the actions of his comrades futile. 3 of them were merely conscious, that was the fruit their willpower bore. Beatrice, Reed, why are you aiming for Betty and the others? For Subaru, in fact. Reed, 'cause it's in the middle of the trial, sayin' that'd be a pretty outdated response. My original plan aside, that actually goes for that pretty one. Beatrice, so what, I suppose. Reed, By meeting that one firsthand, my mind changed. It's disgusting, so I'll erase him. A judgment grounded on peculiar sensitivity, conversation could not work against such an opponent. At the same time, with the possibility of him turning over his view wiped out, Beatrice gnashed her pretty molars and glanced at Subaru lying behind, who had crumbled down and had been rendered immobile. The reason why she took a tiny breath was because she resolved her preparedness to fight and protect Subaru. He wanted to tell her to run away. However, what spilled out of Subaru's lips was merely a hoarse breath. "Reed, there ain't any need for you to go out of your way and rush to your death, you know, kid." Beatrice, unfortunately enough, living as if dead is utterly unwelcome at this point. "Reed, that's so. Then, there ain't any choice." With his name bearing the expression of a hero and a legend, he would not hurt a girl child. Believing such thoughts to be as though illusions, the glint in Reed's eye remained firm. It seemed to be sentencing as if the one standing in his path was naught but an infant. Henceforth, without expecting any benevolence of, Beatrice was the first one to use all her might. "Beatrice, ul minyar." The emerging countless violet arrows submerged the isle entirely, and completely blocked off any paths for Reed to escape through. To fatally wound with the slightest contact was the special trait of Minyar's, fathoming that with a single glance, without flinching whatsoever, Reed curved his lips. "Beatrice, Natsuki Subaru's great spirit, Beatrice." "Reed, good goin'. Stick swinger, Reed Astria." With the mutual exchange of names, the atmosphere froze. Beatrice, with the violet crystals spread out in the air, and Reed, having picked up Julius Knight's sword that had fallen at his feet, prepared themselves. Until the very end of the end, Subaru was unable to voice anything. However, he kept his eyes open, he never closed them for even an instant. His own decisions and choices, from the results they bore, he had been unable to avert his eyes. He had been unable to avert them. Count 15. Gluttony deserts, upon observing the situation to be visibly unfavorable. Neglected Reed ultimately comes to kill Subaru with absolute certainty. Never again will he let someone die before his own self. Subaru, Beatrice HK. Question mark, Wha? What happened, I suppose? Subaru? Subaru? The moment he opened his eyes, he hugged the young girl before him without any forethought. Astonished by the sudden action, the young girl Beatrice stiffened her petite body. It was his reunion with her, who had persisted with tragic preparedness until the previous moment. It turned into relief within his chest, along with unbearable guilt that breathed a painful wind into his. Subaru, Beatrice. He was grateful, he was able to meet her again. Along with that, he felt apologetic for having her go through all of that. Beatrice, Subaru. Subaru, no, it's nothing. I do remember. You are Beatrice, I am Natsuki Subaru. You and I are each other's partners, now onwards too. Please take care of me, please have fun with me, very good. Beatrice, very good, in fact. Beatrice, perplexed, raised her thumb at Subaru's rhythmic words. It was an expression that must not be existing in this different world, so it must be the result of Subaru poisoning her with it. Patting that head of hers, Subaru took in a deep inhale, and exhaled shortly. Following that he switched over his consciousness, believing he must grasp the situation. Beatrice, calm down, I suppose, Subaru. Subaru, eh? Beatrice, properly tell what happened, in fact. Did something happen inside the book, I suppose? Were Reed's memories displayed? Betty aside, what about Emilia and everyone? Confirm whether you remember them, in fact. Properly recall, all things precious, I suppose. Subaru, that's. Yeah, that's right. Holding both of Subaru's cheeks in her hands, Beatrice brought that to attention. Hearing those words of hers, in front of her hurried self, he fell into slight reflection. It was a phenomenon that might happen to someone who was looping often. For an individual piling up loops, The fresh taste of happening eventually fades away. With that, experience points gained with people for whom that happening is for the first time and react accordingly slips off, and suddenly people start to appear as not being people. Subaru, I never thought I'd be in that position. In those kinds of works, the mind and body falls into that state due to trials run tens, hundreds or times even more than that. Compared to that, for Subaru it was merely the 15th time. To stop thinking of people as people in merely 15 times, perhaps it could be said his was turning harsher. Subaru, am I an idiot? No, I am an idiot. Casting away the weak, brittle, pathetic nature of his own, Subaru braced his mind. He had only died 15 times yet, that is all. Without having made any progress, he had merely exhausted his life in indolence. How come did his such self hold any right to proclaim that he was exhausted? Such a thing did not exist for him. It did not. Stand up, raise your face, clench your fists, Natsuki Subaru, there's nobody else except you. Except you. Had it been Natsuki Subaru, such failures never would have. Beatrice, from the very beginning, Subaru has never been some Superman capable of doing everything, in fact. Suddenly, Beatrice told Subaru, who had been repeatedly wondering to himself. Subaru inhaled upon that comment and widened his eyes. Gazing into those black eyes of Subaru's straightforwardly, Beatrice shook her head left and right, conceiving grief in her blue eyes. Beatrice, it can be said countless times, I suppose. Subaru is no such Superman who can do anything, in fact. Always frantic about what lies in front, it's hurt for everyone's sake. Even enduring pain is not something he is good at, he is a normal boy, I suppose. Subaru, that's not possible. That's not. After all, it should be that way. Beatrice, it should be that way? Subaru, it should be that way, only then can this. He firmly gripped to the pit of his stomach, gritting his molars, thinking back to the wounds of his arm, to the wounds within his body, to his arms which had grown slightly sturdier, to everyone who relied upon Subaru, to Emilia, to Beatrice, to Ram, to Julius, to Echidna, to Meili, to Shaula. His guts were rumbling such that it was irritating. They were rashly pushing away, more than the moment of being on the verge of death, but perhaps Subaru's. So you have returned, Natsuki-kun. Did something happen? Geez only I saw n, just when I thought you've worried everyone, it's because of Tharti? No fighting with Beatrice-chan now onwards. Disputing with Subaru and Beatrice no, it was nothing so stern. However, looking at the state of the two facing him, they were Meili and Echidna returning from their patrolling of the library. Neither could he look at the faces of those two straightforwardly. Echidna, Beatrice, did something happen to Natsuki-kun? Was the impact, indeed, too much? Beatrice, it's not as if that's not true, in fact. But, Betty and the rest's proper thought was far too lacking for Subaru, who had to experience that misery, I suppose. Echidna, that is. Echidna furrowed her eyebrows at Beatrice, who turned her gaze downwards after staring at Subaru. However, she immediately pulled her chin in, as if having judged the circumstances. Echidna, Shaula, who had jumped out, and Julius, who went after her have not returned. I am also worried about Emilia-san and Ram-san, who went to see Ram-san. I would like to join up with at least either of them, but... Beatrice, Echidna and Meili, head to the balcony, in fact. Betty will head to the green room and search for Emilia, I suppose. Stay sufficiently careful, in fact.
Meili, that's okay Booty, what's Oni-san going to do tilde?
At Beatrice's brisk instruction, Echidna and Meili's lines of sight turned towards Subaru. At those gazes, naturally, Subaru wanted to say he would accompany Beatrice but... Beatrice, Subaru, will quietly stay here, I suppose. Subaru, wah. Don't say stupid stuff, Beatrice. I'm all right. My senses may certainly have dulled down after returning from the book but they'll immediately be in their place. Informed by the standing Beatrice, Subaru reflexively snarled at those words, At the same pace, he poured strength into his legs in order to stand at the same level as them. He poured strength into his legs but Subaru, ah? Beatrice, be in their place and, what then, in fact? At Beatrice's question, Subaru looked down onto his legs in astonishment. Even if he tried to pour strength somehow, especially into his knees, he was unable to retain balance. No matter what he did, his posture crumbled, and he was unable to stand up. Subaru, why? Beatrice, it's a matter of course, I suppose. Subaru is always working too hard, in fact. Subaru, no, wait, please wait. Everything's somehow working out when I'm at this level, that's. Subaru, that's not possible. I am. Shaking his head left and right in refusal, no matter how many times he tried, the result remained unchanged. Even though he possessed no pain, no anguish, no fatigue, his will did not get conveyed to his limbs. And whilst he remained occupied with that, Beatrice ultimately took a single step in the direction of the staircase. Beatrice, Subaru, Betty and the rest will cover whatever remains lacking, I suppose. That is why, you don't have to think of doing anything and everything all alone, in fact, after all. Subaru, Beatrice. Beatrice, after all, that is Natsuki Subaru, I suppose. Leaving behind a smile for Subaru, who widened his eyes in astonishment, Beatrice dashed. As if equaling her energy, Echidna and Meili also turned their backs towards Subaru. Echidna, Natsuki-kun, I have expectations from you. That you still might be able to give one last push. Meili, I think it's fine if you rest. But, it was only I-san who said some pretty grand stuff to me, so Tilda, work hard on that a bit more. Saying all they had to say, the figures of the three disappeared from the library, leaving Subaru behind, whom they had all spoken to. If they were to take the staircase from the third layer, the three will encounter Julius, who must be making his way back around this timing, or perhaps at this rate, Julius would not come and drag Subaru out. He had embraced that expectation as well. Subaru, no way, he'd come. If Beatrice says all that. He respected that. Much less, the Subaru after returning from the Book of the Dead had been seen by the two of Echidna and Meili. There was no way their kind selves would not relay that. However, that solicitude came at the cost of life. Even though, he did not want to see someone among his comrades die before him. Subaru, all because, I'm so weak. Because I'm losing my spirit, at just this level, why? Had it been the true Natsuki Subaru, he must not have halted his feet by just this. His rage towards his own worthless self gave rise to warmth in Subaru's chest. However, alongside that, a separate feeling was also gushing forth. That was, the words Beatrice had left behind. From the very beginning, Subaru has never been some Superman capable of doing everything. In fact, it can be said countless times, I suppose. Subaru is no such Superman who can do anything, in fact. Always frantic about what lies in front, it's hurt for everyone's sake. Even enduring pain is not something he is good at. He is a normal boy, I suppose. What Beatrice had recited, the image of the Natsuki Subaru not present here. Despite hearing that, Subaru was unable to believe that. It was difficult to believe in. After all, in accordance with that, that would truly mean he was just a normal human, isn't it? Subaru, something must have happened. That must have changed you, isn't it, Natsuki Subaru? Something, like an extravagant meeting with someone. Something, like attaining an unbelievable power. Something, like experiencing something his current self couldn't even imagine. Because something must have happened, which had allowed him to grow out of being the hopeless Natsuki Subaru, that Natsuki Subaru must have won the faith of everyone in his life in a different world. Subaru, it has to be like that. Without change, beating his legs, Subaru rolled up the sleeves of his clothes. Over there, a sarcoma with its origins not within Subaru's memories had engraved a pattern. Personally experiencing as if taking responsibility for that seeming curse over his body, its root perhaps still remained without changing. That was not possible. That is why Natsuki Subaru was. Subaru, Natsuki Subaru, I summon you. Suddenly, what he had mouthed was the genesis of the suspicion he harbored for this world's Natsuki Subaru. The message for the existence absent here who had, upon times, engraved upon his arm, upon times, composed as if it were a curse and inscribed it on the room. Seemingly finding it to be as if hexing someone who had stolen away the role which originally belonged to himself. Subaru, if you really are within me, then come out now. Gripping his arms powerfully, with strength such that his bones would grate, Subaru called for Natsuki Subaru, who was within who was not present here, the existence who could achieve ideals which Subaru, who was present here, could never attain. He asked Natsuki Subaru to come out, if he was here. Subaru, come. Show yourself, Natsuki Subaru. His arms had been lacking, so he latched to his neck with his hands. Of course, the deed of strangling oneself with his own hands, neither was it easy, nor could it be properly done. In the first place, something as convenient as Natsuki Subaru showing his face when his life was in a predicament would never occur. Had that been the trigger, Subaru would have drawn him close 20 times now. Just how many times Natsuki Subaru would have shown his face through that? Subaru, shit. I can't do it. You're needed for this, Natsuki Subaru. Seizing the grasp on his trembling knees, Subaru powerfully struck the floor with his fist. Though his fist pained upon striking the floor of the library of unknown material properties, it could not possibly equal the sense of hopelessness tormenting his chest. He wanted to save them. He truly wanted to save everyone. Nobody was in the wrong. Nobody would mutually hurt each other. He knew that. He could believe, without any wavering, that he could save, that he could love everything. Even though he wanted to save his beloved everyone, he did not possess the power to save them. Subaru, precisely now, is when you are needed, isn't it? And yet, why is it me? My weak, cowardly self cannot save. And yet, even now, his legs could not move. Due to that, he ended up making Beatrice, Echidna, Meili, those who had not been here, Emilia, Ram, Julius, Shaula, face their point of death. Because Subaru had not been able to do anything, they, who had been destined to die, could not be saved. Subaru, Corleones. Whispering weakly, Subaru activated his own authority, in order to be wounded. The power of the little king that dwelled within him immediately reported the positions of his comrades within the tower. On top of that, the reality of them heading to face their own end, of the tower heading to its demise, distant, having unrolled a violent battle, that light was Emilia. This time, Ram, who was supposed to stay by her side, her light was slightly distanced away, 2 separate lights, Patrash and Rem. She was accompanying them. In the balcony, Shaula was struggling fiercely, and perhaps Meili had joined together there with her. Julius and Echidna seemed to be moving together, and Beatrice, acting independently, was heading towards Emilia and the others is what he comprehended. The flow was precisely as Beatrice's instructions, and Subaru's knowledge of the situation. At the same pace, the current circumstance headed towards failure as well. Subaru? With his mind directed by such negative thoughts, Subaru picked up a curious sense of discomfort. As he turned his head towards his hind, Subaru took an extensive look of the enormous library, filled with countless books of the dead, Taygeta. It was an odd sensation. Unmistakably, it was a sensation he was feeling for the first time. After all, ever since he grew conscious of his authority of Corleones, he had been activating it at this spot after returning by death. Each time after that, Subaru headed for his comrades below, changing the cards he played repeatedly, running about for the sake of changing the situation, ultimately using and exhausting his own life. That is why, activating the authority in Taygeta was a matter of course for him. However, after what Beatrice told him, stopping his feet here, a single step distant from the core and getting to overlook the situations within the tower, might have been the origin of this. Thanks to that, what could this have been? Subaru, this response is. Faintly, he could feel it, so dim that it felt as if it was about to disappear. It was distant from his comrades within the tower, however, when compared to being felt with certainty, it was a fleeting, frail sensation, but a sensation that was certainly present there. Pushing himself and having his trembling legs move, Subaru advanced tardily like a caterpillar. After that, he quickly had his body lean onto the bookshelf and elevated his upper body with all his might. Somehow leaning his body weight on the bookshelf, he stood up. And he stretched his hand out to the frail light about to disappear, and grasped it. That grasped light, a single book of the dead, drawing that out. He gulped down a single inhale. A single book, with just the title upon its black binding, a book terribly dull and stale. However, it possessed profound meaning for Subaru. Because Subaru, Natsuki Subaru. There present was, the Book of the Dead not supposed to be there. Arc 6, Chapter 73, Natsuki Subaru. With the Book of the Dead which had Natsuki Subaru inscribed on it in his hands, he stood still. Subaru. Widening his dark eyes in astonishment, Subaru felt his throat rapidly turning parched. Modest expressions such as astonishing or stupefying would be far too lacking. What had struck Subaru at that moment was something much more serious, something as if numbing harm. A lethal toxic which would wield effect only when used on Subaru, and nobody else. The Book of the Dead of Natsuki Subaru was piercing through Subaru whilst commanding such powerful connotation. Subaru, why? So, the Book of the Dead not supposed to be here was present here. What was supposed to be present in the third layer of Pleiades' watchtower, Taygeta, were the books of the dead recording the lives of the departed. Having the book of a living being was contradictory. Or perhaps, could this mean he simply, by chance, had found the book of a human with the same name and surname? Subaru, that would have actually been convincing, had this not been a different world. The possibility that rose to the surface in his mind was instantly repudiated. Though it was a matter of course, this place was a different world. In this place, where even the rules of naming would be vastly different from what Subaru was aware of, why would a name like Natsuki Subaru take birth here? Even before that, there lay a decisive issue. The title of that book of Natsuki Subaru had been written in kanji. Subaru. From what all Subaru had witnessed till now, even letters were disparate in this different world. That is why, even if someone else, aside from Subaru, who did not know of the world's letters were to see it, they would probably perceive this title as if being hieroglyphic characters or something of that sort. If that were to be considered, the unbelievable chances of Subaru finding the Book of the Dead of Natsuki Subaru here through sheer luck were. Subaru, it's predetermined and established, whom this belongs to. He could only think of that being true. Subaru. Once again, with the Book of the Dead in his hands, Subaru silenced himself and pondered. The reason why Subaru happened upon this Book of the Dead was because he had depended upon the dim response he had spied out through Corleonis. This had not been the first or second time he had searched for a book in the library, though Subaru was mindful of it. Discovering the book being aimed for in this enormous archive was a deed next to impossible to achieve. Perhaps, the kind unattainable unless God's invisible hand was being put to work. Subaru, or perhaps, not God, but someone's. Subaru convicted, as if having anticipated that. The rest lay in the authenticity of this Book of the Dead, whether what was depicted here was truly the life of Natsuki Subaru or not. If it was depicted indeed, then what sort of a trick was behind it? As the solemn truth, Subaru was here, alive. If the Book of the Dead of this Subaru was truly here, then. Subaru, am I being treated as deceased, ever since I lost my memories? The Books of the Dead of Taygeta, that hall of memories, is even observing the worlds I die in? If that were the case, then in no way is it inconceivable that it was depicting Subaru's deaths in some type of form through the Book of the Dead. However, in that case, what did that make of return by death? Subaru, whether it rewinds time, or does it rebuild the world itself, I had given a thought to both, but for the argument's sake, In the case that the books of the dead assumed a method to generate the book of Natsuki Subaru, it could not be helped but to reach the conviction that the latter much more likelihood. If that holds true, then the phenomenon which encased this Natsuki Subaru was not something as charming as return by death but Subaru, am I an idiot? No, I am an idiot. Damn, coward. Sensing his contemplation disarray into a slant, Subaru abused himself. Why his thoughts had gone astray, he understood the reason for that by immediately noticing his own cowardice. He was merely frightened of the Book of the Dead. What would happen when he would read the Book of Natsuki Subaru? He was frightened of that happening whose course was completely unfathomable. That is why, pursuing the hypothesis lacking all foundation, he was trying to delay it and keep delaying it. Of opening up the first page of the book within his hands. Subaru. Though it was not a hypothesis which came into being merely 5 minutes ago or anything, the fact that the Book of the Dead of Natsuki Subaru was present here was strange, but for Subaru, it was also salvation. Subaru also considered the evidence that it had not popped up and appeared at just this instant. However, along with that, it also held the meaning that a Natsuki Subaru other than himself had certainly existed and had walked his own path in this different world, and also that Subaru was trampling upon those footsteps from above, laying waste to them, and painting them out. That is why, all that was left was to gain confirmation. Subaru, first of all, as the Book of the Dead of Natsuki Subaru. Where does this thing start from, and where does it end at? At Meili's instance, precisely from her infancy onwards, ever since she gained awareness of, ever since her memories had been established as memories, even her half-death was able to be followed up to. However, how would things unfold in Subaru's case? Having read the Book of the Dead, it originated with sprouting a self-consciousness identical to that of Meili, facing growth over time, and finally, where it all came to an end. If Natsuki Subaru is being counted as deceased instead of the present Natsuki Subaru who lost his memories, to follow up to Natsuki Subaru's memories till the moment immediately preceding the loss of memories, would be natural, or perhaps not. Instead, perhaps it would follow up to the memories of the present Subaru, who had lost his memories, and awakened inside the tower. In that scenario, which death would it choose for the end? Otherwise, as Reed's Book of the Dead, what would merely be present would be a wreckage of memories turned void. Just as the memories of Reed, which had been recorded in the Book of the Dead, had disappeared from within the book in order to reconstruct him as the trial taker of this tower, the memories of Natsuki Subaru had also possibly disappeared. That is why, what would be visible after opening this book would not be the memories of Natsuki Subaru, but Subaru, in the end, what do you want to do, cowardly bastard? Does he desire to see it? Does he desire not to see it? Disdaining his own self, who had been unable to easily respond to that, reprimanding the fearfully curled up, he exhaled. After coming this far, it was inconceivable to opt for not seeing it. Even if it had risen to the surface as an option, he could not even envisage the lunacy of choosing it. That is why, that is why, that is why, that is why, that is why. And then, and then, and then, and then, and then. Subaru, HK. Taking a powerful breath in, he opened up the Book of the Dead. And the journey of Natsuki Subaru, of an unknown origin and an unknown termination. This is seriously bad. Tasting a solid sensation on his face, his brain was being scorched by the flaming heat in his abdomen. Violent fever which restricted even his breathing, his head felt hot as if magma had been poured into his blood vessels. Yet his limbs turned colder and heavier, the inconsistent sensations jolting his existence down to the very soul itself. His thoughts screamed about what had occurred. His thoughts screamed that he must do something. With those flowing in and intertwining, he gave rise to a screech. However, his consciousness, which was screaming he must do something, proved to be futile. The moment he moved his hands in an attempt to break out of the deadlock, and touched his guts, which were the origin of the scorching heat, his palm was drenched wet with thick blood, and he understood that further blood also had the floor drenched. Ah, is all of this my blood? Though he was unaware of the amount of blood that had flowed on and inundated the floor, the bleeding had not been of the level of blood donation and so forth. The source of his life streaming out did not put a halt to the fragile lamp of life. In short, his flesh body had already commenced the countdown to death. Even still, the reason why had not died yet was because for this life of his, which was heading towards its death, there yet remained a mission to fulfill. He had to raise his voice. He must raise his voice. Watch out. It's dangerous. Don't come here. Run. Without turning back even once, run at full speed. And he must inform about the hazard. He must convey it to her, inform her about danger, so that she does not enter this place. And yet, he was unable to raise his voice. What spilled out instead was the nauseating warm blood clot. With his throat clogged by that, he was rendered incapable of bringing out even a single uncouth word. Violently coughing, the scorching heat in his abdomen expanded. Ache and agony, misery and disorder, and Baru? The tone of the silver bell's voice eventually took a step into the space it must not enter. He had to stop that, no matter what, and yet, he did not make it. Though he had to do that even if it meant selling his life away for it, just because his guts had gotten lacerated. HK. A scream echoed, someone collapsed down onto the floor along with a violent report. The hand of that fallen someone, overlapping with hand of his fallen self, was an offensive prank on part of the far too ironic fate. In all ways, the wickedness of the one known as fate was far too onerous to describe with words. Those weakly trembling fingers softly grasped that overlapping hand. Grasping back that sensation of fingers, as if they were clinging and relying upon, Subaru deeply, deeply, along with that clump of blood, inhaled. 8. The overflowing clot of blood, the seeping and streaming away life. He could not stop that outward flow of blood. No longer could he do anything. This situation had reached its absolute limits. All due to a single powerless, incompetent man, everything was going to start afresh. That is why his vow died with this blood, wielded no significance. Even though he knew nothing could be done, his idiocy yet commanded him to vow. Even though he knew it was over. Even though he knew it will be over. As if those were not coming to an end, disgracefully, he vowed. I will, for sure, save you. At the next instant, Natsuki Subaru lost his life. The moment the connection was severed, Subaru sensed firm pain at the back of his head. Subaru, da HK. The impact reverberating in his skull, he hallucinated as if he had been suddenly struck from behind, but he immediately understood that he was mistaken. Because Subaru's body had collapsed right behind, and he could feel the entirety of his back make contact with the chilling floor. Subaru, this place is icy and dim, not in the soiled building, but he was in the library of Taigeta. Slowly pouring energy back into his body, turning about his dumbfounded head, Subaru turned his neck around and then touched his own guts with great perplexity. There supposed to be present was the wound which would diminish his life. However, Subaru, not there. Not there, not there, the wound is not there. The slash in the guts is not there. HK. Touching his guts countless times, he confirmed the disappearance of the origin of scorching heat. Within the spectacle he had witnessed immediately previously, that utmost vivid sensation was vanishing. He had heard that the brain hallucinates ache far too scorchingly hot as a fever. A phenomenon identical to what had occurred. In other words, Subaru, a memory of having the guts be slashed open and dying. The end of having the guts cut open by a sharp-edged tool, drowning in the foam of blood and powerlessness, and dying. Finally, if he himself had alone been the one to die by that, it was still excusable. However, that was not how it had been. Subaru, Satella. What he whispered, at the very end of the end, the girl he had been unable to save, her name, her alias. Within that memory, the silver-haired young girl he recognized had fabricated her name and come in contact with Subaru. What had been the reason behind that? Though it was evident no evil intent was the reason for it. Subaru, still, dying such an uncouth way. Putting his hand on his forehead, Subaru ruminated about what had occurred to his own body. Summoned to the different world, wandering aimlessly in the town with foolish positivity, picking up a quarrel with delinquents and almost dying, saved by Satella from that, and assisting her in her search for what she was looking for. Subaru, completely useless. At the final moment, without even conveying the crisis he was supposed to convey, he ended up having her get involved as well. Not just dying wastefully, the word vain in the expression dying in vain could not even make for an excuse. The life of Natsuki Subaru could never compensate for it. Subaru, but it was not as if he had gained absolutely nothing from it. Subaru, this was the Book of the Dead of Natsuki Subaru. That alone was the certain, absolute, unquestionable truth. Subaru. Hopeless, foolish, weak, irredeemable Natsuki Subaru. He continued to enlarge his absurd self-consciousness, overlapping with that, averted his eyes away from his lack of filial piety. And finally, using being summoned into the different world as a convenient means of escaping, and by exhibiting pessimistic positivity, he became a swindler trying to deceive himself, those around him, anything and everything. The result of that idiocy had tied together with the tragedy in that loot storehouse. What a pretentious, naive, and foolish failure had it been. How come could he stay defenseless at that hazardous place? What gave your idiotic self such baseless confidence? Like that, it would not be odd to get killed overseas, let alone in a different world. That lack of vigilance was to blame. The result of it all must be that it had been so unsightly, such that he would have wanted to kill himself had he survived. Subaru, that hopeless, idiotic bastard. But evidently, it had been fatal foolishness, but it was fortuitous to have it affirmed. Putting a check on his rage, enduring it, he scrutinized that truth closely. The Book of the Dead was certainly functioning. That book had recorded the death of Natsuki Subaru. And it thrust a great number of truths, which were a matter of course for Natsuki Subaru, for whom there was no way to know them. To name it specifically, it was the sequence of events of obtaining return by death. As per convention, an existence who was God, or wielded similar strength, normally in a transcendental state of being, summoned Subaru to the different world. However, for that Natsuki Subaru, if he were to not have the memories of being summoned by such a transcendental being, there would be no occasion where he would get to know whom he got the power granted to him from and how he grew conscious of that power. That was something Subaru could affirm, who had seen the end of that Natsuki Subaru for himself. At the very end of the end, though he had been blabbering things without knowing when to give up, at that moment, Natsuki Subaru was supposed to not have any confirmation that he would overcome death and rewind time. At the very least, he himself had been like that. Thinking that far, he abruptly noticed that he, and Natsuki Subaru, had not been objected well visually. The reason for that, evident. Subaru, it's diving more deeply in, than on, Meili's instance. When he had read Meili's Book of the Dead, and personally experienced her life, he had tasted the sensation of having his mind undergo influence quite severely as well. Halfway melting together with her personality, Meili appeared within his mind as a symptom of hallucination, such that she said all what she wanted to say, and was toying around with Subaru. Above all, that had ultimately been a Meili fabricated by Subaru's consciousness, utterly unrelated to the real Meili, an illusion brought forth by chaos. He was aware of that, Subaru. However, this instance's Book of the Dead demarcated a line between itself and Meili's experience. All things said and done, in the chaos immediately after reading Meili's book, still present were clues to differentiate between himself and her. The difference in gender, the difference in age, the difference in values, there were plenty. Detaching himself from her through those clues, even if slightly, it was a possibility to withdraw the comprehension that she was an entirely different existence. However, that was not how it was this time. None other than he himself was the party concerned. His self who was not himself, A situation which normally would not manifest. It laid expectation upon Natsuki Subaru, and pushed him into his fight with himself. His fight with himself. Judging by mere words, those were not words too cliché, but they were words which evidently and straightforwardly denoted the situation which Subaru had currently been placed in. The truth is, he possessed a negative outlook. Overlapping with his self, rather meant an act of painting his self out. The water washed by the dark paint called Natsuki Subaru, dyed him as if with a paintbrush that had been dipped in that. Subaru, Emilia. Emilia, 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 Emilia. At the sensation of feeling himself be painted out, Subaru called Emilia's name, as if it was some magic. The reason why he chanted Emilia, that reason was evident. The Natsuki Subaru inside the Book of the Dead did not recognize her as Emilia. Trusting the alias he had been told, he saw through his duties as a buffoon till the very end of the end. That is why, that was the difference between the present Subaru and Natsuki Subaru. Subaru. With the roots of his teeth quivering, fearing the sensation of his self being whittled, Subaru looked at his feet. The single book he had dropped thoughtlessly, that had fallen there. Subaru. He continued to observe, such that Natsuki Subaru would have died, if considered now. Mysteriously enough, the Book of the Dead commenced from the moment he arrived into the different world, from when he had shouted out the change of worlds with a foolishly bare expression. Even though for Meili's instance, it had properly commenced since she gained the awareness of no, for now, all that was of no significance. The problem was, the continuation to that Book of the Dead. Subaru, you must be thinking, the same, Natsuki Subaru. Thanks to the Book of the Dead, he was able to witness what was perhaps the death of Natsuki Subaru when he was first summoned into the different world for himself. However, that was merely the beginning. That Natsuki Subaru must have also utilized the power of return by death. Otherwise, that may have been a power which had manifested not in the form of return by death but something further different. No, that was the natural state of affairs, rewinding time at will, that was much more convincing. For Natsuki Subaru, who was met by Emilia, Beatrice, Ram, Echidna, Julius, Meili, Shaula, Patrash, Jen, and was expected to play an active role, something like that was much more suitable. In that case, Subaru, that must be there, ahead of this. Natsuki Subaru, who seemed to be no different from Natsuki Subaru. However, there present was something decisive which caused that Natsuki Subaru to be Natsuki Subaru. Seeking that, Subaru, at once, held the book in his hands. And, closing his eyes, took deep breaths. Subaru. With the book in his hands, Subaru counted the beating of his chest. And while calming his down, he slowly commenced walking. A slow gait, however, straightforward, lacking all faltering. Before long, where Subaru had reached was in front of the bookshelf, and as he stretched his hand out. Subaru, second book. The single book following Natsuki Subaru made a weak assertion of itself through Corleonis. The progress Natsuki Subaru made was unsightly, haphazard, irredeemable. Completely useless. A novice as per appearance, with crude movements. Neither with any divine protections nor with any skills, imagined that there would at least be some instinct or intelligence, but not even that. Just, why must you challenge? Tormented by the self-indulging mighty enemy, he was minced without being able to even launch a proper counterattack. And in the environs of his wounded self, was a blood-stained old man and a silver-haired girl, collapsed. Neither of them could be saved. He could not even move. Slowly, 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 agonize. Before long, with his guts sliced, with his eyes sliced, within the world where he lost his eyesight, with a time limit running against his life, he lived the time until his death nestling close with dismay. Until the very end of the end, all whilst fearing, shivering, dreading, disgracefully. Hey, did you get stabbed? It can't be helped, you know. Try running outside. It's more than just difficult. This won't do. If the insides of the guts get wounded, then it's death for sure. The clothes are all a mess too. Fallen with the opponent overhead of him, did he truly intend to make such heedless dialogue? He must use his brain for such worthless thoughts, otherwise he would be rendered unable to comprehend the shocking pain piercing through his back. A technique to escape pain, or a method to protect himself, to have possession of them, would have astonished him to the bottom of his. He was unable to save himself from the truly futile, vain death. Calling the girl Satella while she was not Satella, having to hear harsh words from her due to that, unable to sense the strikingly obvious situation, killed by the opponent whom he already had tasted before abandoning thought. A suitable end. Why, from the beginning to the end, could he not live without regretting even for a second, even for a minute? Enough. This world was going to end. He knew it. Because from the very beginning, he knew and could see death, and henceforth came here. That is why, if there was not something decisive present, it was the end of this world. As it is the end, as it is the end, go to the next one. Go to the next, 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 to the next. Otherwise, it hurts, 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 and it's painful and it's unbearably hurtful, but something must be carried on to the next. The demise that was brought to him whilst he was asleep, contrary to a swift and easy end, was accompanied with mercilessness as if chilling venom was poured into his blood vessels. The arrival of the death whereby he couldn't even comprehend he had died, compared to the deaths till now in which he was unable to detach pain and suffering from himself, was perhaps the easiest one, is what he believed. However, in no way was that true. Why did he die? First of all, did he really die? Within humans fearful of death, the wish to die as if sleeping is substantially present, but if Subaru, who had experienced that, were to be asked, then he would respond that it was not worth wishing for. In death, there lies the meaning of death. In the demise, denouement of life, something which is learnt from it must be attached to the end. Within chaos and despair, fright and yearning, Subaru sought the subsequent Book of the Dead. He must unravel what had occurred. He must unravel what had killed his self. Mysteries invited further mysteries, as incomprehensible and irrational deaths followed him. Overlapping ends, continual tragedies. Though he had refused dying as if sleeping, dying as if being shattered, as if being gouged out, were indeed not pleasant either. From next to next, his life was aimed for, robbed, shattered, and finally, betrayed. Why, was no longer the question for that. Why, must he have to save the blue-haired girl, who had killed his self? Why, did his self become so frantic in order to save her? Why, did she give such a powerful push to Subaru's back, who was crushed and knelt down? Why, did he gain strength by her words, and resolve to move forward? Ahead of betrayal, he earnestly yearned. For the desire which had actually not been betrayed, for the world which affirmed that it was correct. Natsuki Subaru offered his life as indemnification for the sake of the fruitless, sorrowful misunderstanding of saving someone, and prized it open through sheer strength. Meeting Emilia, meeting Puck, meeting Felt, meeting Grandpa Rom, meeting Reinhardt, meeting Elsa, meeting Beatrice, meeting Ram, meeting Rem, meeting Roswell, meeting Petra, meeting the residents of Alarm Village. No matter what, he will thrust refusal at any muddy stream that may advance upon them, is what he believed. Subaru, Ak, U. HK, putting a check on his lips, facing assailing death once again, Subaru knelt down in the library of Tegeta. Without supporting his body, he collapsed onto the bare ground as if falling. Subaru, ha, ha. His breath was rough. What drenched the entirety of his body was abundant cold sweat. Whether it was hot, whether it was cold, whether it was bitter, whether it was sweet, whether it was agonizing, whether it was pleasant, his feelings were blended into a heterogeneous mixture of likes and dislikes, black and white, and he was unable to comprehend the correct answer. It felt as if he was being struck from all angles and directions ceaselessly, from next to next. Subaru, with this, 8 books. Discovering the Books of the Dead of Natsuki Subaru, and ever since he commenced reading them, he was merely piling up the number of books. To say the number of books, was something odd in itself as well. Not that the numbering kept on ascending. Originally, to have the next book of the same series for a book present in this library was not how it was supposed to be. Yet, the books of Natsuki Subaru kept on piling up the number of books readily, and continued. Adding to the mystery, the structure of not being able to find the next book of Natsuki Subaru unless the first book of Natsuki Subaru was read, it all commenced orderly. Without skipping a single death for the purpose of an interval, he followed the footsteps of Natsuki Subaru. And, whilst following the footsteps, he thought about how tactlessly frank, incorrigible, immature Natsuki Subaru was. Particularly the last book, observing the fate of the 8th Book of the Dead, it was impossible to not feel that way. Immediately after the announcement of the royal election, fracturing his relationship with Emilia, ultimately, merely hurting her simply because he could, without any apology or retrospection, dying within the chaos was Natsuki Subaru. His self, who was reading the books, sunk with his consciousness equivalent with the subjectivity of the Book of the Dead. Merely the people concerned were supposed to particularly experience that effect, but it was still difficult to tolerate. His self, who thought why did he not understand, was present. On the other hand was his self, who thought why did he lament by not understanding through that, as well. Subaru, don't be trapped in the past. It was a tragedy he had witnessed with these eyes an instant ago, that is why his body ached as if being torn off. However, that was the past. At maximum, a happening that had occurred in the past. Even if it was a happening right in front of the eyes for Natsuki Subaru, who faced death at that instant. Even if it was a happening right in front of the eyes for Subaru, who was in agreement with Natsuki Subaru, who faced that instant. That was the past. Persisting by turning into a wound difficult to forget, it was the past. That is why, at the present instant, take a breather and escape the impact. Forget it. That someone killed Emilia, that someone committed that terrible spectacle in the village. If not, then would get shattered. What would he do, should Subaru's shatter here, rendered unable to stand up? How would someone do something? Natsuki Subaru was not present here. That is why, there was no other choice but for Subaru to somehow manage through. Subaru, not yet. Has it been found? Subaru. There was supposed to be something decisive existing, bestowed only upon Natsuki Subaru. It would be the key to precisely distinguish between Natsuki Subaru and Natsuki Subaru. At the very least, until that key was procured, this voyage of going through books of the dead shall not terminate. The decisive key, which made Natsuki Subaru grow wings and attain flight, as Natsuki Subaru. The key which changed him into the savior who could catch Emilia, Beatrice, Ram, Echidna, Julius, Meili, Shaula, Patrash, Jen, from falling. At the current instant, there were no signs of it. Natsuki Subaru could not possibly possess the mettle, the magnanimity, to be a savior or a hero, to be able to fulfill the immense duty of saving someone. What he possessed was merely standing out stubbornness, and the good fortune of being blessed by the people around him. However, that was not all. It was not that formless something. He possessed the omnipotent key, something which was further apparent, evident, which could be recognized at a single glance, which convinced everyone that he had the ability because he possessed that. He possessed it. That is why, seeking that. Subaru, number 9. Once again he tackled the samsara of death, whirling with mayhem and chaos, betrayal and despair. His wish, Natsuki Subaru. To turn into you, as fast as possible. Before I am no longer able to bear with your footsteps, your wounds, death, in my deaths, were accumulated relentlessly. Ends, were relentlessly accumulated. Each time he felt ache, each time he was in agony, each time he lost something, each time he was robbed of something, he heard the sound of cracking. Crying and screaming why and how, gritting his molars thinking it ends here, standing up whilst vomiting blood, sheathed in wounds, he advanced. The struggle of an uncouth man risking his life, was present there. Not once but twice, not twice but thrice, not thrice but 4 times and so forth, getting cornered by situations and expiring, yet, he held his ground in order to smash through the lock of turmoil. That was amazing. Plenty amazing. Truly worthy of respect. To not give up, that was something quite amazing. Even after experiencing so much, gritting teeth so much, to fight to the bitter end was amazing. Truly admirable. Improved opinions. But, that was not it. But, that was not it. That was not it. That was not it. That was not it indeed. Subaru, something was. HK. Something was supposed to have happened, isn't it? Something must have happened. Otherwise, it would not make sense. Otherwise, things would not hold true. Something happened, which made the impotent, irremediable Natsuki Subaru develop wings, attain flight and turn into Natsuki Subaru, who could save everyone, someone, Emilia and the others. That was how it was supposed to be. That was why he was searching for it, dying, losing sanity, with bloodshot eyes. Upon each instance of reading the books of the dead, personally experiencing the impact, terror, and the agony of death which Natsuki Subaru had to taste by trifling with the altering situations, he grew further desperate and pursued his search. Yet, he was unable to find a single clue. Subaru, Ark, HK. He struck his head onto the floor. It was all right when he was in the midst of witnessing it. However, the instant he returned, his was fermented with disgrace. Subaru, Dad. Mom. HK. There had been Natsuki Subaru, who exchanged words with his father and mother, and apologized to the two of them. There had been Natsuki Subaru, who was thrown into the different world, and for the sake of residing in this place, bid farewell to those two. Even after carelessly forgetting what all his self had committed, knowingly of the fact that his parents would be saddened, conveying words of love for self-satisfaction. Subaru, Ark, Boo, EEEGH. He vomited. His tears, overflowing. What was hurtful, what was excruciating, was that he was painfully aware of the feelings of Natsuki Subaru, and the fact that Subaru also got to know that his parents forgave it. Please don't forgive. Please curse. He wished his parents would speak ill of him, call him out for lacking filial piety. However, they did not act that way. Neither his father nor his mother, be as per Subaru's wishes. In order to console himself, he wished his parents to call him a petty human or thing similar. He was unable to achieve that. Subaru's father, Kenichi. Subaru's mother, Naoko. They were the greatest couple of parents. There had been his self, who was happy for that. There had been his self, who approved of the judgment Natsuki Subaru took, despite lacking all rights to be saved. There had been his self, who was going to be saved, making his unsightly. Was this the source for it? With this being the reason, did he turn into Natsuki Subaru? Subaru, no. No, no, no. That's not it. Not something like this. Scratching his head violently, striking his aching eyebrows with his fist, Subaru disparaged his own self. What Subaru sought was not spiritual salvation. What he sought was a key, a power further evident, which was established in terms of proper efficacy. The power which Subaru was ignorant of, which only Natsuki Subaru was cognizant of. Just as Subaru had succeeded in the manifestation of Cor Leonis, the special something which only Natsuki Subaru had awakened, that was. Subaru, the key to change this situation, I have to believe it is, or. The laceration of his guts, which had been the very last cause of his death from the present moment, touching the wound he was supposed to have from that, Subaru whispered, his memories started to overlap with what he had witnessed in Meili's Book of the Dead. The assault on the mansion, Meili's both beloved and troublesome elder sister, Elsa's attack. A natural enemy for Natsuki Subaru. However, that was all about a world where everything came to an end. That was all about a world which Natsuki Subaru already surmounted. What was crucial was not sympathizing with Natsuki Subaru, but unveiling and obtaining the deception only he was supposed to possess, which only he was using. For that, only for that, read the books of the dead. Because only for that, Natsuki Subaru had been dying and redoing his actions. Subaru, please tell me, Natsuki Subaru. How are you special? How can only you stay being special? There must be something, right? Subaru, something must have changed you. Something must have rid you of your uselessness and turned you into someone else. Subaru, please change my weak, pathetic, petty self who can't be useful for shit. I'm fed up now. I can't see everyone suffering, not anymore. Subaru, something. Is there, right? If something isn't there, then it doesn't make sense. Something happened. That's why you are different from me. It has to be that way. It has to be that way, or he will be rendered incapable of doing anything but to simply watch. Subaru, you were the same as me, weak, petty, completely powerless. Kneeling down time and time again, and on each instance having someone give a push to his back, as he wanted to recompense everyone who acted courteously towards him, as they had acted kindly towards him, he wanted to pay them back. Subaru, please, Natsuki Subaru. I request you. Please, just stop. It would have been much better, had he been a superhuman. He wished for him to be an existence completely dissimilar to his self, one who had transcended above weakness with both his and body. That is why he wished to be convinced by him that he had done what his self could never achieve. And yet, drawing books out as if plucking berries, having his head struck by continually stockpiling death, all whilst having shatter upon each instance of that, eagerly, earnestly, as if sipping mud, he ate into his life. But still, until the very end of the end, he did not cast aside the possibility he clung on to. Subaru. He opened up the book he had in his grasp. With the preparedness of his brain tissues being churned, his being violated, his soul being humiliated, he opened it up. After all, it was far more painful to have the very last hope severed rather than feeling ache or anguish. Subaru, you get it, right, Natsuki Subaru. As if, seemingly seeking consent, he called out to the person concerned who was not in presence here. The tone of that voice felt as if it had sustained a terrible loss of ambition. It could not be helped. After all, the person concerned was not someone to be enthusiastic about. He was not that great of a man. Whilst wishing for that to not happen, his fingers as if pulling a rope, he started to draw the Book of the Dead out. And what will follow will certainly be the finishing blow, harboring such feelings. Yeah, I get it. Subaru. A white world. Upon noticing, Subaru was not in the library, nor a shapeless existence overlapping with memories, but had been sent a place which he recognized, which was not here, there. I get it, Natsuki Subaru. Subaru. After all, because you are me, you know. Standing still within the white world, Sanpaku eyes he was well acquainted with, had been awaiting Subaru. Arc 6, Chapter 74, Natsuki Subaru. Short, black hair, legs with the same length as his upper body, Sanpaku eyes enough to kill someone. Those almost unpleasantly familiar features, no matter which one was to be chosen, were overlooking Natsuki Subaru whilst sitting on the white, bare ground. Subaru. Astounded, fixedly, he gazed a deep stare into the opposing person's face. No matter which angle he looked at it from, it was a face he was acquainted with. No, it looked slightly different. That was perhaps because it was, in a true sense, not the form he was accustomed to seeing. That which he had grown accustomed to looking at ordinarily, on overwhelmingly multiple occasions, was something reflected upon mirrors or the surface of water. Strictly speaking, the human face was not perfectly symmetrical on both halves, that alone shaped a sensitive disparity. That is why. Is that so? It's not a mirror's reflection, so it feels a bit awkward, huh? In that sense, this is probably closer to imaging it as facing a photograph or a video recording, isn't it? Subaru, HK. Could it be, you thought of the same thing? When he slightly tightened his cheeks upon the single voice seemingly having read his mind, the opposing person precisely guessed those feelings as well. Though was flustered by even that, any response he could possibly give could neither serve as poison nor medicine. In the first place, what was essential for Subaru was not something on the likes of quick exchange of remarks. Far greater, precisely that, the problem which seemingly jolted away everything was. Question mark, once again then. Hey, sibling. Subaru. Question mark, no, sibling feels slightly faulty for an expression, more accurately this TB. Hey, another me. Raising a single hand, the personage greeted with a relaxed tone. No, he was not a person so unduly distant. He was an existence such that even calling him someone close would be a half-hearted expression. After all, because the one present there was unmistakably was, with the same face as Natsuki Subaru, none other than Natsuki Subaru. Subaru, Natsuki Subaru. Subaru, you know, doesn't that have a strange ring to it? On top of that, calling yourself using the full name. Though, I don't know using what else would be correct. Though it's a situation often there in manga and stuff, it's pretty troublesome in reality. Subaru, Natsuki Subaru. Discerning rage for Subaru, who piled up remarks as if talking about good weather, Subaru stood right up at that spot. And as he tried to grasp the opponent's collars, his legs tangled instantly. With no strength driven into his knees, his stance crumbled. Subaru, whoops, watch out, Subaru, HK, don't touch me. Subaru, who was in front, caught his body which was pitching forward and falling. The moment he came in contact with those arms, Subaru experienced unbearable repugnance and shook off the opponent's arms. At the same pace, taking steps and distancing himself away from Subaru, he continued glaring at the opponent. Subaru, why are you here? First of all, where is this place? With Subaru within his field of vision, Subaru signaled the surrounding white world with his hands. White space, a place with nothing, that was just as the cradle of Odd Lagna where he had confronted that sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Louis Arneb. Subaru, shit. It was a total mess inside of his mind. In accordance with the real time that flowed within the tower, his meeting with Louis was not something which happened even a few hours ago. However, for Subaru, who had stockpiled multiple attempts pertaining to the 5 obstacles, it felt like an incident in the faraway, distant past. Furthermore, Subaru had personally experienced the life and death of Natsuki Subaru more than 20 times through the Books of the Dead. Even if the contents of the Books of the Dead were something which felt short, running through life and death in less than 5 minutes, there had also been more than a year's time where nothing had occurred. He had tasted those successively, indulgently. Neither were there any guarantees regarding his recognition not getting disordered. The passage of time was vague. On top of that, he had much awaited this meeting with the unanticipated opponent. Subaru widened his eyes and waved his arms about violently. Subaru, why are you in this place? Subaru, it is the proof of you having caught up to me. Subaru. Subaru, you read the Book of the Dead, and caught up to me. Everything you were not aware of, you must have seen it in the form of personally experiencing it. My life in a different world, all right, Subaru, huh? With an indifferent tone, Subaru responded to Subaru, who had depleted his breath and clamored. Viewing that composed attitude, Subaru gritted his molars. He was unable to stomach that conclusive expression, that attitude of seemingly knowing all, anything and everything. First of all, what did this man, making that odious face, say just now? Subaru, I caught up to you? Subaru, that's right. There's not a single thing anymore, which you don't know about me. That's why. Subaru, don't joke around HK. Subaru. Subaru, I caught up to you, you say? Stop kidding. Don't lie. Not yet. I don't know about that which is the most important, which is much more essential, yet. Roaring with his eyes open wide, Subaru seized hold of Subaru's collars this time. Upon that usage of brute strength, Subaru made no attempt to parry it. Pulling the opponent's collars towards himself at the same pace, from a distance where both of their breaths entwined, he glared into those black eyes, within the dark eyes of the face which was the same as his. The instant he perceived the same face reflected within, nauseating self-hatred surged within his own self. Whether he harbored that self-hatred for himself or for the himself present before his eyes, was neither known to him, nor did he even contemplate considering it. Merely remaining at that extremely close distance, he glared at the opponent and unraveled his fangs. Subaru, tell me. It's pretty convenient you're here. Tell me now. The reason you became yourself must be somewhere. I haven't seen that. I haven't found it. That is. Subaru, the reason I became myself? Subaru, that's right. There must have been a cue for you to turn into yourself. You are. Subaru, that must have been seen by you, no. With his collars seized, Subaru was gazing at Subaru, non-resistant. He did not even try to repel away the arms waving him about. Subaru received that as a hallucination, as if he wasn't even doing anything. He perceived exactly that, as being looked down onto from a higher level. Subaru, stop looking at me like that. Subaru, HK. Aiming at that conclusive side profile, Subaru launched his fist. The fist wielded firm impact, blowing Subaru off as if he had been strummed. There was no recoil, no similar pain striking back at Subaru. The pain Subaru sustained, injured, was only the pain Subaru had sustained. That was not identical to what Natsuki Subaru had sustained. Subaru, lining up words, as if knowing that. Is that so? I get it. Smacked by Subaru, Subaru had knelt down on his right leg. Observing him rubbing his struck cheek with the back of his hand, Subaru consented. That opponent ahead of his eyes, who spoke with a mouth as if knowing everything, was not mistaken. First of all, if this was the cradle of Odd Lagna, the Hall of Memories, would that not make him the opponent he should be utmost vigilant of above all other matters? Subaru, are you, Louis? The Sin Archbishop of Gluttony. It's you again, right? Subaru, me? Subaru, don't play dumb. Last time, Louis, whom he had encountered in the Hall of Memories, attempted to prompt segregation between Subaru and Natsuki Subaru, and eat that existence away from his head through one way or another. Back then, he had managed to escape those fangs from a hair-strand's breadth worth of distance, but had their nature been such that they would be willing to give up through simply that alone, they would not be called Sin Archbishops. Just how ugly, how irredeemable the existences known as the Sin Archbishops were, he had witnessed that in its entirety. Betelgeuse, Regulus, Sirius, Capella, all of them were the absolute lowest and worst of failures as personalities. Leigh, Roy, and Louis were no exceptions to that either. He could especially affirm that. What if Louis, who had been lying in wait inside of Reed's Book of the Dead, was utilizing some form of method and hiding in ambush within the Book of the Dead of Natsuki Subaru? Thus, it was plausible that she had been boldly lingering and awaiting Subaru. Subaru, isn't that true, Gluttony? Louis Arneb. There's no way I can be confused by you, who can change shapes and forms, like this. Relying upon the memories and names stolen from others, rather than just the opponent's abilities, but extorting even their form, and chewing and digesting them as if they were her belongings, was the authority of Louis Arneb, as well as that of her elder brothers, Leigh Baton-Katos and Roy Alphard. She had demonstrated that artifice even within the tower, lacking any regret. Nothing felt out of place should her place of demonstrating that merely have gotten changed to the Hall of Memories. Subaru, this time for sure, devouring me and hijacking me, is that what your plan is? Even after being rejected once, persistent little. Do you really want to return by death so much? Without any vacillation, he voiced the words return by death. He had personally experienced the memory of having to taste hellish anguish by voicing that on several instances. The penalty of having his heart be crushingly gripped accompanied with immense pain. However, it was still all right if only his self was to be the one to experience that agony. compared to the cases where it befell over Emilia, or the surroundings. However, the penalty was not invoked for Subaru, who had shouted whilst crushing faint horror. Subaru before his eyes did not seem to have had his heart crushingly gripped at all either. In but a single instant he understood that Subaru had also been relieved at the lack of the evil influence's ingress, seemingly having been on lookout for the same. That was infuriating. With the same face as his, he also bore the same thoughts as him. He thought of it as an assertion that, at maximum, he and his opponent were the same. Subaru, HK. Just, get it already. Is this really that amazing of a power? Is this an admirable power? It's just dying, and redoing. Dying and redoing. Nothing more than that. If I, who uses it, am shit, then the results it brings are also shit. That's why. Subaru. Subaru, that's why, I couldn't save anyone. I let everyone die. Because I am weak, I make everyone miserable. Just like how, even now, nobody will get saved. Return by death was nothing so adequate. It was always far better to not have something like this be of need. Though there had been a witch who claimed this power to be something splendid, the utmost prime and nonpareil thing in this world, he could never hold the same opinion. Even if an ant is made to wield artillery, it can never utilize it. Ultimately, it was unsuited to it. He was a weak, petty, lonely child who kept crying and throwing tantrums. What the witches in that dream tea party had stated was correct. He was hopeless. He was weak. He could never find it. He could never use it. Both Gluttony and the Witch of Greed, who failed to comprehend that, were damned. Just, how many times would he have to get deceived? How many times would he have to get his hope trampled underfoot? How many times would he have to get his vanquished, until he learnt? Why, after countlessly getting deceived, countlessly having his hope trampled underfoot, countlessly having his vanquished, does he still think of doing it? Return by Death displayed all of the unpleasant fragments of the world. It displayed the absurdities, the irrationalities, the destiny enough to make one avert one's eyes. Yet, how come? Subaru, I love everyone, without noticing, with his head hanging down, kneeling down at that very spot, Subaru shouted as if casting a curse. And upon the disgraceful grievance similar to weeping, Subaru horizontally shook his head. Whilst shaking his head horizontally, for once, at this instant, he said, converging with his words. Subaru, I love everyone. That's why, I can't stop. Subaru. Erasing the tinge of red on his struck cheek with his fingers, Subaru stood up in Subaru's stead. The same attire, the same expression, possessing the same face and name, Natsuki Subaru, who seemed to be decisively different from his self whilst that looked at Natsuki Subaru. Subaru, the position you were put in, to be honest, even imagining its difficulty is rough. Everything completely new, starting from level 6 having the status of initial stage without the option of going back. The complaints you voice out too, I understand all of them. Because those are wounds I have gotten to taste time and time again, with immense powerlessness, with immense ignorance. It was a countenance that had gotten to taste that countless times. No, he had gotten to taste that countless times. The defeat, the agony, the grief of death which Subaru had to taste, Subaru was aware of it all. He had witnessed it all with these eyes. He had tasted it all, with this body and. Precisely because he had tasted those, precisely because he knew that was not a lie, he could not accept Subaru's words. He did not want to accept them. Subaru, had I been strong, had I been smart, had I been more. It must be frustrating. Subaru, speaking as if you understand it. About me, what the hell do you? Subaru, I do know. You must also be aware of what I know. It's a pointless quarrel, actually. For both me and you. Subaru, HK. There was no strength in his words of objection. It had been a matter of course. An objection repels away the opponent's words, brushes them away, suggesting lack of agreement, crushingly defeating them, making the statement that you are wrong. Such an intention was essential. Subaru of now did not have the ability to face Subaru with that. After all, he was aware of it. He was aware that that was no lie or deceit, but the entirety of Natsuki Subaru. Subaru, I didn't look at your memories or anything. Subaru, hey, you can't be doing this, after looking through one's diary as per your own convenience. Subaru, I didn't look at your memories or anything. Upon hearing Subaru's seemingly sullen voice, Subaru powerfully clenched his fists. Slapped, poured with jeers, yet not bending his approach of dialogue. Subaru gave the impression of being far more mature than Subaru. Perhaps even that was a matter of course. After all, the truth is Subaru was supposed to be a year older than Subaru. That too, having observed rich experiences in the different world and having personally experienced death on multiple occasions, on top of that, having woven many bonds and acquiring the position of his current self, but still. Subaru, I didn't look at your memories or anything. HK. Once again Subaru utilized those words. For once, right now Subaru said nothing to Subaru, who stockpiled the very same repentances. Subaru, without even seeking any response, resumed as if incoherently muttering. Subaru, I wanted to have hopes for you. That you were an amazing guy, and that if I got to know the something which was supporting your amazing nature, I would be able to do the same thing too. But still, he ended up knowing it. He ended up witnessing everything. Natsuki Subaru had absolutely no difference from the Natsuki Subaru present here, that he was a weak and petty man. He ended up knowing that. In the time unknown to Subaru, meeting people unknown to Subaru, running past a chronicle unknown to Subaru, having witnessed a scenery unknown to Subaru, he was merely an ordinary human who had done all that. Subaru, by denying you, I wanted to proclaim something plausible and fulfill it. However, he could not do that. Subaru, after all, I understand your feelings. Because you are me. The world Natsuki Subaru had witnessed, had tasted, he had viewed it. Natsuki Subaru had fallen in love with this world, with the people of this world, with Emilia and everyone else, and the wounds he had accepted for them to survive. He had viewed all of that. He had been misunderstanding. He had been misapprehending. Since it was regarding himself, it may be appropriate to say he had conceited. The illusion of Natsuki Subaru being a superhuman had been shattered and cast aside. Subaru, yeah, I get it. I got it. Why you? Why you kept standing up again and again, why you never gave up after dying again and again, is because that's all you can do. Just like Subaru, Subaru had also gotten slammed into walls he could do nothing about on innumerable instances. Upon each occasion of that, he died recurrently, repeatedly, stockpiling deaths, amending the way he met, amending the way he connected. Subaru overcame hindrances, that was all. Subaru, can there be someone who won't stand up despite Rem telling him so much to do so? Acting conceitedly after getting knocked by Otto, I noticed that. I always knew that Dad and Mom were considerate like that. I mean, they are my dad and mom, after all. The scenery Natsuki Subaru passed through, the cue essential for surmounting, not the something which Subaru sought but merely accumulated wishes, were certainly there. Subaru, I love Emilia. I want her to rely on me to protect her. I want to be with her. The reason I wanted to be a knight was so that she thought of me that way. I was happy. I want to walk outside with her without any failures, she, who is afraid of getting hated, and I want to boast around that she is someone capable of being loved by everyone. I finally had Beatrice accompany me. I want to make her happy as much as the time she had been in pain. She has the right to be happy. That is why. Subaru, the reason why you don't give up is just because you love everyone. Bloody bastard. Why aren't you a superhuman? Why are you still an idiotic brat? Subaru. Subaru, be strong like Reinhardt. Be someone who can do anything like Julius. If you can't do that, then be useful like Ferris. How about exceeding in a single thing like Wilhelm San? Choose even one, for you two. By taking time and even experiencing agony, what he realized was merely that Natsuki Subaru was an ordinary human, that he possessed only the cards which were the same as what Subaru did, that he extremely lacked skill in properly utilizing them, that neither did he have good fortune when it came to victory and defeat. Even a single one of just those. Subaru, any single one of them. With a powerless voice, having forfeited all spirit, he whispered. Any single one of them, even a single one of them, grasping tightly the hand incapable of wielding anything. Subaru, you are Louis, aren't you? With a husky voice, he uttered a query unrelated to what he had said till now. Listening to that, Subaru, who had remained silent for long, nodded, saying, "Ah." Subaru, no. I'm not Louis. Unfortunately, I won't say even that. I'd rather not have her disturbing. You don't need an explanation for her personality being the worst, do you? Subaru, yeah. I guess so. Responding with a meager, feeble voice, Subaru hid his own face with his arms, concealing that his throat had shriveled up due to his howling up until the previous moment. Oozily, pain started to well up in his fist which had hit Subaru. If this was the Hall of Memories, then Subaru's body could not be stated to be a real entity. Here is how it was supposed to be, and yet, it was absurd that he could feel pain. Yes, pain, death, was ever absurd and ever difficult to bear. That was accurately why the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Louis Arneb, was mistaken. The thought of wishing for that by one's own accord was unmistakably mistaken. Subaru, why did you disappear? Subaru, Subaru, why did you vanish away? You disappeared, that caused so many hardships. The impetus of the ever-present incomprehension, and the origin of everything. The reason why Natsuki Subaru disappeared, and Natsuki Subaru was born. Just what happened to the body of Natsuki Subaru, who had disappeared alongside his memories? Subaru, the reason why you disappeared. Subaru, that was a total miss on my part. I entered Taygeta with the intention of finding a way to capture Reed. Then, through the series of events, it was all great till I found Reed's book, but Subaru, then, Reed's book turned out to be empty. Subaru, then I was put in the same bowl as Gluttony. The rest is, you probably get it even without me having to say it. Scratching his head, Subaru looked back onto his own shame. Encountering Louis Arneb in the Hall of Memories, Natsuki Subaru had gotten memories stolen. And, forgetting all of his life in the different world until that point, his self, of course, created Natsuki Subaru who could not apprehend the feelings of the people around him. Subaru, don't depreciate yourself like that. Would be difficult even if I tell you so, huh? After all, you are me. Subaru, Natsuki Subaru is a weak, petty, irredeemable huge idiot. Subaru, that's not wrong. Subaru, but Subaru? Whilst making a wry smile and gesturing his agreement, Subaru raised his eyebrows in response to Subaru, who had whispered powerlessly. While looking at that Subaru, Subaru voiced the continuance of the words he had held back. That was, Subaru, you are an amazing guy, Natsuki Subaru. That was his honest opinion, lacking all exaggeration, having witnessed him return by death greater than 20 times. Whilst looking at the man before him, he steadily narrowed his eyes. With a face he was used to looking at, with a face he was tired of looking at, a face he thought that was distressful to look at, it was his own self. It was his own self, it was not his own self, though it was his own self, he did not believe it to be his own self. That face had a reaction as if having been pricked with something unanticipated for the first time. It was gratifying. Subaru, the closest person, huh? There were not many humans who loved their own self from the bottom of their heart. Subaru particularly belonged to that category, and Subaru hated himself. Perhaps Natsuki Subaru was no different in that regard either. Subaru hated himself. However, as the closest person, when Natsuki Subaru saw Natsuki Subaru, to say this would be exceedingly embarrassing but so cool, was the thought that crossed his mind. Subaru, I respect you, who is weak, hopeless, unable to do anything, but still, continues to struggle, and loves them. That's why. Subaru. Subaru, the meaning of me, reading your Book of the Dead, was there. He had not opened up the Book of the Dead merely in order to gnash his weakness, to grieve the cease of trails, to slam grudges on his self who had the same face as his own self. Of course, neither was it to have the megalomania of following up to the superhuman Natsuki Subaru's roots and attaining unparalleled strength. Granted, what he sought was learning that Natsuki Subaru was merely human, his deeds, his path. Subaru, you sure are a guy who says embarrassing stuff suddenly, you. Subaru, who had remained frozen by Subaru's oration until then, abruptly came alive. Subaru had his eyes narrowed at the ill-humor. No, in a state of feeling somewhat awkward, he sharply gazed at Subaru and slowly stretched his fingers ahead. Subaru, it's pretty questionable for me to say it myself, but you sure can say all that after having looked back onto my entirety up until now. Now that it's mentioned, it's Natsuki Subaru starting life in a different world from zero, you know. Subaru, it feels so weird to have the leading actor's name be the same as yourself. Subaru, it's better than having the heroine have the same name as your mom, isn't it? No, not that. Unreservedly reciprocating persiflage, Subaru exchanged a gaze with Subaru. Subaru, who somewhat seemed to have tasted an under-shoulder swing down, he pointed at himself with his hand and...
Subaru, I had said all that earlier, but is this seriously okay?
The possibility of me being a fake of Louis is not supposed to have completely disappeared, you know. Subaru, it has disappeared. You didn't revert even after I seriously hit you. Subaru, I mean, to revert back by that is just in the case of Yanagiawa's copy ability. As per Subaru's objections, that could not truly be used as rationale. However, at that point in time, Subaru had let go of his skepticism regarding Subaru. The reason for that was perhaps what Subaru had commented earlier. For argument's sake, even if Louis Arneb ate away one's life away from head to toe without sparing a single part, he believed that she would not be able to reconstruct that face, that voice. Because she did not have the ability to comprehend blessedness, felicity, happiness, that is why. Subaru, she, who loved nobody, cannot understand the emotion of returning by death for the sake of someone you love. Subaru. Subaru before his eyes kept silent, as Subaru took a long, painful inhale. Now that he had voiced it out, it was terribly stale, naught but sweet nothings pleasing to hear, nothing more. Yet he had been unable to discover any other responses. That is why the Subaru before his eyes was unquestionably Natsuki Subaru. Subaru, why are you here? Were you waiting for me? He recognized the Subaru before his eyes to be possessing the same roots as himself. On top of that, the doubt surfacing in his mind was regarding the two Subaru happening upon each other here. Upon that question of Subaru's, Subaru firmly stepped on the pure white floor. Subaru, the reason why you and I met each other here is because this place is the sole point of contact between you and me. Subaru, the point of contact between you and me. Subaru, the reason me, who has memories within the tower, and you, who doesn't have memories, crossed over is just because of the Book of the Dead of this area. Both ahead of this and before this, you and I couldn't have met each other. Subaru. On second thought, let's go back to the first question. Why are you here? Without digesting the explanation Subaru gave, Subaru, once again, cast the same question. Strictly speaking, he could not comprehend the logic behind the two Subaru coming across each other here. It ended up being that Subaru, who possessed memories, and Subaru, who did not possess memories, both existed alongside each other. The rules of the formation of a Book of the Dead, its intricacies were unknown. Now that if it were to be mentioned, the Book of Natsuki Subaru piling up the count of deaths up until now was strange in itself. Precisely that was a phenomenon which if the deaths of Natsuki Subaru were not being observed from outside of the world, it would not come into existence. Did that mean that Odd Lagna fulfilled the role of that observer? Subaru, But if that's the case, then Louis, who was in the Hall of Memories, if she had been observing return by death, I don't know for what reason she would be in such high spirits, if she can recognize that from the outside. Subaru, she may be staying in the Hall of Memories, but she can't be its ruler. Its ruler is probably a guy even more nasty, I think. If you consider it from this situation. Subaru, I get it when you say it's a nasty guy. The one most plausible is. Halting words there for once, Subaru and Subaru collectively stated. The sage Flugel. They called that, to be the ill-natured utmost plausible personage. The personage who had connections to the establishment of this Pleiades watchtower, installing a trial such that Reed was placed in it, furthermore, imposing an ascetic of unknown termination upon Shaula for 400 years. In all honesty, Shaula was pitiable. If it would be possible, then he wanted to snatch her away from that master of hers. Subaru, then, the reason for myself, both possessing and not possessing memories existing alongside is. Subaru, that's the type of question difficult to find an answer for. Since I am here, and you are here. Subaru, that's just how it is, huh? Whilst feeling a sense of unease, catching Subaru's words, Subaru drew his chin in. The truth is, it had been the kind of question lacking a question setter. Even if theories of some kind were to be arrived at, in the end, they could never provide the answer. If this question must be investigated thoroughly, and the answer must be found, then it was. Subaru, as long as you truly aren't Louis Arneb, it shouldn't be a problem. Subaru, that's a pretty bothersome way to confirm. Do you really trust me? Subaru, I trust you, I trust you. If you let me hit you one more time on the other side, I'll trust you more. Subaru, is that so? I wouldn't say it's the best bargain, you know. Interchanging frivolous dialogue in a relaxed manner, Subaru shrugged his shoulders at Subaru's words. The cowardly way of conversation for delaying the core of the dialogue like this, with other people aside, but when it was used with oneself it got seen through far too easily. That is why, Subaru took it upon himself and for the third time, fired the same question. Subaru, why, another me? For what purpose are you here? Subaru. Subaru, you must also be knowing, I won't listen to something like that. Upon Subaru's attitude, who opted for reticence, Subaru whispered with his black eyes straightened. Even after hearing that, he did not return back persiflage similar to the one until now. Instead of that, what levitated in Subaru's black eyes was the radiance that had always been present since the beginning. Perhaps that was, often called, what is known as, the feeling of guilt. Subaru, hey, what do you think will happen, in unification of memories? That was why, Subaru had deliberately asked that question cheerfully. In the pattern of a conversation about this trick, what would be the normal answer? I have no idea. Clearly, it feels like something which has no answer to it. To be honest, you seem to be the more knowledgeable one here. Do you know about any rules that would be advantageous to know about which I don't? You read the book Dissecting Me, didn't you? It's as likely as not. As likely as not? As likely as not. If you and I carelessly bump into each other and one eliminates the other, if it's something like that, what will you do? Don't say all that. Whatever you think when you're anxious, generally I also think the same when I'm anxious, that's why. That's that. Then, no hard feelings no matter which one wins, No, I sure will be crazy bitter. And so if I'll be bitter, then that means you'll be bitter too. Well, I guess so. That's probably right. Pretty shallow, Ed, What did you say? Pretty shallow, Ed. Is something wrong? No, I just probably misheard, I guess. That's right. There are some things you may wonder about their possibility, so there are some things I want to tell you, can I? Well, since you've heard everything I've said up till now, go right ahead and say anything. Originally, you were more informed than me regarding this world. Though that advantage has more or less disappeared by me reading the Book of the Dead, there are some things that have changed a bit, you know? Things that have changed? After losing memories, I talked to everyone, I got to know everyone. It's the story of Natsuki Subaru starting life in a different world from zero you don't know about.
First up, Meili, okay.
She's a bit, in various ways, saddled with bombs upon herself, so it's rough, but she understands if you talk to her, so please, properly talk to her. I'm imagining Meili-senpai to be pretty angry right now. Yeah, got it. And then, there's this huge scorpion wandering about inside the tower, but its true identity is Shaola. That makes things really dangerous, but she's not doing that, because she wants to. Please, help her too. Yeah, got it. Oh, by the way, I forgot to say this, but when I met Louis the First, got my back kicked hard by Rem. Back then, I didn't remember Rem, so it was only after I read the book did I recall what kind of a girl Rem was, but as expected, that had been my Rem. No, it's my Rem, you know. No, mine. Mine. Ram had said that when the season of snowmelt arrives, things invisible will be visible and will surely show their faces. As expected of her. Yeah, I guess so. About that guy Julius. Well, it'll be fine even if I don't say anything, isn't it? He's not that unreliable, that I must tell you something about him. Yeah, agreed. Thank you for apologizing to Dad and Mom. Yeah, Thank you for saving Otto and Garfield. Yeah. Thank you for saving Petra, Frederica, and everyone from Erlarm Village. Yeah. Thank you for taking Beatrice out and holding her hand. Emilia. Thank you for falling in love with Emilia. I also love her. I really love her. Yeah, I know. Natsuki Subaru. You are an amazing guy, I sincerely know that. If it's you, then it'll certainly be all right. Yeah. I guess so. Yeah. If it's us, then it'll certainly be all right. It'll be all right, huh? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it'll be all right. You are amazing, I sincerely know that. Yeah, but, I have to say that looks like my summer vacation is over, Subaru. He inhaled and exhaled. Lightly, the unification had not been conducted in an irregular form. No, by all rights, there had been no supposition of the process of unification being carried out in this place. Subaru's very existence, all happenings that had very much occurred, all of them had been irregular. That is why. Subaru. Standing stock still, Subaru finally noticed the tears rivulet down his own cheeks, when they dripped down his chin and fell as droplets. For some reason or another, he did not feel like wiping them off, as seemingly those streaming tears certainly had not been shed by Subaru, is what it appeared as. The tears shed by someone, who was right now, steadily melting together with Subaru, within Subaru. And, repeatedly breathing deeply, he went around the consciousness within his mind. What had been scorched within his own memories, were Subaru, HK. Suddenly, 20 deaths Natsuki Subaru was unmindful of, flashed back, all of them, told of struggling and writhing within the tower, and the numerous deaths which became a part of the course of events tasted as if getting taken over. The visuals of all worrying sections established a connection. They had established a connection, but Subaru, even you, are crossing over the bridge more than sufficiently, you know. His other self, who had lined up words thoroughly commending Subaru. Digesting his fight in solitude and his heavy struggle for trusting his comrades, Subaru arrived to an understanding. Certainly, it was just as what Subaru had stated. I can respect you. With such thoughts, deep breathing as if trying to decelerate his eccentrically rapid pulse beat, he bowed his head. After that, Subaru raised his face and glared towards the front. That was the unchanging white space. The area of blank space resulting from the Hall of Memories, which had produced his irregular state. The place where another Subaru had been until merely a few moments earlier, who had shaken hands with Subaru, Looking down onto the petite shadow of someone crowding that space, Subaru straightened his black eyes. And Subaru, so did you get to see what you wanted to see? Louis Arneb. Subaru softly asked that to the one who had proceeded to read through the books of the dead and had reached this place and subsequently disappeared, Natsuki Subaru no, Louis Arneb. Arc 6, Chapter 75, Louis Arneb. Want to become happy? What are termed as the positives and negatives of life, are great gambles determined by birth and environment. That had been the philosophy Louis Arneb acquired, upon the extremity of eating and hunting down the lives of innumerable humans, as the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony. Louis Arneb was the youngest sister among the 3 siblings who were Sin Archbishops affixed with gluttony. By nature, contrary to the scale and unsound state of control of its activity, was the witch cult with surprisingly unascertained true state of affairs, though much regarding the Sin Archbishops especially was enveloped in mystery, although the principal source for that was that the majority of people who happened upon them had lost their lives, the ones to have their names well known even amongst Sin Archbishops no, it is past tense, so the ones who had their names well known must have been the 2 of sloth and greed. Aside from those, even if it was identified that the Sin Archbishops of wrath and lust, and finally, gluttony existed, for several years it had been fogged with enigmas what kind of a bunch they were. Much less, the very existence of Louis Arneb, the youngest sister among the trio of siblings of gluttony, save for fellow Sin Archbishops being the only exception, was unknown. The concealed Sin Archbishop, that had been the position Louis Arneb stood at. Well, it's not as if we wished for it, you know. So whispered Louis, stretching her legs within the white space she had been in since birth. Impotently, Louis could not exit this white space, and did not have the ability to meet anyone, unable to avail the authority of gluttony anywhere except in the location where it was highly restricted as well. It was what is called an unused treasured possession to her. However, thanks to her 2 elder brothers, only when it came to meals was she not incapacitated. That was because the memories and names her elder brothers ate, that is to say, the lives of others, she could unassociatedly snitch that food and be able to fulfill her hunger. Why do we have to be like this? Fulfilling her hunger through her elder brother's leftovers, whilst indulging in the lives of others, Louis, who was having her self-identity molded and taking form little by little, immediately discerned that she was in circumstances entirely different from others. Without a body that could be free, what she could operate was merely consciousness. Though she possessed the memories of having walked, she possessed no experience of having walked. That was the defective article known as herself. We are, in such unhappy circumstances. That was how Louis recognized to herself that she was in a sorrowful environment. And she understood these circumstances shan't change, regardless how much she lamented. In order to console their younger sister lost adrift within such sorrow, her elder brothers seemingly vied with each other and ate. And provided their little sister, the platters same as what they had eaten themselves. Those platters which her elder brothers served to her, were brimming with respective individuality. Lei, who named himself Gourmet, loved lives with strong flavors for both better or worse. Roy, of bizarre eating, anyhow gave precedence to amount, becoming entranced for fulfilling hunger with off flavors. From Louis' perspective, if she had to say, then she had been able to enjoy the platters chosen by Lei on numerous occasions, but on numerous occasions he had also made gains from the platters chosen by Roy, who ate and hunted in an unprincipled manner, chewing and digesting 11 lives, comparing flavors by rolling them atop her tongue and within her mind, what she came to understand. That was the difference in the absolute amount of joyfulness. Louis, who possessed the power to compare the lives of others through her own sense of values, graded various items such as the difference of wealth and poverty or the presence or absence of affection, from the environment of growth to family and friends, the existence of lovers, through a formula based on their extent, awarding scores to the lives of others from one to the next, and continued rating. For being prosperous by birth. For being loved by parents and siblings. For living a life sailing smooth without any trials or tribulations. For having a great number of friends, who could be reached out to in times of difficulty. For possessing overflowing talent, such that it was possible to stand above all others. Either this or that or this or that, regardless of fortune and misfortune, countless reasons, such that some could be discarded. Though it was an idea terribly prideful and conceited, Louis possessed the authority to make it attainable. If it were to be expressed in alternate words, that was equivalent to the act of peeping onto the screen of a game other people were playing, complaining and pointing out they should have done this and they should have done that, all whilst ridiculing them. Knocking disdain and mockery across the entire screen, she criticized the lives of others as per her own conveniences as a bystander. Showering jeers as well, striking frank impressions lacking all distinction between likes and dislikes as well, all to her own contentment. Those were Louis' deeds. Rating as per her principles, egoistic abuse and slander. However, that which she enjoyed at first, soon turned wearisome as well. That was natural. What Louis could do, was to review the memories passed on to her. She could not interfere with anything further. She did not possess the ability to speak of the present and the future. Even if she tried to speak ill or correct the gameplay of others, there was nobody who would lend an ear to what she would point out. That is why she lost her initial amusement. To incessantly look at the play of unskillful humans was close to torture rather than just being tedious. Even though if allowed to, then we would do it so much better. Because each and every single one is incompetent. Despite possessing feet to walk their own life, despite having arms to cut through distress, despite owning a head to picture the future, all of the other people were brainless. Louis' elder brothers, Lei and Roy, were no exceptions to that either. Rather, they could be called the incarnation of ineptitude. If memories would be peeped into, it could be well understood what that life failed at, and at what point was it unable to recover. All of them, accumulated failures terribly simple and trivial. Why would one stumble at such a spot? Louis was unable to comprehend at all. Incompetent, incompetent, incompetent. If you're going to live irresponsibly, then hand it over to us, that life. We will do it way better. Everyone is too brainless. From one to the next, lives ought to be felt contempt for were itemized in the form of platters. Chewing and digesting numerous, multitudinous of them, Louis was overwhelmed with rage, and became nauseous. Without realizing such emotions of Louis, her elder brothers, who successively resumed eating for fulfilling their own desires, she also felt irritated at. Without even feeling anxious for their younger sister, who was making a nauseous expression, the folly of continuing to provide filled platters incessantly, what could she possibly detest? Could she not detest that? Ah, you sure eat while finding it delicious, Oni-chan. Ah, you sure eat while finding it fun, Ni-sama. Ah, we are, even now, feeling nauseous, you know. That was the reason why Louis Arneb named herself satiation, the starvation not fulfilled no matter how much is eaten. For what was starved was not her body, but her want to become happy. 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 Ah. This is the feeling of walking outside, isn't it? Both Oni-chan and Ni-sama, doing this the whole time. Unfair. Within the enforced confinement, her shackled self-consciousness followed the lone road to expansion. Just as eating facilitated healthy growth amongst humans, while being provided with platters unwished for as well, Louis underwent favorable growth vigorously. The same was also the case with Lei and Roy, her two elder brothers. Her elder brothers too, had their own ego enlarged rampantly, having their feel greater zeal for meals. The insensible food selection by such elder brothers of hers, Louis anyhow felt irritated by. That change had been a byproduct of Louis' such growth and irritation. This is the air of outside. This is the water of outside. This is the soil of outside. This is the blood of outside. Amazing. It's real. It's real. Lying sprawled on bare earth, whilst lovingly licking the soil, having his fill of the world with his entire body was a young boy. No, Though that very flesh body belonged to the personage who named himself as Lay Baton-Kaitos, the content within it was disparate. It was not Lay wielding the right of control over that flesh body, and moving about freely. Believed to possess the fate of being unable to leave the white world congenitally, Louis Arneb, the Sin Archbishop of Tragedy, it was her form having broken through the white cage for the first time. It had been a coincidence. Certainly, she did not think the authority possessed such an ability. Or perhaps Louis' craving spirit had stimulated the authority to bloom instead. There was no definite answer. Neither was it momentous. What was momentous was that this had been realized, that she had walked outside. Ah ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 ha. Intervening between her restricted reality, Louis grandly guffawed for the fruit it bore. It had become possible for her to borrow her elder brother's bodies, and independently manipulate that body, that authority. And huh? Lay, just what is the meaning of this? While putting on airs as something like gourmet and being fastidious, are you sure you didn't get too hungry and go crazy? Ah ha ha ha. That's wrong, that's completely wrong. That's wrong anyway, as that's wrong, that's certainly wrong, as that's certainly wrong, that is wrong, because that's wrong. We are, which cults in Archbishop representing gluttony, Louis Arneb. Saying so, Louis gave greetings to the baffled Roy Alphard, using the body of Lay Baton-Kaitos. For this had been the first time ever since she was born, did she get to even converse with her elder brothers. After all, it's the cute little sister, the third sibling of Onii-chan and Ni Summer.
Please be loving, please be doting, please be well-wishing, and please be caring, okay?
Want to become happy. 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 By borrowing the bodies of her elder brothers, she acquired a method to meddle with the outside world. Her elder brother's supply of food did not halt, and as always, never did she suffer with hunger. However, such long-awaited opportunities, and jumping out into the outside world she much yearned for, Louis Arneb grew tired of it before long. She ended up growing tired it. Outside is pretty boring, more than what we toft. In the end, a borrowed body was a borrowed body. There lay no change in the fact that the real form of herself, who was unable to be free, was trapped inside the white world. Rather, by firmly making certain of her shadow, she strangled her throat by herself. In the end, something like life is not what you eat, or how much you eat, who you eat with, and yet her elder brothers were living lives of their own. For that must be why they were not seeking it. Louis alone had been dispossessed of her own life. For that must be why she was eternally seeking it. Want to become happy. Within the white world, whilst untidily scattering around countless memories, she wished for that with all her. That could have perhaps been the greatest or the sole desire of Louis Arneb. Want to become happy. A desire unfulfilled. Unfading regardless of her borrowing the bodies of her elder brothers, or kicking others as per her liking. Albeit tasting rich lives and getting drunk on momentary pleasures, it all perished immediately. Want to become happy. She grew tired of it. She had grown tired of it. She wished for a life which belonged to herself, and her alone. She wished for a body, a soul, a destiny. Want to become happy. Louis was sorrowful. The origin of Louis' sorrow was that nowhere present a life which was her own. Want to become happy. However, at the same time, Louis knew herself. Even if her fickle-natured, easily resigning self attained a life that suddenly appeared before her, it would be inconceivable for her to be satisfied by that. After all, she had known. In this world lay countless lives, in them lay the absolute amount of joyfulness, and they were primarily determined upon the result of the incorrigible great gambles. In what way would things play out for a human belonging to a poor residence born into the harsh holy kingdom of Gusteco? In what way would things play out for a human weak by birth born into Wallachia Empire, which valued warriors? In what way would things play out for a slow-footed nitwit born into Kararagai city-states, which expected perpetual progress? In what way would things play out for a mixed race, a silver-haired half-devil born into the kingdom of Lugnica, which was spoiled by ancient customs? By possessing the selves of others, Louis was aware that they would not have a decent time. However, to say joyfulness would be being affluent in those aspects, would be an immense mistake as well. Being born into the household of a great priest in the Holy Kingdom of Gusteco, being born into the household of a general in Wallachia Empire, being born into the household of a distinguished merchant in Kararagai city-states, being born into the household of any kind of an influential noble in the Kingdom of Lugnica, as one looked upward it continued without cease. Louis did not want to be inferior. She wanted to be affluent. She did not want to be looked down upon. She had continued rating the lives of others. Within those, naturally the lives who had received the worst evaluation, but with all the lives who had received the highest evaluation, it was not as if all of the items to be graded within them were the greatest. Even those highest evaluated lives, she could not gain satisfaction by. Want to become happy. Lei and Roy, around that time, discovered a novel transfiguration of the authority, eclipse. The ability the authority of gluttony was endowed with, was the ability to plunder the memories, the names, from others, chewing and digesting them. Applying that in practical use, the authority of solar eclipse and lunar eclipse which reconstructed the plundered populace. Drawing out techniques or knowledge from the memories of others, and using them as one's own belonging, lunar eclipse. To the utmost it drew out skills, not the benefits of the likes of physical abilities, so the possibility of not utilizing that power perfectly was high. Conversely, solar eclipse used the captured name as foundation, and reconstructed the person's existence in its entirety, completely reconstructing the techniques polished by that flesh body. It could manifest strength to its maximum. As an ability, it went without saying that solar eclipse was overwhelmingly excelling, but her two elder brothers preferred to exercise not solar eclipse, but lunar eclipse. No, perhaps it would be more accurate to say that they feared using solar eclipse, and found it repugnant. According to Lei and Roy's cognizance, solar eclipse seemed to drag along the thinking in the flesh body which had transformed. That sensation felt as if their cells were being damaged, it was unendurable, was the two's reasoning. Hearing what her elder brothers had to say, Louis, from the bottom of her, found it to be utterly ludicrous. Despite even possessing their own flesh bodies, despite standing on a position where even their person had been established, to not be able to preserve their selves possessing firm beliefs, how deficient and puny must that self-consciousness be? It was no jest to assume the airs of being more sorrowful than her, who possessed no flesh body of her own, did not have even her siblings be cognizant of her existence for greater than 10 years, and had, at last, grown tired of even the sourness and sweetness of life. The authority of solar eclipse was very much splendid. Rather, for Louis it was convenient. It would be no misstatement to say that precisely this was the power Louis Arneb longed for. Louis Arneb was craving for a life belonging to her alone, that too, a life which was the greatest. That was unlike her elder brother's self-pleasure, who gained contentment by eating the lives of others and capturing memories. A right further refined and ubiquitous Louis wanted to live. Birth could not be chosen. That was the entire source of what brought forth sorrowful humans. However, Louis was different. Louis had acquired the power, the opportunity, to choose her birth, her life. She could heist the memories of others, reconstruct them by way of solar eclipse, and make it to be her own belonging. She had the ability to choose life. Everything, she could choose again. She shall be fastidious, seeking the greatest memories and name which she was yet to see. Though there had been some aligned favorably amongst what all Lei and Roy had eaten, they had not been perfect. There had been a dearth of novelty and ingenuity. Happy homes, tender parents, wealthy livelihoods and rich environments, magnificent friends and seemingly destined companions, all of it seemed naught but happiness which had seemingly been seen somewhere else. She was searching for not that, but the greatest life. Having the ability to choose as per one's liking did not coincide with the fact that one would not get tired of what one was choosing. Getting tired of the countless platters lined up before her eyes, what could she possibly find enjoyable? Louis Arneb was searching for the greatest life. She had been searching. That is why, when she happened upon Natsuki Subaru, Louis' chest pulsated intensely. Oh ho? Oniai-san is. Natsuki Subaru, was it? To be precise, it did not throb the instant she had met him. Natsuki Subaru's outward appearance was not to Louis' taste, to make it throb the instant of meeting him. From start, though it seemed a face not to her taste, in accordance with a sense of values cultivated within Louis, the beauty which a vast majority of humans pictured would precisely be the face Louis would seek. In that sense, there did not exist even a single atom which would throb for Natsuki Subaru's outward appearance. Moreover, from Louis' perspective, Natsuki Subaru was certainly a personage she had already known, but he was not someone she had been attentive of simply because he was in the memories of others. Though it was something not requiring much thought, the memories present within Louis went up to enormous numbers. It was not simple to draw out the intended memories from within that. All the more when the opponent was one she held no interest in. The reason why Louis yet recollected the opponent's name at a single glance was because, not Louis, but one of her elder brothers Lei Baton Kato's had been considerably attached to that name. If not mistaken, then there had been something mightily attached to Natsuki Subaru amongst the platters Lei had eaten. This place, you see, is the cradle of Odd Lagna. The Hall of Memories. The place where the souls of dead people are filtered. As it's rare for a person to come here maintaining one's self, you shall be welcomed, Oniai-san. We have too much boredom at hand, you see. Smiling sinisterly, Louis gave a warm reception to the visit of the rare guest. Truth be told, there lay no dishonesty in those feelings of welcome. Louis longed for others, quite a bit. The birthplace of Louis Arneb, the white world she could not leave, the Hall of Memories. The reason why Louis was aware that this place had been designated that title, that the gigantic existence of unknown disposition was a workshop of such an enormous scale, was the result of her generally mobilizing the knowledge of the memories which Lei or Roy had eaten and hunted down. Within the ones fallen prey to the authority of gluttony, there had been many wise men who, in reality, had done great studies which would remain for posterity, and had made historical findings. Without seeing the light of day, they had settled into the soul of the bellies of the three gluttony siblings, but they were profoundly serving Louis. In all honesty, Louis was not at all interested in the reason why she was born here, or why she was confined here. Neither would there be any means to dispel those doubts, nor did she find it to be meaningful. She had assented it as that's just how things were. Even if she was suddenly taken into the outside world at this point, it would have merely been troublesome in its own way. The day she shall leave this place, must be the day she has discovered the greatest life. Oh wah. Sorry, name-giving was still left, isn't it? But, do forgive. After all, introducing like this while being sober doesn't happen often in this place, you see. Well then, guess it's introduction one more teamy. We are witch cult sin Archbishop representing gluttony, Louis Arneb.
Don't know if it'll be for a long time or short, but please be caring, okay, Oniai-san?
The opponent was exceedingly surprised and distressed with regards to Louis, who named herself in that manner. Obviously enough, standardly, humans who step a foot here do not possess the aim of coming here. Though occasionally there are some who thus slip in, Louis considered that as something like lost souls rephrasing, the consequence of near-death experiences. A situation where the soul was easily separated from the flesh body, or a situation where it had come unstuck, perhaps. From their perspectives, such situations were close to the feeling of being summoned out of the blue by Odd Lagna. If that were to be considered, possibly, Louis' role was something like a guide who quelled the turmoil of people who had experienced near-death, and elucidated what this place was. If that were to be considered as being atop Odd Lagna's invisible palm, that was, again, infuriating. Of course, being looked down upon, but Louis also despised being directed. That was the same as Odd Lagna, an existence for whom that perpetually was the usual state of things. Louis did not want her life, which yet remained to commence, to be distorted by the interference of anyone but Louis. Of course we do know? Lei and Roy. Onii-chan and Ni-sama, right? Don't get so excited, Onii-san. As the two are just devoted to their little sister, you know. The two of them devouring here and there too, part of it is for our sake. They lack brains, and don't have a grasp on our preferences at all either, but they are being considerate. Probably, isn't it? But it can't be helped, isn't it? After all three of us have never even been together. By borrowing Onii-chan or Ni-sama's body, you see, we have gone outside a wee bit on times, you know. But, when we do that, the one lending his body goes to sleep and can't be met, is what that means. That's why, all three of us have never been together. Owa spilled that out. Enumerating whilst speaking rapidly in somewhat agitation, Louis carefully observed the opponent's reaction. Slight panic, just a smidgen of daze. Somewhat preponderant rage, and a fairly strong sense of purpose. What was perplexed at first, had now regained presence of mind, possessing the ambience of trying to proceed ahead logically. Not bad, with that thought in her innermost, Louis licked her lips. Whether it should be labeled as being accustomed to diving into scenes of carnage, he was suitably fast in adapting to situations. If observed and compared with the impression she had received at first, that was quite a mismatching attribute. That which varied greatly from the original attribute, a posteriori, too, was an attribute compelled into polishing. What lay at its origin? Louis incited her appetite with interest, and alongside. There it is. This is it, right, Onii-san. Whilst conversing, what Louis toed out was certain memories. The greatest reason why Lei, through a single platter which Lei had indulged in, was attached to the juvenile before her eyes. Reeling in and collecting the memories mightily, potently calling out to that existence, Louis synchronized with them. Owa. At that precise moment, her breathing was obturated by feelings of love overflowing out in the interior of her chest. Welling up unaware of any bounds, the feelings of love for the juvenile within her sight. He was so beloved, so in love with, it was unbearable. Louis' small chest hottened, and her entire body throbbed with a sweet premonition. With her eyes moist, her breath sweet and warm, her lips smiled. And, please don't make such an anxious face. Subaru-kun. Upon that instant, there existed mighty, potent rejection. Exclamation mark. Honing his eyes whilst maintaining his rage, Natsuki Subaru charged ahead and pounced. Though she possessed the impulse to accept his outbursting self by spreading both her arms wide, she somehow immobilized that and sharply crawled into his chest in accordance with memories. Catching a hold of the juvenile's arms with smooth movement, pulling him towards herself, she gave him a twisting throw, with a flesh body which was not a real object, hallucinating the sound of his bones creaking. The juvenile, giving rise to a roar of anguish, was held down onto the white floor by her. Please stop. If you throw yourself so bravely, it will be embarrassing. Something like that. Utilizing the memories which thought lovingly of the juvenile, she held the juvenile down through sheer force. With her sadistic fulfilled, she ended up relaxing the edges of her mouth. As if giving further satisfaction to that desire to afflict belonging to Louis, frantically continuing to scream was Natsuki Subaru's voice, as he twisted his body. His form, earnestly calling for rage for the sake of someone else. Upon that, incidentally, Louis tilted her head. Onii-san, why do you remember the memories we had stolen? It had been an unnatural response. Perceiving that whilst holding him down, Louis greatly twisted her neck. The memories eaten by gluttony did not remain extant within the person concerned, the names eaten by gluttony did not remain extant within other people. That is because the authority tore them off from the soul, which defined existence in the world. The proper cleansing of the soul by Odd Lagna, which was practiced in the hall of memories, arbitrarily acting as its agent, and stealthily deceiving, plundering and harvesting, was what the authority of gluttony was. Therefore, The memories and names snaffled by gluttony did not remain extant within anyone. Restrictively, though there had been ones who had only memories, only names stolen away, respective negative effects got applied. If the memories were stolen, then said person, if the name was stolen, then other people could no longer remember the person concerned. That could not be altered as long as the disposition of the soul remained within the protection of Odd Lagna. Yet, Natsuki Subaru did remember. The ingredient, the soul which had been rendered naked, having both sides of memories and name gotten stolen. Despite not being supposed to be able to remember it, why? We may have developed a bit of interest in Oniai-san now. Though it seems Oniai-chan will resent us. Licking her lips, Louis dyed her cheeks with welling passion. It was the opponent Lei had been attached to. To have that food snitched detachedly from the side, would surely make even Lei take befitting offense. Though Lei was actually quite soft and sweet to his little sister, the major premise of him listening to her selfishness was to the utmost until they did not cross each other's appetite. Appetite was, gluttony was, the meaning of living for Louis, for Lei, and for Roy as well. To have that be invaded arbitrarily could not let there remain calm. If a dear platter that has been looked forward to is usurped, even if by a sibling, even killing them would be something that can't be helped, isn't it? Ah, but, how irresistible, Oniai-san. Whilst twisting his arms behind his back, she drew her lips closer to the nape of the juvenile pushed onto the floor. It was something alike the form of the spirit with no true substance. She could not sense the taste of sweat from him, who was in the state of mere soul. Though by nature, even pain was something similar to hallucination, she did not intend to expressly inform him. Merely, the feelings of love she wanted to be in contact with erupted. It seemed the owner of these memories had been attached to this juvenile greater than what was appropriate. She could feel that strongly. Well, right now that goes for us. Should it even be a hearsay memory, now that it had been stored like this, it belonged to her. She could slightly understand Lei or Roy's feeling of fear for Eclipse. She held no fear, but she did understand that the two's premonition was correct. Perhaps, if she continued at this pace, we will certainly end up loving Oniai-san, isn't it? Nauseating, you say, that is so hard. Because despite everything we are still a girl, even though we mustered up courage and confessed, how cruel, you're acting violently again. That won't do, Oniai-san.
It won't hurt, so please calm down, okay?
There's no way we would hurt Oniai-san, you know. After all, he is so beloved. That's why calm your. No matter her tenderly addressing him in an effort to calm him down, she faced opposition through frantic meager movement. With the name of the memories called countless times, Louis had her entire body tremble with a sensation terribly ecstatic. This ecstasy could only be tasted from a personage remembering one who had their name stolen. Namely, a flavor which Louis had never tasted. An unknown, sweet berry. Natsuki Subaru. What shall your flavor be? Let's eat. Seeking the answer to that glacé inquisitiveness of her, Louis tenderly licked the juvenile's nape with her scarlet tongue. Calling his name, whilst tasting a lanuginous texture on the tip of her tongue, amiably, suavely, she licked, in the significance of being fulfilled, what was termed as appetite lay similar to sexual desire. Within such strengthening of affection for the person before her eyes, for even this unremitting appetite to be fulfilled, this must now be something alike copulation sought after sordidly. People who mutually valued each other, blend within the existence known as Louis. The sufficiency of that flavor, or how saccharine a thing would it be? Thank you for the treat. Savoring adequately, as per her contentment, Louis conveyed her gratitude for the food through words. That was the procedure of gluttony's meal, invoking the name of the opponent whose memories are desired to be stolen, peeling off one section of the soul from the opponent's flesh body, and eating that. What are termed as memories, are things similar to sediments accumulated upon the soul. It was also possible to adorn that with alluring words, such as feasts dished upon white platters. However, Should everything be exposed to its origin, what shall be stretching before would be the meaninglessness of adorning it beautifully. That was the cognizance of Louis, who was affixed with the authority of gluttony, and the ability to indulge in those souls, Louis privilege. With this, the entirety of what was associated with the soul of the juvenile before her eyes shall get particularized. What would then remain, would be for her to mix it with the memories of the young girl already within Louis, then have her fill of what nature of chemical reaction it would cause. You, just now, what did you do to me? With a voice not supposed to be audible echoing, for the first time, Louis faced Natsuki Subaru himself. Until then it had not seemed like they had been conversing. They had not faced each other as if facing each other. It had been naught but such a vague, drowning dream. That was, for Louis too, an occasion of never-before-seen circumstances, abruptly getting tinged with colors. What had been said, just now, Oni-san, it can't be, you remember us? A gaze charged with mighty, potent animosity, was the answer to Louis' doubt. Ah. That had been the moment Louis' slim, petite chest throbbed at a definite high rate of pulsation. Why, in spite of getting memories eaten, could he remain composed? Why, even now, was he glaring at Louis with such a look in his eyes? Why, despite within such bewilderment, was Louis having her chest throb so intensely? Why? Rather, that could have perhaps been the impetus deserving to be called premonition. Why, does Oni-san remember us? Whilst glaring at the back of Natsuki Subaru's head, under her eyes, whom she had held down, what Louis suspected at first was the possibility of having failed at the meal. In the authority of Louis and the others, of gluttony there were a certain set of protocols absolutely necessary. The prime amongst them was to know the name of the opponent who was to be eaten. This was an indispensable element necessary for meddling with the soul of the opponent. Therefore, in the case of seizing an alias, the authority was rendered powerless. And, till now there had been a number of cases of having failed at the meal. In those cases, the one to face the painful experience had always been either one of Lei or Roy, so not even once had Louis herself faced the painful experience, but Oni-chan and Ni-sama felt unpleasant, like it was painful, but Louis stiffened up her body, assuming there would be similar recoil upon her. However, though she waited for a long time, there were no signs of that supposed recoil rushing upon Louis. To begin with, new memories were certainly being poured within Louis. Watchtower of the Sage, dear comrades, and there were trials. Murmuring indicating approval, as if carefully reading a single book within her mind, Louis became entranced with excavating through the new memories. Appending to the fact that there occurred no recoil, she was being successful in the extortion of memories. Referring to those memories, she had comprehended what Natsuki Subaru and his comrades were doing, and even the sequence of events due to which he strayed into this hall of memories. What remained was for Natsuki Subaru's specialness to be. Upon that instant, the voluminousness of the impact which was firmly placed upon Louis, what words shall be apt enough to describe it? Astounded due to the overwhelming substance, with the strength in her arms fading, she widened her eyes. Prodding that interval, the held-down Natsuki Subaru made his escape from Louis' arms. Taking distance at the same pace, he took a fighting pose, nothing too impressive. Though it was opposition rather comical and creasing up, Louis was not made to laugh at it. There existed no scope for her to be laughing over that. The impact of having seen something improbable was stabbing through Louis' petite physique. That was. Why, are there memories of the time of dying? No, that's not all, Oni-san. It's of course strange to have the memories of the time of dying. Plenty odd, you know. But, it's strange. After all, in the memories we ate, there's nothing like the memories of killing Oni-san, yet Oni-san has the memories of getting killed. That was something abnormal. There was no origin, what was occurring was a mysterious paradox. The influence of Natsuki Subaru's memories, the repertoire of words originally she was not supposed to be aware of increase. It was a paradox. Under the emergency due to the paradox, Schrödinger's Maxwell's Einstein was Nikola Tesla. What is this? What's the meaning of this? Memories are different from delusion, you know. The sediments stuck onto the soul can't be distorted or bent as how one pleases. That's why. This is the world Oniai-san witnessed Sue. This is the history Oniai-san tasted. This is the story of Oniai-san, only Oniai-san knows Sue. Putting her fingers into her long golden-colored hair, Louis detonated her flaring impulse. Not even for a single second could she remain without hurling it instead of simply stockpiling this impulse. The very instant she did so, Louis Arneb erupted. Erupting and scattering across in all directions, her mind was fractionated into tiny fragments. New sense of values Sue. It had been her meeting with that. Her meeting with an article which surpassed all imagination, which Louis had not known, had not seen, had not thought of. Her entire body transfixed by lightning, she was unable to think of anything else but that. What else could this be possibly called, should it not be called destiny? What name should possibly be affixed to these emotions? Oniai-san, could it be you're the same as us? Aren't you a Sin Archbishop? Though we have never met directly, Betelgeuse said so. That the factors were supposed to have reached. That since the positions of sins were filled, eventually everyone would gather. That vacant seat is the seat belonging to Oniai-san. Belonging to me, is it not? Exclamation mark. Ah ha 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 ha. Don't get angry please, Oniai-san. Don't make us perplexed, any more than this, Oniai-san. At this point, our mind is at its absolute limit, this small chest is about to burst open, it really hurts. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Tapping continuously, striking the temple of her own forehead with her fingers, Louis chewed the memories down to its very bones. Difficult to believe in. Unable to be believed in. The margin of having it believed in existed only in a fortuitous meeting with none but gluttony. Since Louis could jointly own the same memories, she could believe in Natsuki Subaru's progression. No, she could not believe in it, but savvy it as fact. For this was the journey Louis Arneb had traversed as well. Ah, what pride! Unfair. Unfair, unfair. Unfair, 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 unfair. Wonderful Sue. Oniai-san, you really die again and again, again and again and again, isn't it? Amazing. You're really dying. You're dying so miserably, Oniai-san. Again and again, you're dying without any method of succeeding, Oniai-san. Even something like this is possible, right, Oniai-san? A round of applause, a standing ovation, congratulations for taking birth, gratitude for the miracle of meeting you, the train to future which shall advance with me. Welling forth inspiration. Receiving stimulus and innovation. Oniai-san, so you came from a place not here, not anywhere, huh? Ah, we can't even think, anymore. Spouting sentiments without confining her momentum, Louis, who was unreservedly immersed by it, making no effort for resistance, suddenly recognized that potentiality. No, she inclined her ears towards her inner voice. To know a scenery unknown, to have taken birth in a world untold, all were finest quality full courses which would fulfill the hunger called the inquisitiveness of Louis. However, the speciality of Natsuki Subaru which was deserving of utmost attention was memories of death. Not supposed to exist. Absolutely unattainable, there existed the memories of death and beyond. This was principally dissimilar to something like near-death experiences, which were like cheap test tours. A phenomenon established due to the soul shattering, life slashed into 1,000 fragments, the lifeline terminating in its true essence. The other side of the river of three crossings, the border of the living world and netherworld, which was impossible to rebound from. Neither swimming through it nor striding across it, the memories of redoing the life supposed to have been robbed away. Returned by death. That was how Louis read the greatest showpiece of the memories blossoming within herself. Accumulating the experiences of sundry deaths as memories, that which could not be carved into memories even once he handed over to his next self as something certain. And that Natsuki Subaru had surmounted all kinds of hardships. Amazing, amazing, Oniai-san. Truly amazing. We've been moved deeply. We admire it from the bottom of our. You really can do something like that. Overcoming death, with complete freedom. No need to be modest, we are serious, you know. We really do find Oniai-san to be enviable. After all, something like the memories of death, nobody possesses it no matter what Sue. Also, why is it so? Why are you all composed despite getting memories stolen by us? What specialness is it? Soul save? Backup? Invariance? Makes no sense. Within the struggling, writhing Natsuki Subaru existed numerous, multitudinous memories of the time of dying. That was stimulation Louis, by no means, managed to acquire. Furthermore, to continue to die interminably, the power with the ability to stockpile death was the target of her jealousy. Wanted. She desired the power of return by death. Not for it being capable of repeating death. Naturally, that fresh stimulation was also a factor eternally captivating Louis, but what was further momentous was the ability to redo. Louis Arneb was searching for the greatest life, and, the conclusion derived by Louis, having indulged in diverse lives, was that what was termed as the greatest life was neither being affluent, nor being loved by many, nor being blessed with a high status. What was termed as the greatest life, referred to the life which went as one wished. Anything and everything would occur as one believed, as one expected, as one wished. Without any flaws, without any incompletion, without any irrationality, the perfect world view. She had always searched a method for its realization. The answer to that was an endlessly unbearing darkness within Louis, but finally, she understood. Its return by death. Should she procure that, she would be able to recover from conflicts, from failures. Should she know what shall happen in future, she would be able to cope with it. If only she can know, what failure shall occur, what irrationality shall await, what incompletion shall she come across. We can live the greatest life. What should be done? What should be done in order to steal it? If Oniai-san's return by death is an authority, then it can't be stolen by just eating. It's different from things that come attached with memories and names. Which factors are the antithesis of Odd Lagna, after all. It won't come detached easily. That's why. That is why, was an authority to be stolen, there was no choice but to steal the which factor itself. However, even Louis was unaware of a method to steal as far as which factors. Until now, never had she wished for an authority belonging to other Sin archbishops. That kind of a bunch was disgusting to even come in contact with. However, Oniai-san, the authority of the killed Betelgeuse, you're using it. The unseen hand present within the memories had weakened in both numbers and range from the original, but indubitably was the power utilized by that lunatic. In other words, there was none but proof that several witch factors were being stocked in the interior of Natsuki Subaru. Stocking witch factors, if that was possible then. We will absolutely, no matter what, get our hands on return by death. Oniai-san's authority is our hope. If that can be obtained, we will be able to live our own life. Sue. Want to become happy. 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 The method for that is right there. The method for that. Sue. HK. How arbitrary. Something like return by death is nothing so good? A person possessing it can't understand the feelings of a person who doesn't possess it. Sue. Something like allotted persuasion which had seemingly been heard somewhere else was nothing but tedious. One who had continued using that power as per his contentment, disliking using that power seemed foolish. That is why she shall definitely obtain it. Absolutely, definitely, with certainty. What shall be done? What shall be done, in order to steal the authority? Wrong. That's wrong, it's wrong anyway, as it's wrong, certainly it is wrong, as it's too wrong, we're saying it's wrong, because it is wrong. Sue. Gluttonous drinking. Sue. Gluttony. Sue. Clapping her hands mightily, potently, Louis widened her eyes. Unraveling her sharp fangs, she applauded, suggesting how clear-headed herself was. Before one could notice, the means and objective switched positions. However, that wasn't the case. That was not the case. Louis' objective was not to plunder because she wanted to return by death, because she could amusingly live the greatest life by obtaining return by death. It was no good to have the bad habit of considering things hazardously remain clinging, because of having played something like Sin Archbishop representing gluttony for a long period of time, problematic. Imprisoning in fixated notions. That was a cause of defeat. It was simple. If it was not to plunder, but to obtain. It'll be fine if we just become. It'll be fine if we just become Onii-san. If we become Onii-san, and have him be consumed by the authority of gluttony. We can integrate which factors. Since if it's Onii-san, then they can be stocked. Saying so, Louis plucked her cheeks with both her hands, continuously, forcefully, tempted into violence. Not an endearing gesture, but excruciating, she did so wielding the intention of injuring. For what purpose? To tear apart her flesh and blood, and dividing herself, that was the purpose. You know the three great witch beasts? It's said that those are monsters created by the owner of the witch factor long before us. We too can do something similar. We didn't do that because there wasn't really any meaning in doing so. But, you see, if we think of doing it, then we can do anything. If we think of doing it, then we can do anything. That was what is called the monster of potentiality. That was what is called the potentiality of a pure existence, prior to taking birth. That was one affixed with the destiny of living the greatest life, hereafter in the future. That was the destiny of the utmost joyful being, named Louis Arneb. That is, the existence known as us. The speech of the slowly spinning Louis was overlapped and enunciated. The phenomenon of hearing the same voice doubled was not some kind of auditory hallucination or mishearing. That was in accordance with the occurrence happening, for there appeared two of the same people, with the same voice, with the same tone. Got surprised by Onii-san's memories, but Arneb is a star of the constellation of the Hare, huh? It was also astonishing that Onii-san and the others were the ones to destroy the sizable hare too. But, if that's the case, then it doesn't become too much of a surprise. How come we multiplied, or is it Onii-san's great delight that cute Louis-chan multiplied? No, no, eh. So Onii-san is the type who doesn't sexually desire little girls. Is that so? Observing the opponent who was frozen in place, with his eyes widened in astonishment, Louis linked her shoulders with the existent standing immediately beside her, namely, the same Louis. Within this place, called the Hall of Memories, which was separated from reality, Louis was merely an existence of a witch factor possessing no flesh body and a soul joined together. Other than that, it rather seemed that the respective names of the three siblings corresponded with the three great witch beasts, though that, well, did not matter. Anyhow, separating the witch factor into two, Louis Arneb multiplied into two. This was a stunt perhaps Lei and Roy, who feared losing their selves upon the utilization of solar eclipse, those two were not capable of. To know it was possible to duplicate oneself, also tied together with forfeiting the true essence of one's real self. However, that did not apply to Louis, whose self had been established as vague from start. It was possible to have one Louis, two Louis, and so on. With this, Louis Arneb obtaining Natsuki Subaru's authority was what? The juvenile, the receptacle of the witch factor, declared some words. Upon glancing at the juvenile, aside from the glamour called return by death, simply feelings of love welled up. Finding that annoying, Louis abandoned the memories emerging to the surface. Upon peeling them off of her own soul, she discarded and abandoned them with the notion of them being useless. No, that was not simply a notion. Truth be told, they were indeed useless now. All of the memories had been mere fillers until the greatest life was discovered, naught but side dishes. However, Louis Arneb had finally reached her full course. If we think of doing it, then we can do anything. That is why she shall tread onto this path. Eating into Natsuki Subaru, from the interior. Chewing the eaten into Natsuki Subaru, from the exterior, sparing not a single bit. Louis Arneb shall obtain Natsuki Subaru, Yule. Until the very end of the end, the receptacle continued saying something. However, what had it been saying? Something like that no longer held any relevance. Licking the sediment stuck onto the soul with her tongue, Louis inherited the memories. And, within the receptacle which had forgotten anything and everything, Louis personally had herself appended to the witch factor. As for the rest, it's fine to simply wait for completion. Unremittingly waiting in the Hall of Memories was something she had grown all too accustomed to. Problem lied in the usage of the memories. There was a scheme for stealing memories once again from an opponent who had already been eaten once. The gourmet authority did not deem the menu of the same name, the same taste as a separate article in its judgment. That is why there present was a need to alter the flavor from the soul into an article separate to such an extent that it was not possible to recall that it had once been atop the tongue of Louis, of gluttony. Anticipating it proves to be the taste of the finest quality, that which Louis Arneb had fervidly awaited. Hoping it achieves completion into the greatest, utmost, supreme dish. Looking forward to that moment, whilst licking her lips, and longing. Louis, huh? Upon the sudden accost, Louis, who had gained awakening of her consciousness, rounded her eyes. Blinking a few times, she made certain of her location. White environs, white ground and white skies, standing within the world blanketed white, Louis had been making a stupefied expression. Louis. Having her hand touch her face, making contact, she made certain of the sensation. Since there was no mirror in this place, she could not take a look, but this sensation was irrefutably her own face. With there not being even any moderate amusements in this place, speaking of things touchable, only her own face, own body counted as one. That is why she had touched her face to an extent one would grow sick of touching it. That is why, upon touching her face she had grown sick of touching, she could immediately know in what state her face, her body was. Just as before. Yes, just as before. This was Louis' own body. ? Did you get to see what you wanted to see, huh? Slowly, stupefied, making certain of herself was Louis. With that behavior reaching a point where it could pause, abruptly, the accost now overlapped once again. Lifting her face, Louis looked at the personage who had been standing before her, in front of her eyes all along. Rather short black hair and stabbing sanpaku eyes, with legs the same length as his body, wearing a shabby appearance was the juvenile. His name? Natsuki Subaru. The existence Louis herself had become one with as a witch factor, and Louis, and the being of unimaginable insanity, wielding the authority which had the ability to return by death. Louis, no, Sue. Louis opened her mouth, and roared, as long as the strength remained, as long as the possibility remained, with complete devotion she roared. Should she have not done that, she would get crushed by the pressure. By the terror, by the menace, by the despair. She would get snared in the insanity of a lunatic, who repeated and resumed continuing death time after time. Louis, don't want to die. We don't want to die. Hate it, 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 hate it. Hate it. Hate it Sue. Swinging her head, collapsing onto the bare ground, Louis frantically appealed while drawing back. Assimilating with that existence, Louis had personally experienced death. She had tasted it. By being taken in by the soul who practiced return by death by her own volition, she had experienced return by death firsthand, which turned back even time. The memories of death that had been incomplete as merely Natsuki Subaru's memories. After all, memories were naught but memories. The sensational impact of never returning again upon letting go even once of that instant, of that juncture, of that moment, could never be obtained. That had been why she thirsted for that. She had thirsted for what flavor death had. Even if death had been something less vivid than what Louis had expected, using the authority that goes by the name of return by death, she could gain sufficient change with the right to walk a life in which redoing was a possibility. That is what she believed. Until she herself tasted death, that is. Louis, something like that. Something like that can never be withstood. That anguish. Sense of loss. No way can it be withstood. Impossible. Impossible, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Hate it. Not even once had she possessed a way to die comfortably. Not even once had she felt death to be luscious. Not even once had she wished to die on her own volition. Natsuki Subaru had tasted that greater than 20 times, and had replayed that. Louis, someone who can withstand that, is not human. Monster. A monster Sue. She could not. No way she could. Louis had indulged in a great number of lives, affronted all kinds of souls, and had searched a life of her own. She believed she had possessed the right, the privilege, to do so. That is why she stretched her hands even into the soul of Natsuki Subaru. The consequence, she got her naive shattered. Because Louis, the human heart, cannot withstand something like itself. Su. Want to become happy. 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 Wanted to become happy. Wanted to become happy. That was the wish Louis Arneb had envisaged all along, for the whole time. Trampling upon all aspects of everything, she possessed the right to exercise her power for the purpose of acquiring the greatest life. Louis had remained, believing so without any pangs of conscience whatsoever, until today. That premise crumbled. Wanted to become happy. However, right now, the wish right now was different. Louis, don't want to die. 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 Her arms hugging her head, cowering, shaking her head in fear, desperately trying to protect herself was Louis. In close proximity to that Louis, immediately above Louis, who did not raise her face, onward came a voice descending. She did not want to listen to even that. Listening was terrifying. However, something which may befall upon her due to not listening was terrifying. Dying was frightening. That is why she had no choice but to listen. And, whilst looking down upon Louis curling herself in fear, the voice continued, its preface, saying you had been warned. Subaru, that you'll definitely regret it. Arc 6, Chapter 76, The Hell Bearing the Name of Oneself. With the young girl who had experienced return by death and was sobbing with her hands on her head before his eyes, Natsuki Subaru intently stared at his own palm. It was not as if he was feeling hurt after having been called a monster, after having been spoken ill of. That he was crazy. That it was impossible to withstand, he agreed with those notions as well. Subaru himself had died countless times until now. He was aware of something as basic as those experiences being unordinary. But he had simply gritted his teeth, and endured it. Believing with all his heart that it would be better for him to suffer than the death of someone aside from himself, a friend or an acquaintance, people whose names and faces he did not know, his precious comrades or the people he loved. That was Subaru. Yeah, I sure am amazing, right, Natsuki Subaru. Tightly clenching the fist he had been gazing, Subaru sang his own praises from the bottom of his heart. He had been commended, through loose-lipped logic impossible to be held true. Such words had been used as if to console oneself, or for encouraging oneself. However, the singing his own praises just now had been different. The memories and real experience which had observed the existence named Natsuki Subaru terribly objectively, were commending the path oneself had walked until now. Subaru, dang. I'm unexpectedly a pretty big deal, huh? And that was something which Natsuki Subaru, who had lost his memories and had returned to the starting point of being summoned into the different world, and ultimately reached this point after taking a deep read of the books of the dead, could also be told. Starting from being ignorant with regards to the different world, accumulating personal experiences of death sufficient to equal the single year Subaru had lived through, and had returned without letting his heart shatter into pieces, impressively. Thanks to that, the lost memories and the memories thereafter had been unified. Subaru, Meili, Shaola, entrusted to me, and I will take responsibility for them. Meili, for whom murder had become a habit, and had locked herself into a dark future. Shaola, who had been liberated from a vain weight which lasted for 400 years, and wished to continue the blessed present. Subaru, Ram and Julius, both of them sure act unreasonably. For those two to be doing that, that's quite a feat. Ram, who already knew the best possible option, and displayed prudence more reliable than anyone. Julius, who had lost his own resort, yet embraced faith and still resumed holding the sword. Subaru, Beatrice and Echidna, I've really been a bother to them as well. Geez, I'm such a... Beatrice, who dedicatedly supported Subaru, and noticed the limits of his heart before anyone else. Echidna, who was utmost suspicious regarding Subaru's amnesia, and had granted him forgiveness at its extremity, and, no matter if he lost his memories, no matter how many times he redid, he ultimately returned to the path of being drawn towards you. He wanted to do that. He must do that. He could not think of any other path. That is how much you are. Subaru, EMT. With love and certain tranquility on his lips, Subaru raised his face. And looked at Louis, who still had her face covered and was shivering. Subaru, hey. Louis, eek HK. Subaru, you're too scared. Subaru scratched his cheek with a single finger upon her being excessively frightened by a single call. She was a young girl with an outward appearance which could unobjectionably be called young. The form of that young girl shivering in fear, desperately rejecting the world was a sight heavy to the chest. It seemed she had been endowed with something akin to fleeting fragility which would make one thoughtlessly extend a hand to her, by birth. Surely, an attainment of the nature to undo the opponent's vigilance and crawling into their interior, that could perhaps be, a crystal pure like a child that had been coercively refined. That Louis Arneb, who did not know of the world, was like an innocent, pure child. However, Subaru, Louis Arneb, you lose. Natsuki Subaru shall not forgive Louis Arneb, who was sobbing like a child. Louis widened her eyes, frozen, upon the verification of defeat that had been slammed right before her. Whilst witnessing fear fill her eyes like ink spilled on a white sheet, Subaru's heart yet remained peaceful like the calm at sea. The world was not filled with problems that could be ignored simply because of not knowing. And the deeds Louis or her siblings had committed were countless inhuman and demonic atrocities. It was not as if she did not get a chance to know. Through the memories of others, she must have also had a chance to come in contact with human emotions, likes and dislikes, and learn from them. However, what she absorbed from there was not something akin to affection for others, but a further dusky, grisly desire, and the conduct of trampling upon and spitting on the effortful lives of others. Perhaps the fault was that of her teachers. Her elder brothers had been bad role models of her life. However, It was her decision to never use any chance to return back from the mistaken path. Subaru, you may know as well if you were a part of me. But the ranks which you all sin archbishops name yourself as is common with the 7 deadly sins. 7 deadly sins is a pretty English term for Chunibyo purveyors, but there also exist the 7 heavenly virtues which are something close it. The 7 deadly sins, pride, envy, wrath, gluttony, sloth, lust, greed. And the 7 heavenly virtues, chastity, humility, temperance, patience, diligence, charity, kindness. If the 7 deadly sins were karma impossible to be sundered from humans as long as they live, then these were 7 conventions which mustn't be forgotten in order for humans carrying the burden of those sins to live with others. Because they respect that, humans can live with other humans, Subaru, but, you violated that. That is why, the sin archbishops, Louis Arneb had become an unforgivable great evil. Louis, eek, eek, eek. The frightened, curled-up Louis was struck with Subaru's words and was shivering as if she had experienced agony. The slightest effort of others, of the world connected to fear. Subaru was also aware of that sensation. Having tasted the otherworldly sensation called return by death, in a situation of not knowing how to surmount the obstacle however much one may die, even the sound of dry leaves swaying in the breeze seemed fatal to life. Because he remembered that feeling akin to the soul being frozen, Subaru closed his eyes. And Subaru, Louis Arneb, you lose. Subaru, so, recognize that and release anything and everything. Once again, Subaru repeated her defeat such that she could hear it herself. On top of that, he pushed a firm demand toward the young girl, who remained silent upon hearing that. The return of Subaru's own memories was due to the chance meeting between Natsuki Subaru, who lost his memories, and Natsuki Subaru of the moment immediately previous to his memories being robbed. Since his advance through the different world was replayed in the books of the dead, he was able to restore his own memories in the form of tracing them back. In the form of re-experiencing the stolen memories by utilizing the books of the dead. And fulfilling the unification of Subaru before and after losing memories, the result was the successful second advent of Natsuki Subaru. As its byproduct, Louis, who had gotten into Subaru in the form of a witch factor, had been forced out as a foreign substance. However, Subaru had witnessed with his own eyes her self-indulgent treatment of the stolen memories of freely bringing them out and peeling them off. If that was possible, then a method to save the people who had their memories, their names robbed would be. Subaru, if we think of doing it, then we can do anything is what you said, right, then. From being conceited and bragging about her own abilities, she had even succeeded in a stunt like splitting the witch factor into 2. Since she had achieved that, then surely it wasn't impossible for her to cancel out the effects of her own authority. If that alone, could come true, then perhaps it would be possible to recover the people who got their memories and names stolen, to recover Rem. Subaru, then, release all of the people you've eaten up until now. If you do that. Louis, do that, then what? Subaru articulated powerfully, but Louis shortly intercepted that voice. Louis remained on white floor in the posture of pulling her knees towards herself, making her long golden hair spreading out on the floor blanket herself. She was glaring at Subaru through the gaps of her hair. What dwelt in her eyes was the sole unquestionable hue of fear. Louis, do that, then what? Repeating, Louis piled up the same question yet again. Subaru had been caught off guard by her retort for a moment, but got a hold of himself immediately after she displayed her stance of conversation. Far better than her not talking due to fear. He must accept the words head-on and fumble around for a compromise plan that could change the situation. Subaru, release the great number of people you have eaten. If the names return, then even the honor of the people who've already died can be restored. The people who are alive can even reunite with their families. If you would do that, then I will let you. Louis, off the hook, you say? If we do that, then Oniai-san will let us off the hook. Off the hook, you say? His words intercepted yet again. Subaru felt daunted. Viewing that reaction of Subaru's, Louis said ha and opened her mouth bearing sharp fangs. Louis, that can't be, isn't it? That isn't possible. Energetically lifting her face, Louis shouted with a blazing glint in her eyes. Her two eyes glaring at Subaru, they immutably remained soaked in fear, twinkling darkly. With those dark twinkles in her eyes, Louis forcefully rocked her body back and forth. Louis, it isn't. It really isn't, it isn't after all, it indeed isn't, we're telling you it isn't, as we know it isn't, that's why. Onii-san will not let us off the hook. Absolutely certainly. After all. Louis, Onii-san, destroys his enemies. Absolutely crushes them until the very end of the end. Without any exception. Completely thoroughly. Closes it with a perfect game. He can do that. Then there's no way he wouldn't do that. There's no point in him not doing that. As if having heard a first-class joke, Louis ended her silence and let her emotions explode. And to Subaru, Louis' outbursting form was visible as terribly distant, minute. Louis' facial expression was disordered, trying to laugh, trying to be angered, trying to be doleful, and baffled by the notation of fear not present in any of those. She was perplexed and was imploring, the gateways of all of Louis' surging emotions, all directly connected to fear. Regardless of whether they began with delight, rage or sadness. Knowing that all would ultimately lead to fear, for what should she be delighted, be enraged, be saddened? Even if she were to believe, that conclusion led to fear as well. Subaru was more than sufficiently aware of the ingrained nature of Louis' rejection. Cursing the entirety of the world, being flung into a storm of suspicion and distrust, becoming trapped in a sensation of being forbidden into the slightest movement. That was the hell named oneself which Natsuki Subaru had also experienced. What pulled Subaru out of that hopeless hell was surely because there had been someone who held his hand, and that warmth never let go of Subaru. That was the silver-haired young girl who had saved Subaru's life, his heart when he had first arrived in the different world. That was the dressed young girl who strived to protect Subaru when he had been betrayed by anything and everything. That was the blue-haired young girl who gently made Subaru realize when he sought to abandon everything. That was the reason why Natsuki Subaru had remained without being prisoned in hell. That foundation of heart was not possessed by Louis Arneb, who was drowned in fear before his eyes. That is why she did not possess the ability to conquer fear. She could never think of return by death other than being a nightmarish curse of being dragged into an inescapable hell. Though quite a cliched expression, humans cannot live by themselves. That is why, for her to be saved, she, who was caged in fear, it was necessary for someone to extend their hand to her. Someone offering their hand, just as Subaru had been offered once. However, Subaru, I will not save you. Subaru shall not extend his hand to Louis Arneb. Louis, Subaru, I will not save you. Neither will I pity you. Louis Arneb, the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, the blasphemer of souls standing in the white world, not matter how sweet an appearance, no matter how miserable and transient an ambience, no matter how luring an attitude of craving being sheltered by adults were she to possess, Subaru shall not forgive her. The Sin Archbishops had committed sins difficult to forgive. That was the conclusion Natsuki Subaru had derived. Subaru, I'm sure no matter what I say, it'll never prove to be salvation for you in the first place. Louis, eek. Louis' distended eyes were filled with naught but terror towards Subaru. In this place, though only Subaru could understand the fear she bore, the very reason for her fear was Subaru himself. In other words, her labyrinth couldn't possibly be opened up. And upon Subaru's head-on declaration that we won't save her, that he detested her, Louis stabbed her claws into the shapeless white world and whilst desperately distancing herself away from Subaru. Louis, we know. We know Onii-san's ploy. We had been Onii-san after all. That's why, we know what Onii-san is going to do. However, we won't let you sue. Subaru, you. Louis, return what was eaten. Absolutely never. After all, This is our lifeline. If we lose this, then Oni-san will be able to kill us. As long as this isn't returned, Oni-san won't kill us. It's the other way around, completely the other way around. In order to not be killed by Oni-san, we cannot return this. That's why you know W. Howling with a loud voice, Louis turned her palm towards Subaru. It's not as if something was being fired from the fair palm held out. However, Louis' aim materialized in a different form. Subaru's field of vision steadily distorted into white, a change was yielded in the Hall of Memories. It commenced constricting the world, having detected the presence of a foreign substance and seeking to eliminate it. As a result, Subaru's existence was extracted out. Louis, enough, we don't want to be in the same place as Oni-san for even a second. Impossible in terms of physiology. Impossible in terms of life. Impossible in terms of destiny, you see. That's why, disappear. The ones who will eat Oni-san will be Oni-chan and Ni-sama. Either of them can do however they please. No thanks from our side. Louis' decision, infuriatingly enough, was the best possible option for her. Banishing Subaru from the Hall of Memories and sending him back to reality. And entrusting opposing him to her siblings Lei and Roy instead of herself. If the Sin Archbishops of Gluttony could choose to share or not to share a meal, then Louis would be able to part ways from the worst platter named Natsuki Subaru. Whether her siblings would bear the same anguish as herself or not, that itself was something her current self did not know. Subaru, GH. It was difficult to hold out. With not a single thing to latch onto, and with even the ground to stand firm on becoming vague, Subaru was hopelessly the weaker side in this Hall of Memories. Subaru, if you don't like me doing it, then if you settle this by yourself. Louis, we won't go along with that, Sue. Even if you try to make us kill you, it's futile. You intend to take us to task through return by death. We won't let you. Oni-chan and Ni-sama will utterly eat away Oni-san. That is the condition for our victory, Sue. Unraveling her fangs, Louis scowled at Subaru, who tried to hold his ground. He could no longer oppose her will. Comprehending that, he let in a deep inhale. Afterwards, Subaru's black eyes directly pierced through Louis. Louis, eek. Subaru, if your siblings are your final rope to rely on, then I understand. I will slash that rope and make you pay. You'd better remember this, Louis Arneb. With a single finger pointed towards the frightened, cowering Louis, he resumed. Subaru, everything distressful, everything painful, bear all of it by yourself. Don't run away from the memories. Humiliation and repentance were all memories necessary to shape the current oneself. Its entirety had become food for the human named Natsuki Subaru, and the Natsuki Subaru constructed by its entirety had reached this point after having stockpiled many a death. If Natsuki Subaru was amazing, then that was because humiliation and repentance let him be so. Subaru, with that being said, I don't really want even a part of that shame. That was what Subaru whispered whilst being expelled out from a space to its edge, which wasn't present in the world, with his field of vision turning white as if nothing had been there, and the Hall of Memories came untied. And, within the Hall of Memories wherein the form of the dreadful lunatic had been erased, Louis Arneb took in a deep, deep shivering inhale, and confirmed her own pure life. Louis, H. Her throat, shivering, her lungs, shivering, her heart, shivering, her soul, shivering. Even Louis, who had indulged in every possible variety of memories, couldn't comprehend an existence that repulsive. What was truly frightening about that thing was its inconceivable spirit. Louis, why? Whether she could remain as per ordinary, she did not know. Louis had become a part of that thing, and prior to that had eaten that thing's memories thoroughly down to its roots. Slowly crunching the memories without exception, she had masticated them. That deed itself was roundabout, as if peeling off the layers of an onion's skin one by one, a code of action separating that which yielded new life upon each instance of death into greater than 20 sections. Before having experienced return by death, that deed of dividing those memories into several portions then eating them was something that made her heart pound with the notion of it being a new experience, but now all she found was incomprehensible fear. In the first place, why couldn't the memories prior to the occurrence of the summoning into the different world or whatever be robbed? Originally, the power of the authority of gluttony was supposed to eat away all of the memories of the subject until the moment of birth. Yet, what could be robbed from that thing were merely the memories of this 1 year. As if Odlagna did not assess the memories previous to that, abhorred them, or otherwise. Listen, isn't this a bit from what was supposed to be? Louis. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the hall of memories supposed to have been left alone, and Louis turned around, astonished. However, her doubts were immediately dispelled. The one who stood before Louis' line of sight, who had turned back, was Louis, us. Louis, that's right, us. Because we got the short end of the stick, it's us who had been waiting here in vain. Which one will play the trial version of The Greatest Life by becoming Onii-san? Was the play environment properly arranged? Came here to report that, is it? Whilst saying so, smiling at Louis was the existence exactly the same her Louis. Dividing the which factor originally supposed to be 1 into 2, having segregated the soul despite being the same personage, in the utmost correct sense, another one of herself. The greatest factor which made that possible must be that Louis did not fear the deterioration of herself, an existence of mere soul devoid of a flesh body. That Louis, who was one more of oneself, did not share that personal experience unlike Louis. That is why, Louis found the genuinely smiling form of Louis to be unordinarily distant. Louis? What happened, us? Making such an expression, huh? First of all, what about Onii-san? Being here means, got into this place by reading the Book of the Dead again, no. Louis. Besides, what's with this being all crouched since earlier? Why be so curled up? Hey, the goal was properly accomplished, right? Though we failed on this end, we were supposed to have fulfilled the role, isn't it? Amazing, got in pretty cleanly, huh? Onii-san didn't take notice at all. Of the US inside of himself. Clasping her hands energetically, Louis reminisced the forbidden tryst. Of course, unneeding of a necessity to mention it, Louis was aware of that affair. It referred to back when the Hall of Memories got connected to when thinking of investigating the way of capturing the atrocious swordsman, Reed Astria. Louis then once again came in contact with that thing, which had forgotten anything and everything, and had the circumstances permitted, intended to eat that thing including Louis, who was a witch factor, though it was an experiment to see if that thing's authority, including the integrated witch factor, could possibly be successfully plundered. By doing that, it failed due to an unexpected hindrance. She surely never mused having to taste a counterattack by one of the eaten memories. However, reflecting on it now, had the hindrance not entered there, then Louis might have become one with that thing by this time. With that thing? Louis, hey, what happened, us? Talk about various more stuff, let us hear it. Saw it, right? Heard it, right? Scented it, right? Touched it, right? Tasted it, right? Natsuki Subaru's authority A. Louis, don't mention that thing's name. Louis, Sue. Resuming her merry words, Louis stretched her hand. The moment that arm attempted to touch her own shoulder, Louis shook off the arm in accompaniment of exasperation. Violently, powerfully, with as much rejection as possible, she did, to the arm her literal other half. Louis, huh? Naturally, unbeknownst to the meaning behind her other half's action, bafflement was yielded forth in Louis' facial expression. However, Louis did not possess the leeway to look back onto that expression of Louis. Louis hugged the shoulder others had tried touching, and stepped backwards whilst shaking her head in rejection. Louis, no. No. Don't touch. Don't come near. She was astonished by her own cognizance. However, It was her own sensation. It would not turn traitor, like the hell named oneself. She comprehended. Louis before her eyes, who possessed the same face as herself, who had undergone the same experiences as herself. The existence supposed to understand her soul at present, it was someone other for Louis. It was unknown what others will do. They will not protect Louis. They could become Louis' cause of death. Baleful enemies who would naught but kill Louis, who did not want to die. Louis, don't come. Don't come near, don't come near, don't come near, don't come near Sue. Don't come close. Don't touch us. Louis. Hugging her own body, she was unable to do anything but react in exactly the same way as when she had confronted that thing. For Louis, who had continued molding herself through the memories of others in this space devoid of the freedom to even look at a mirror, the sense of foreignty she felt towards Louis, who possessed the same face as herself, was stronger than the unskillful others. Witnessing Louis repeat denial and rejection like this, Louis reciprocatively shifted her gaze along with the hand that had been shaken off. And Louis, huh? What's with that? Pertaining to Louis' rejective response, Louis clenched her hand that had been shaken off. She then looked down onto Louis with a terribly thirstful voice, biting and clanking her fangs. Louis, what's with that? What's with that? What's with that? What does this mean? With what purpose? With what idea? With what plan? With what thought? Hey? Louis, E.K. Sue. Louis, this is different from what was supposed to be Sue. What happened, us? What's with that reaction? Attitude. Response. The rejected Louis enraged, closing in towards the huddled Louis, crouching down before Louis, who knelt her throat upon the vigor. Louis grasped the hair of her cowering other half, subsequently making her raise her face through sheer force. The two with the same faces glared into each other at a distance that their breaths entangled. Louis, it sure is strange. Strange, how strange, isn't it strange? Pretty strange, it is strange, as it's strange, quite strange, as it's too strange, as we're saying it's strange. Louis. Louis, what about the strategy? The plan went well, didn't it? The plan was to become a factor and get inside Onii-san, and put wickedness to work, wasn't it? It was a job really well done. Onii-san was frightened, after all. Onii-san completely thought that Natsuki Subaru was the closest person to him. Louis made no response to the plan which Louis recited and its progress. The truth was, Louis and Louis' plans had transitioned smoothly. Louis experienced return by death inside Subaru and stimulated the separation of Subaru and Natsuki Subaru by putting wickedness to work, and whilst staying behind in the Hall of Memories, Louis shall eat Subaru, who had differentiated himself from Natsuki Subaru, and make the authority her own belonging. A single step had remained. And even if that had not went well, Louis, no matter how many times, tens of times, hundreds of times, the arrangement was to challenge until the authority of return by death has been looted, isn't it? What's wrong after failing a bit? It'll be fine by stealing Onii-san's memories again and trying again no matter how many times it takes. Let's mutually exchange roles and challenge, no matter how many times it takes. Failures can be recovered from. The one to assimilate as a witch factor, and the one to stand by in the Hall of Memories, she had intended to accomplish the complete extortion of the authority by exchanging roles, and regardless how many times it would take, without getting tired of it. And yet, Louis, to do something like rejecting us, what happened, huh? Louis, no Sue. Louis, whoa, ah. With strength poured into the arm which had grasped her hair, Louis gave rise to a screech in agony and fear. Afterwards she shoved the chest of Louis, who was before her eyes, making her other half rumble in pain and fall onto her back. Mutually glaring at each other with eyes of disbelief, a painful silence fell upon the white world. And, whilst Louis remained silent, Louis widened her eyes and... Louis, it can't be. Aiming to monopolize the authority? Louis. Louis, since the authority of return by death was obtained successfully, erasing Oniai-san immediately and aiming to enjoy it by oneself? Leaving us as is, too. Louis, that's wrong, Sue. Louis bellowed before the frozen Louis, who had painted a picture of repulsive misgivings in astonishment, in shock. That was not true at all. It was improbable. She had not thought in the slightest bit to monopolize this. Something like this, if it was possible to throw it away, then she wished to throw it away. However, she could not do so. For these were the memories of nobody but Louis Arneb. Oneself's own memories were impossible to be erased. Impossible to be stolen. Impossible to be taken in and out. Everything distressful, everything painful, bear all of it by yourself. Don't run away from the memories. Louis, eek. So she had been told by that thing just previously. What was experienced by oneself, what path was walked by oneself, could not be erased. Having certainly taken birth within Louis, that was the history of Louis Arneb herself. Louis, this is no joke, Sue. Something like this, as if it can be excused. She had wanted to become happy. She had wanted to attain a joyful life that was hers alone. However, the life solely belonging to her which she had attained in an unexpected form smashed Louis' heart into pieces, and wounded her to an irrecoverable extent. Louis was unable to comprehend, Louis fearing the wounds and abrasion of her heart. Louis, as if we'll let someone like you monopolize our means to become happy. Louis, that's wrong. That's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong, that's That's not it. That is not it. That's definitely not it. Louis, as if we can believe that. We never thought that we'd be betrayed by us, as expected of us, isn't it, us? That's right. We get it, we get it. We do get it. Louis, no. Don't get it at all. Don't get it at all. Don't get our feelings at all, Sue. Louis, no, do get it indeed. After all, it is about us. That's right. If it's for the sake of becoming happy, then we'd be willing to do anything, and must do anything. Joyfulness is something which keeps on declining by the slightest thing. Louis bounced and joined her hands before her slim chest. And with a magnificent, broad smile, she directed a sidelong glance towards Louis, who articulated her rejection in a tearful voice. Louis, what if we carelessly schemed wickedness? If that's done to us by us, who have attained return by death, then no matter how much the struggle, we can never win, isn't it? Amazing. Really put thought into it, isn't it? Louis, don't want to die. We don't want to die. Don't want to die, don't want to die, don't want to die, tilde. Louis, don't say such utterly obvious lies. Don't want to die? Why? How come? If it's unneeded, then hand it over to us. What a filthy desire to monopolize. Can't even think that it's us. Louis. From Louis' words, she was repudiated being the same existence. At that instant, Louis felt like she heard the note of something inside of her thirsting, cracking, shattering. She did know what had been present inside of her which shattered. Though she did not know. Louis, Natsuki Subaru belongs to us. This thieving cat. Despite not knowing what that thing was whatsoever, it was condescendingly called as a belonging. Even though the only one who truly comprehended what thing was only herself, how arbitrary a thing to say. The only one who truly comprehended that thing was herself alone. Louis, the only one who understands Natsuki Subaru is us. This foolish girl. That thing was fearsome. That thing was repulsive. That thing was abhorrent. That is why. Louis, let us taste it too, Sue. Louis pounced, advancing in order to purloin the memories which made Louis. To hand that over, would resort to give the meaning of it being the death of Louis Arneb, giving the meaning of death. Giving the meaning of the world witnessed by that thing. Louis, Sue. Screamed. Screaming, she screamed. Continuing to scream, whilst resuming screaming, whilst continuing to raise a screaming voice. Don't want to die. An exceedingly fierce, meaningless conflict commenced in the Hall of Memories. A conflict with nobody watching, nobody interested. Commenced, and ended. A conflict, devoid of victors. Ice Brand Arts. The instant those words were fired, she tightly gripped a sensation born within her palm and swung it completely. What had been generated in her hands was a long sword shaped with ice, and its cutting ability was far greater than that of some incomplete iron sword. Though she had only just begun practicing the sword, moving her body was her specialty. Swinging the ice sword atop the extended line, she attempted to land a fatal blow upon her opponent whilst sealing off his routes to escape, however. Ha 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 tilde. You're doing it. But, this is too far from being enough to land, GZ. HK. The enemy, with his long hair waving about, evaded her fatal strike by seemingly crawling on the ground. Glaring with his sharp cuspids unraveled, was the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, who named himself as Lay Baton-Katos. Upon hearing the name of Sin Archbishop, something akin to dislike swelled up within her. That was because approximately a month ago, clashing with a great number of Sin Archbishops in the Watergate City Priestella had led to a large number of settlements, as well as a large number of settlements being delayed, at any rate, led to mountain worth of grave happenings. Plentiful emotions of sadness or bitterness had been borne forth. Their elimination or solution had yet not been achieved, that is why everyone was doing their best, and yet. Why do you all act like this and? Lay, why? Why indeed? Why we wonder? Why is it why? Why must it be why we wonder? Why is it what we certainly wonder are? Why must what be why? Why is what why is why a? His teasing words possessed no echo of seriousness. Her opponent did not intend to give a proper response. Sensing that, she powerfully stiffened her cheeks. Being able to converse would be the best. However, should the opponent not comply with conversation, then she shall not hesitate any further. That resolute exchange certainly occurred with clarity during that moment. Icicle line. Lay, wow. Accompanying the chant, a sound of freezing space echoed from her rear. Countless ice stakes with sharp tips were borne in the air, signifying they were ready to be fired. Gazing at that, Lay's composure, yet, remained unchanged. With no strong feelings for that, she merely commenced the offensive, abiding by her frozen fighting spirit. The count of the fired ice stakes was close to, but no greater than, 100. Submerging the aisle seemingly constructed of stone, the dust of the ice which had impacted the floor, the walls, the ceiling fluttered about, and the space frozen white brought immense damage upon the one who had been immensely hit. However, Lay, sorry, Oni-san, we're tired of seeing that. Is something we won't say, but we have seen it. See, because we are genius after a LL, we don't think an attack that has already been seen once will hit. Swinging the daggers fastened to both of his hands, Lay laughed, having outdone the terrific attack of ice. She inhaled in astonishment, witnessing his talent and skill, and having withstood and outdone it as a matter of fact, as he stood completely unwounded. However, if he had outdone it once, then twice, thrice, if that still won't work, then even more. Lay, you're thinking you'll be able to win if you do it 100 times. It will not reach through even after you do it 1,000 times, you know. Then I'll just do it 10,000 times. I won't let you go where everyone is. Lay, Sue, well that sure is a large scale. Good gracious, how outrageous. Putting his hand on his forehead, Lay let out a sigh divided into disgust and irritation. Whilst viewing that, she quietly abided by her own words. Though she had pronounced those words whilst simply going with the flow, she must abide by them. Thus, the moment she attempted to step ahead and fulfill that. Lay Baton-Katos. From the rear echoed a voice in the aisle that was neither hers nor Lay's, leading her to thoughtlessly halt her feet. Upon looking back after being immediately lured by the voice, A shadow showed itself by the corner of the path and leapt into her field of her vision. That was a black-haired youth with a somewhat nasty look of eyes. He rushed into the battlefield with a gallant expression, and was looking at Lei and herself, who were sparring in the aisle. Ah. Suddenly, oh no was the thought which surfaced in her innermost mind. Though she must say something, a vacuum was born in her words. This was due to the various emotions which overflowed in face of the rushing youth. However, before bafflement was yielded in front of the youth, she hurriedly moved her lips. It's dangerous, so wait. You may not know about me, but he is the enemy. Leave this place to me. Even though you may not know about me. She wished for him to leave this place, and for him to not think of herself much, at the very least, right now at the present instant. Should she begin considering things aside from fighting, she would certainly burst into tears and cry. She did not wish to show her weak side like this and trouble everyone. And yet... It's all right, Emilia Tan. The youth who had rushed in called her name. Emotions she could not concern herself with, like anxiety, like sorrow, strummed and sprang within her chest due to simply that, for which she tried her best to make sure they did flow out. After all. Subaru, my name is Natsuki Subaru. Emilia Tan's one and only knight. Right now, Emilia's heart was beating with such warmth,